Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon or evening so far, depending on where you are in the country. Today is probably going to be a pretty busy day overall here across most of the United States. We have a pretty large area that we're watching for severe weather today. It's not necessarily a super high risk, at least in most areas. The area that we're looking at right now in Texas is where the highest risk for severe weather is. But there is a elongated area here from Texas back into Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois, where we are going to be watching for the threat of large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps even a few tornadoes over the next 3 to 4 hours. So overall, today's threat is primarily going to be focused because of the daylight heating that we have, especially here in Texas. So most of these storms will happen between about now up until about 9 o'clock or so tonight, and I think things will die down after that. But we do have a lot of severe weather that'll probably end up ramping up here over the next few hours, especially back over here in Texas. So I'm going to give you a breakdown on what to expect over the next few hours and what is currently on the radar, because we do have a lot of severe weather already with 6 different warnings, a lot of those in Illinois, but we do have one right now in Texas, and we have plenty of storms that are beginning to fire up across parts of central Texas. Now, I do think it's going to take probably another 30 to 45 minutes until these really get organized and produce a greater threat for large hail and damaging winds and tornadoes. Overall, the threat of damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes is supposed to be maximized around 6:30 to 7 o'clock tonight, so that is when we're really going to be paying attention to this area in particular. But so far, these storms have been struggling a little bit. We haven't really had any super organized supercells. We do have one that's back over near Paducah, and then we also have one that's near Bollinger, which are both mainly just marginal threats of hail and wind. But if you look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for today, we actually do have an elevated risk for both very large hail and damaging winds. The large hail threat is a hatched area, so just like yesterday where we saw up to softball-sized hail, we're going to see that potential here today as well, but probably up to apple-sized hail, which is about 3 inches in diameter, and that's going to come out of a couple of isolated supercells that really have strong updrafts and really can fight through this tough environment that we have right now with that little cap that we have in place. But as long as these storms are able to overcome that, we are likely going to get some pretty nasty supercells here in central Texas over the next couple of hours. Overall, the threat is much lower to the north. I mean, if you look at the threat right now, it's a marginal threat that goes all the way back into Illinois and as well as even into Michigan. And then we have our enhanced risk that's back over here in central Texas, which is where, again, the greatest risk for severe weather will be over the next few hours. With that said, though, we've actually had some pretty interesting storms up here today. We had a tornado confirmed on the north side of Joplin, Missouri a little while ago. That was closer to about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. So that was a bit of a surprise, but we do have other storms ongoing across the Midwest. I mean, we got an entire cluster of storms that's mostly just strong storms, but this is all outflow driven. That is currently moving to the northeast, but storms will continue to fire off here closer to St. Louis over the next couple of hours. If any of those go severe, the main concern would be damaging winds. And then the storms that are back over in central Illinois, like Lewistown, for example, and Canton, this is our most intense storm so far that we've had this afternoon, and this one's currently producing golf ball sized hail. So significant hail is coming out of these storms in western Illinois. We do have a couple of other ones here that are also producing up to ping pong ball sized hail. So once again, pretty significant storms that we have ongoing here right now that are moving off to the northeast, going to eventually move towards Peoria over the next couple of hours. We do have storms that have been trying to go in Chicago, but they've overall been kind of weakening. We do have more outflow boundaries up here, which are those lines that you see moving across the screen. So a lot of those storms are not going to be super intense, but the main concern, if any of them do go severe, would be damaging winds. The storm that is north of Fort Wayne was severe before we went live, but it's no longer severe. Main concern there is lightning, gusty winds, and small hail, and anything else, even in Ohio, for example, is mostly going to be in that same sort of ballpark over the next couple of hours. Now, with that said, we are with Storm Chaser Connor Croft today. He is currently live right now just north of Abilene, where we have multiple storms that are trying to push through this environment. The instability today is literally insane. I mean, the amount of instability that we have is around 5,000 joules per kilogram in some spots. This is the HRRR model, which isn't showing you the current surface analysis, but it's kind of like the forecasted analysis. You can see down near Brady, Texas, it's upwards of 5,000 joules per kilogram for surface-based instability. And even around Abilene, we have many areas that are in a very favorable environment when it comes to instability, which, if you don't know what instability is essentially the fuel that goes into severe storms. It's what fuels severe storms to fire off. And so we have a lot of that today, but I do think there's a couple of small issues with this environment. The moisture just might not be enough, and then we also have a little bit of a cap that's kind of killing off these storms here early. But I do think if those two things are overcome, we're going to get a much more favorable environment here over the next couple of of hours for huge hailstorms and also the potential for a couple, or if not even a few, tornadoes. The tornado risk for today, it's going to be the most significant across areas, or at least the most elevated, I should say, west of Wichita Falls, back through Brady, Texas. We do have a low tornado risk that will go all the way into areas like western North Texas, so just west of Denton, and then also back over near Snyder. But I think this threat is kind of already done. I think most of the storms will be firing off right in here and eastward, so that'll be the main concern we're watching there. We also have a low tornado risk across Oklahoma, which is where we're also going to be watching for a few storms to fire up over the next few hours. Through Missouri and into Illinois, there's also a low tornado risk. Most of these storms, again, are outflow driven, so we shouldn't see really much when it comes to a tornado risk here, but I would be at least monitoring it closely just in case one of these storms does try to do something funny up that direction. Let's take you through the future radar for the next few hours and give you an idea of the severe weather timing with these storms and where they will be hitting. We'll start with the southern plains, and this is what it looks like right about now. We will have some more large hailstorms developing over the next couple of hours. I would be watching Oklahoma City closely. I think most of the storms up there will be strong and probably not really that severe, but if any storms do go severe, isolated damaging winds, hail, and maybe an isolated tornado will be possible. And then this area in here is where the majority of the development will be over the next couple of hours. We'll get some pretty significant hailstorms, and any storms that are pretty discreet will have a more elevated tornado potential. And then once we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock, those storms will continue. And overall, as we go into the overnight hours, we'll probably get some sort of complex of storms to develop, where damaging winds will be more of a focus with something like this that is going to try to develop. Now, that might develop up in Oklahoma. That could develop over here. It's kind of a question mark. Outflow boundaries and such are very hard to predict in real time, and so something like this is a bit of a question mark. But wherever it develops, we'll be watching at least for some sort of isolated wind threat and maybe a little bit of isolated large hail. And then back over in the Midwest, Missouri, even northern Arkansas, most of these storms will continue for the next few hours. This is 6 o'clock, so this is where the majority of any severe weather will be, with damaging winds as the main concern, but some large hail with any discrete cells and maybe an isolated tornado being possible. And then once we get closer to 7, 8, 9 o'clock, those storms will continue to move to the north and northeast with damaging winds and, again, maybe a low tornado risk existing. And eventually, as we get closer to 10 to 11 o'clock, the majority of these storms will not be severe. So the main concern overall in the Midwest today will be from now until about 8, maybe 9 or 10 o'clock for a couple of storms. And then overall, the main concern across the southern plains is really any time between now and the overnight hours, but the bulk of the hail and tornado risk will be within the next 3 hours. So that is when we're going to be watching for the greatest concern there across Texas, where, again, any of these storms here over the next few hours will be posing a significant hail and wind threat, and then also the potential for maybe a couple tornadoes or even a few tornadoes today. Here's what the National or the Storm Prediction Center does say for this particular severe thunderstorm watch. So this is what we're looking at in terms of the threats. So scattered large hail and very isolated large hail up to 3 inches in diameter will be possible. That is, again, going to be anything that's up to apple-sized hail. Damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour will also be possible, and then a tornado or two are also possible. So those are the main concerns for today. I don't think the tornado threat is as high as yesterday, so we are probably not going to see nearly as many tornadoes as yesterday, which, for the record, I was not live for most of them, but we had probably about 6 to 8 tornadoes yesterday. I think today will probably only be a couple or maybe a few overall. With that said, we have Connor Croft in this area, which he's looking at his storm base right now, but we do have storms that are beginning to fire off, and any of these that do become organized will have an elevated chance there for a tornado. So I do think things will get a little bit interesting here across parts of Texas over the next few hours, and we'll kind of see what happens. And again, we'll be live anytime from now up until at least 8 o'clock, and then if severe weather is still significant, we'll be live past 8 o'clock. So that's the plan for today. And again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest. Let me go to Connor real quick. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, we might have to go old school because I think my stream deck is broken. All right. That's what Connor's looking at right now.
Well, it does. It's not rotating, but
also this is broken. 1 second.
Yeah, dude, major split.
Apparently Connor was just looking at possibly a land spout, but I'm not entirely sure.
It's there.
It's gotta be exciting.
It's there.
I'm not sure what is happening right now on this screen. 1 moment, please.
Starting to ramp up. Still got dust underneath there. Ton of dust. Right underneath like the wall cloud. That's
I don't know what's going on. We have like. There we go.
Might even just want to get closer to it, just in case it spouts, you know?
You might want to just get in the dust just because.
Let's go get it. It's moving like 2 miles an hour, right?
Yeah. Look at the rising motion under that wall cloud. Now.
Look at my camera set.
So yeah, this is a storm that's right now east of Hamlin, Texas.
The bugs off my windshield real quick.
Apparently, there's been some, possibly a landspout or something here. No, it wasn't about the hearing. It was just because of for some reason our. I don't know what's going on. Our stream deck, I think, is broken all of a sudden, which. Not sure why. Our stream deck is broken. That's not a good thing, because that's where that's how we do all of our transitions.
This is such a beautiful storm.
And we're looking at the storm near Hamlin. Apparently, there may have been a brief landspout here. And while I try to fix my technical issue, just hang in there for a second.
Got a little left to right.
Unplug it and plug it back in. See if that works. Yay, we did it. All right, thank you. Thank you to everybody. Whoever just said that, I do appreciate it. All right, we're back to having a functioning stream deck. That would have been bad. I mean, again, I use the stream deck for all of our transitions.
It's still cooking.
So the storm on radar is at the bottom right that we're looking at right now where Connor is. Again, he's near Hamlin, Texas. The storm is definitely organizing. We'll go back to him in a second, but that's the storm right there. That's moving northeast. Again, most of these storms at this time are not super significant yet. And again, we're probably not going to see anything too substantial, probably for at least another 45 minutes or so, because again, these storms are still really organizing. The most organized storm that we have is near Winters, Texas, which is has been ramping up here for the last little while with a lot of lightning, and there is definitely a hail threat growing there. And you can see on the radar, the black there, that is representing a hail core that is on the south side of Winters. So that's $1 to $half sized hail right now that is moving eastbound. So we'll continue to watch that closely. And then the storm that Connor's on right now, I'm not seeing any rotation on radar, but that doesn't really matter a ton when it comes to a landspout. Landspouts can happen even if we don't see really much on radar. Landspouts are not really associated with the updraft of a storm. They're usually away from, you know, the base of the storm and where that rotation would be there in the clouds. So again, landspouts, tornadoes a little bit different from each other. And there may have been a brief landspout there. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see the beginning of that storm, but either way, a landspout doesn't usually do as much damage as a tornado because they're usually pretty weak and they're usually pretty brief. For the record. All right. Also, thank you, Legendary CEO, for becoming a VIP Velocity member before stream. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, TT5, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. And Sursa as well. And also, thank you, Yoshi, for the $5 super chat. Should I be worried about tornadoes in Carroll Stream, Illinois today? I wouldn't be that concerned. It's a very low risk. And I think most of the storms in Illinois today are going to be primarily producing wind. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of a tornado risk in Illinois today. So I wouldn't be concerned. I would still stay weather aware, but I don't think there's any reason to be that concerned about that. Apparently this is getting wider.
Yeah.
The base of this.
Turning right forward, literally turning right at us.
Is Waco seeing severe weather tonight? I would not expect much
Still
of
might
any.
merge into
maybe isolated
left
wind.
split still might merge into this if it turns right hard enough.
Yeah, this storm is near Hamlin, Texas that Connor's looking at. There is at least a base developing here.
Inflow. Yeah. On a day like today, we want that merger.
Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Bollinger, Texas, west of Coleman for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Exactly.
It's not Jordan, is it? No, there's a dog.
There's a dog?
Thank you, Linda, by the way, for the 5 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Linda in the chat.
Is it the Rat Force dog?
I do appreciate your generosity, Linda. Thank you.
What's going on out here? There's a dog over here. Anyway, look at the dog's coming. Oh boy.
Guess there's a dog coming at them. All right, but once again, that's the storm near Hamlin, Texas that is definitely starting to organize. This is the storm it looks like on radar as of 4 minutes ago. We should have an update on this in a minute. But this is definitely a storm that's blowing up, and you can see that here on the latest scan. We got a storm that is blowing up here, right across 277 near Haskell, Texas. So this storm is definitely starting to grow. Again, it's not an imminent tornado threat, but once it organizes, it definitely could produce that threat for a tornado. So we're gonna have to continue to watch this very closely as it moves to the east and east-northeast. Look at that cute dog. Is that just a random dog? Hopefully that's not just like a stray dog or something. Full screen the puppy. Okay, so since this storm isn't, you know, too significant yet, we'll
Yeah. Keep the dog over here.
I don't know where the dog went. I think the dog's behind him. That wind is strong. Let's see all the grass moving.
Let's go see whose dog this is.
Where'd the puppy go? We'll go back to him if we see the puppy. Since there isn't any tornado on the ground or anything like that right now. We're gonna name the new dog? Gotta name it something. Cheese curds. Name it Curd. Little cheese curd. Name the dog Twister. Hey, if we get a tornado, it has to be named Twister. I think that's the deal. Apparently the dog doesn't have a collar. No collar. Hopefully that dog is not just like out there in the middle of nowhere. That was a really cute dog. Hey, Miles Way, appreciate that. I appreciate that, thank you.
The thing, I don't. Hey, buddy, hi. Hi, buddy.
Oh, look at that dog. It's so cute.
Yeah, maybe we should like let's just go ask.
I will adopt.
Maybe should I keep the dog here this time?
Wow, this storm that Connor's on, by the way, not this puppy related, but that storm that Connor's on right now is blowing up a lot. That's the storm right there.
No, I don't know. He said the dog followed him from over there.
Really? From over
Yeah.
Over there?
It's like really, like literally right down the road.
This poor dog. I hope it's just a farm dog, but
You gotta get a. You gotta go ask. I wanna. I don't like. I'll go ask too if you want, but I want to keep somebody here with the dog, so. Cause I don't want it to run back out into the road. You just stay right here, little bro. All right.
such a cute dog.
You just stay right here, little bro. What a cool dog, though, buddy. Oh.
I want to adopt this dog, even though it's very far away from me.
Hey. He's trained.
It looks like it's. I mean, it's very friendly.
Smart, Jake. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get struck by lightning. I'm gonna get struck by lightning sitting here. I'm the tallest thing within like 100 feet. Hey. Stay right here, buddy.
We'll go back to him in a second. Probably the farmer's dog. I think that's what it is. Hopefully it's not just like a stray dog in the middle of nowhere. I'd be kind of surprised if there was a dog there just in the middle of nowhere. Very cute dog, though. By the way, thank you, Sam, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and also thank you, Sam, for gifting 5 members. If you got a gift of membership, make sure to thank Sam, and I do appreciate your generosity. Here's the latest radar scan, so as we're talking about the dog, but we still do have a storm that's near Winters, Texas. It's mainly, again, an isolated hail and wind threat. I'm not super concerned about this right now. It's not super organized yet, but what we'll be watching for is if this can intensify in this environment, we could see an isolated tornado threat with it. It is a discrete cell. It will be moving towards Bollinger, and eventually going towards Coleman. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay away from windows at the bare minimum. But as of right now, there's a lot of lightning with that. And then the storm that is now north of Abilene has now been warned. So the one that Connor's on right now is now a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 and $half sized hail. Once again, a lot of lightning. We are still watching for a tornado risk on this. I'm not seeing anything definitive there where Connor is, obviously, other than the dog, with there being some sort of lowering. So not super concerned yet about this with the tornado threat, but we will continue to watch it. It is a brand new storm, and it very easily could produce a tornado if it stays discreet and is able to organize. And once again, that hail threat is right in there, just east of Hamlin, Texas, near Route 277. So that'll, again, continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. And then further to the north, we still have a storm that's south of Paducah. That's also producing pretty marginal threats of severe weather. We have strong storms firing up in Oklahoma. And then we do have a severe storm back over in Illinois, which is still producing some $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Most of this activity is outflow driven, so it shouldn't be super concerning when it comes to the tornado threat. But I would still be mindful of the hail and wind threat for sure back up in Illinois over the next few hours. Something did happen in Joplin. We did have a tornado briefly earlier today, but it looked relatively weak. I haven't seen any damage photos, but yeah, Joplin in particular, just on the north side of Joplin is where we had a tornado earlier today. That's a pretty nifty looking storm there at the bottom right. Also, thank you, Scott, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. That dog looks tired. I do have to say. Needs water. I do have a tornado possible storm back up in Illinois. That's actually the corner of this storm. I didn't realize that, but let's look at the velocities real quick. We had like a little bit of rotation near the beginning of that storm. I'm not super concerned at this point about the tornado threat there. Still a low chance. That's going to be going towards Bushnell and eventually towards London Mills and Canton, Illinois. Again, not super concerned about that right now, but we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does do anything funky. Let's go back to Texas. And we do have another warning on that storm now in Texas. So again, we're starting to get that rapid rising motion on these storms. And with that, all the instability available today, we're going to have plenty of these storms across parts of central Texas. Yay!
Excited. Is it theirs?
It's their dog, yeah.
Okay.
So now what?
Just bring him back to the...
Sorry.
Did they say to bring him back?
He said nothing. He's like, oh, it's a nephew's dog. And he put away.
That's it.
That's it.
I didn't think we'd have a
Not
dog
like, hey,
on
bring it
stream
back.
today.
And I could throw him in the back.
I'm thinking I might. You got a new car. I don't have to.
Do you have any... Well, I meant I can literally throw him in, like, the back. Like, I have, like, where my mattress is. He's scared of that thunder. Hey, hey, come here. Hey. Yeah, no.
I could put him right here.
Connor has a dog. This is not Connor's dog.
See how it's in.
Come here,
There's a farm here.
You get in
And
the
apparently
car?
it's the farm owner's dog.
There you go. There you go. Get up there.
Up in here. Up in here.
Get up there, buddy.
He did not like
All right,
that.
let me try mine. Come here, buddy.
They're rescuing a dog
Maybe
in the
I'll
middle
hop
of
in
a
the back.
severe thunderstorm warning. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I might just let them walk him over.
And the storm that they are on right now is, you know, again, severe. It's
buddy.
producing $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but
Come here. I see ya. Hey, can you hop in the back for me?
yeah, apparently I'm guessing the farmer, you know, wants the dog. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Hey, buddy. Come here. Can you get up here? Come on. Let's get up. No? Don't want to get up? Come here.
Story of the dog. I think that's Freddy, the other one that's there. I think Freddy went to the farmer, the farm there, and then, no, I'm guessing that they said that's their dog. I think that's what he said. All right, as I was saying, again, we do have multiple storms firing off here in central Texas. A lot of these, again, are hail and wind producers, lots of lightning as well. So, once again, these are moving mostly to the east right now, pretty slowly at about 15 to 25 miles per hour. Damaging winds, large hail, the main concern. But anything that can get organized, like the storm that Connor's near right now, will have a chance to produce an elevated tornado threat. So any of this activity here is what we're watching for that elevated tornado threat. If it does become more discreet, I'm really watching this storm the closest here. I think this one has the best shot at doing so with any of the storms that we currently have. We might even get a little storm merger here, which could get very interesting, and that could actually intensify the two storms that we have here into one, and that could make it a bit more intense. So that'll be something to watch for over the next about 15 to 20 minutes, as this eventually will be going towards Albany, Texas, and Breckenridge long term. So this is definitely a storm to watch for here in Texas that Connor's going to be probably chasing once that dog situation gets figured out. How's it look for Rockwall County overnight? I think anywhere in DFW, the main concern will be wind, if there's any severe weather there. I don't think we're going to have any tornadoes, and I think the hail threat will be very low overall. This dog is very chill. Impressively chill for what it is. Is Team Dominator chasing tonight? I have no clue. I don't think so. Today's threat, again, is only going to be a few hours long. I mean, it's from now until about 8:30 or so, maybe 9. We could have a few storms after that, but I think the threat will be lower. So, again, our plan today right now is to be live until about 8:30. And then after that, we'll see what happens.
Dude, that looked like a funnel for a second, but it wasn't spinning. How big's the hail?
Oh, he's just wandering around?
How big's the hail?
It was maybe quarter.
Okay.
Just random stones will get blown out.
We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be for those near Knox City for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Texas.
He lives right down there. We're trying
to get him over there.
Trying to get him in the car, but he's not too inclined.
We'll go back to him at some point here soon. All right. By the way, thank you, Carol, for the $10 donation. I do appreciate that. No message, but I do appreciate your generosity. Is Houston clear? I think Houston overall is probably not going to see much. I don't think I have Houston outlined in the thumbnail. I could be wrong. If it, I don't think it is. But Houston is not really under the risk anymore. The severe weather threat was primarily this morning into the afternoon hours. I'm not seeing any rotation on this quite yet, but this would be the area that we're watching for that potential. Would be right in here near Route 83. Okay. I don't know why I just zoomed in like that. That would be the area to watch for, again, on that left leading edge near Hamlin is where we're watching that for that tornado potential. And again, Connor's on this storm, so we'll have a visual of it here as it continues to develop. We do have a hail core that's southwest of Haskell that is also beginning to intensify. That white and black kind of speck area that you're seeing there, that is the more intense hail core that is developing. That is going to be closing in on Haskell, Texas over the next few minutes. The correlation coefficient is picking up on that hail, which the correlation coefficient is usually used for debris signatures, but it can also be used for hail, it can be used for snow. But in this case, obviously, we're looking at hail that is going to be approaching Haskell. Also got another one down here near Hamlin, so a little bit of hail falling. And again, this is around $50 to maybe ping pong ball sized hail as it continues to move eastbound over the next several minutes. So that'll be the main concern over the next few minutes. Yeah, again, that dog is that's a farmer's dog, so it is all good in the neighborhood. By the way, I do want to mention for those that are, frequent viewers here of the channel, as everybody I think is here now, at least the normal viewers, I do want to mention, and I posted this a couple places, but we've officially ordered all the parts for our new computer, and we have a new desk coming in, and there's one more thing that I can't remember. We have 3 monitors that are also going to be coming in. So big upgrades coming to the studio here over the next couple of weeks. And again, a huge shout out to all of our channel members. All that would not be possible without you guys. But major upgrades are coming. We'll be doing a members only stream sometime late next week that'll be based on the overall premise of us building the computer. So if you are a member, you'll be able to watch that. I would make it public to everybody, but I don't want to make it, on our channel public when, it's not weather related, if you know what I mean. So it'll be a members only stream that we'll do for building the computer. And we'll probably I think we'll build the desk this weekend or so. I'm not sure exactly if we'll stream that. It's not going to be really that exciting. I think the computer will be more interesting. So we'll be streaming that, and we'll kind of be going over the specs of it and all that sort of stuff. And excited about it. Big upgrades coming to the channel. I do appreciate, again, all of our channel members. Is Dallas going to get bad weather? I'm not expecting much in Dallas. Again, maybe an isolated wind threat after like 10 o'clock tonight, but I'm not really expecting much in the DFW Metroplex. Should do an unboxing video. I will be doing a live stream. So, I mean, again, that's going to be members only, but just 3 monitors. We already have 3. So we're going to have 6 total. We're going to have 6 total monitors, but we're going to have, I'm basically adding 3 on to what we have right now. So we'll be doubling the amount of monitors. And we'll have 2 different computers. We'll have our laptop and then our desktop computer. That'll be what we're getting. So big upgrades coming. All right, here's the latest scan. Once again, we are watching for the storm to try to organize, but this is about to be a storm merger by the looks of it. And again, I think this will be the most potent storm that we'll have today, will be this one. I mean, if this storm merger happens, it's probably going to, intensify very quickly as it moves east towards Albany, Texas. It's definitely going to be probably the most intense storm that we'll have over the next few hours if it is able to successfully have a storm merge. Is St. Louis going to be impacted tonight? St. Louis is mostly just a wind threat. Once again, anything that's back up in the Midwest right now is mostly outflow driven, so it shouldn't be too significant up there. Again, most of these storms are just outflow driven. Most of that activity actually near St. Louis is not even that strong. So I wouldn't expect much in St. Louis, honestly. And just gusty winds and some rain. Wow, look at that hailstone in the bottom right. These storms are producing hail larger than $half, that's for sure. We have some tennis ball sized hail reports near Bollinger, Texas, but that hailstone right there does not look like a $half. I don't know if he's going to show it again.
No, why?
I don't know where he just got that from.
Everyone's pulling in here now. Dang it. He was just about to go in, too. He was just about to go in, and then like 3 other people just pull up in this driveway, so now he's just sitting there.
If you saw at the bottom right, again, that was about it looked more like a 2-inch diameter hailstone, perhaps even a bit larger. Let's look at the, let's go back to the CC again. You can't really see a whole lot on the CC. Let's go to vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, so this will be your hail core. It's again pretty rural areas, but just east of Hamlin, Texas. It will eventually be approaching Highway 6 over the next few minutes, just north of Anson. Again, that is moving eastbound right now, but the storm is definitely producing hail that is larger than $half. That is more than likely 2 inches in diameter, perhaps at least. It could be tennis ball or baseball size. It's a little bit hard to tell with how small the video footage there was at the bottom right, but it definitely looked pretty large. And when these storms merge, it could get pretty rogue here. It's pretty close to merging. By the way, the dog situation's been figured out, just an FYI. So that has been figured out. So Connor will be able to chase the storm once again. Thank you, Chelsea, Savannah, and as well as Justin for becoming Velocity members. And welcome to Velocities. I do appreciate it. And also thank you, Ginger, for the $50 donation. You are crazy. Ginger, I don't actually know. I mean, I haven't really been keeping track, but again, it's mostly just coming from, our members of the channel for the funds that are going into it. I mean, it was a massive investment. I mean, it was actually more than I expected it would be, but regardless, I'm really excited about it. I think it will really improve the quality of these streams substantially from here on out. So very excited about it, and it should last us at least 2 to 3 years. It shouldn't just be like this laptop that's, I mean, it's been going for almost 3 years now with this laptop, but it's a struggling laptop right now. These storms are right about to merge. They're about to merge. And this could get tornadic in about 10 to 15 minutes or so down the road. If it's able to successfully, again, merge and really intensify. This is, again, north of Abilene. It will be going towards Albany. And if it does kind of dive a bit more down to the south like this, it could even go towards Hawley or like maybe down the road like Eastland, Texas. But that's still long-term thinking. The Haskell storm is blowing up now. That is once again producing some significant hail and wind. We may have as large as 2 to 2.5 inch diameter hail with this activity. The storm that's near Bollinger right now is now warned for 2-inch hail, but we are getting reports of tennis ball sized hail on this storm and hen egg sized hail, which is again about 2 inches in diameter. And then in Norton, Texas, that is again right now producing about $half sized hail as that moves down to the east southeast over the next several minutes. But we're really going to watch this storm very closely. And again, Connor's on this one, but this one has, I think, the greatest potential of producing something down the road. This merger could get kind of crazy here. So we're definitely going to primarily be focused here on this storm. But also, we'll be watching other storms in case they go crazy. We got a member train right now. We got... I'm gonna miss a lot of these. Thank you again, Justin, for becoming a member. Paula, Manola, Fresh Pine, Savannah, and Black for all becoming minimum velocity members. And Becky, oh my god, why are we getting so many members all of a sudden? Do appreciate everybody that just became a member. It's like 6 in a row. Anything in Missouri? It's mostly just gusty winds right now. It's, again, nothing super substantial right now in Missouri. Again, a lot of that activity up there is all outflow driven. So most of the storms that are across the Midwest are, again, going to be primarily gusty winds and small hail. But any storms that go significant or discrete will produce an elevated hail, wind risk, and perhaps even an isolated tornado. This storm that is near Haskell, Texas, has just been upgraded. It is now up to 2-inch hail, and it's also up to the threat of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this storm just got upgraded. That is now a considerable threat for hail and wind near Haskell, Texas, which again is right now moving eastbound. Thank you, Becky and Steve, for also becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We already have 22 new members today. That is probably the fastest we've ever gained that many members before. And Waco with the VIP Velocity member. You guys are insane.
Oh, wow.
What's Connor looking at here?
What is that dust?
It's like dust kicking up right there.
Could be a landspout.
It's hard to tell. It could be a downburst, which would just be damaging winds, but it also could be a landspout.
Dude, that might be. Dude, look at the spin up right above us.
Some broad circulation above his head, too. That's why I panned to him. I didn't know.
It's gonna drop on top of us.
Yeah.
It's because of the merger.
I know.
Storm merger's happening in real
Big
time, so
storm
again, that
merger.
tornado threat will probably increase here. Again, just north of Abilene, Texas, near Anson and Hamlin.
It's literally right on top of us, Freddy.
Look at that thing spin right there. It's not super intense spin, but it's trying to spin. Again, that's near Anson, Texas right now.
We might want to move.
Hanaroni, I would just do that just as a precaution, just in case you get wind hail.
Look at all the dust. Yeah. That's spinning, Freddy. I think that's spinning, Freddy.
Once again, this is in near Anson, Texas, where there may be a landspout. If not, there's potentially even something above their
Dude, look
head
how
that's
fast
rotating.
that dust is moving. It's coming at us. Look how fast it's moving. That dust is coming at us fast. Spinning right above us. I don't know. We might want to like move. That dust is coming at us and fast.
There's a rotation
really
on
think
radar,
it
by
is.
the way. It's not super strong, but that's the area of rotation that we're watching where near Connor is.
Yeah, be safe, guys.
It looks to me more like just a strong
that's moving fast
downburst.
right there, Freddy. Oh my gosh! That might be a. Oh, it's coming at us.
Okay, maybe not. That might be a land spout.
Oh! We're gonna intercept. Oh, my hatch is open. No.
There we go. That's better quality. That's more than likely, again, a land spout that we're seeing there. If not, it's just strong downburst winds.
What's coming? Bunch of tornadoes out here. Real tornado. Big time dust. Dustnadoes.
It's a dustnado. All right, let's go back to radar real quick. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about. And what's happening right now is that we have a storm merger happening. So this storm is moving this direction. We got this one moving right into it. This is all going to be one unison storm here relatively soon. And when that happens, we are probably going to get an increased tornado threat on this over the next hour or so, if not even sooner than that. So this is going to continue to move east, most likely. It could go a little bit more east-southeast. Again, that's near Anson, Texas, and just north of Hawley. And once again, Connor's right in the middle of that storm. So, I mean, you know, if there's a tornado, we'll probably have a pretty good view of that as it continues to move in that direction. I do want to update you on the storm down to the south. This one is producing some significant hail. Tennis ball-sized hail is being reported near Bollinger, Texas. So that's the area that we'll be watching for significant hail down to the south with multiple supercells developing there. We could even get another storm merger here. We got one moving this direction. We got one moving north. So a couple areas here where there could be a more elevated tornado threat here over the next hour or so. And there you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we now have a tornado warning here near Bollinger, Texas. I was just talking about the storm merging potential, but that's actually before the storm merger. Look at this area. Look at this hook echo on this storm. Got a definitive hook echo on this storm right over the town of Bollinger. Apparently Connor's looking at a funnel cloud, or might be. But this could be a tornado at any time. That's near Bollinger, Texas. If you're in Bollinger, you need to seek shelter away from windows. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think he's looking at something's on the ground, I think, there.
Big dustnado or maybe tornado.
Wow. Look at that thing.
Probably dustnado. Big dustnado.
This is not the Bollinger storm, by the way. Now this is near Anson, Texas.
Big old dustnado.
That is a pretty incredible looking thing there. That's, again, a lot of just dust, but good old dustnado here. You know, that's not tornado warned right now, for the record. The storm near Bollinger, Texas, bottom right of your screen, is tornado warned. And it has a very strong couplet. Again, a tornado could drop at any time in Bollinger. And that looks like it's kind of just dying out now.
Just dust, I think.
Mostly just dust on that thing.
I think it was just a dustnado. It was really moving for a dustnado.
Alright. We'll go back to Connor in a second. Again, you'll be at the bottom right of your screen. This is again the tornado warning that we're talking about, though. This is not the same storm. This is the storm that is again currently tornado warning near Ballinger, Texas, where we do have a hook gecko. We do have strong rotation over the town of Ballinger. So once again, a tornado could be on the ground here. If it's not on the ground, it could drop at any time. So you need to seek shelter again if you're in Ballinger, Texas, or on the east side of Ballinger. That is where a tornado could drop at any time, and that's not the storm that Connor's on. Connor's on the one that is north of Abilene. So again, a couple of different storms that we're looking at here that are both really in play right now for a potential for a tornado, at least a tornado risk over the next several minutes. But this storm is a very definitive hook gecko. And once again, this could very easily drop a tornado at any time with how strong that rotation is. And then the other storm that's over northeast of Paint Rock, that one also is starting to form, and that could also produce a tornado threat as it continues to move to the north. And again, we could get a storm merger here, which could make things a little bit weird here, and we could get a more significant tornado risk out of one of these storms if that all ends up happening. And then the storm merger has just happened here near Anson, so I would expect a slightly more elevated tornado risk with this over the next really 25 to 30 minutes near Anson as this continues to move eastbound over the next several minutes. So I'll have to watch that very closely in case we do end up getting something out of that. We just got a new radar scan. Let's check out the velocities here. The storm's also producing tennis ball sized hail, by the way. We don't have any CC drop on this, so no debris signature on radar. But again, we do have a hook echo on this. This is right now moving east-southeast. Waiting for the velocities to update here. And it's near Ballinger, Texas on this particular tornado warning. I don't think there's any chasers here. There might be, but I don't know of any. I'm guessing there is one, though. I mean, there's chasers everywhere nowadays. Velocity's never updated, but again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be on the east side of Ballinger. It's going to be moving to the east-southeast over the next several minutes, and it will be approaching the northeast side of Paint Rock, Texas. Luckily, this is a pretty rural area, other than Ballinger, which is more populated, but the tornado itself, if it is on the ground, it will be now on the eastern side of Ballinger, and it will be moving east-southeast right along 128. Apparently there's more dust where Connor is. So there's dust everywhere there where he is on that storm that's near Anson. You can see it. Look at all that dust.
Here it comes.
All from strong downburst winds for the most part there.
Shit.
We just had a little dust NATO too.
I mean, shoot.
Never stand outside, by the way. If you ever see dust coming at you, from personal experience, don't be outside. Your eyes will kill you for like 24 hours. It's horrible. You'll want to itch them so badly. It's an awful experience. This Anson storm, I'm not seeing any rotation as of about 5 minutes ago, which the radar scan has not come in yet on the velocities. It should be here in a second. Here's the latest scan. I do think it's trying to at least cycle and, kind of intensify here near Anson, Texas. And then further down to the south, again near Ballinger, that is where we do have a current tornado warning on the east side of Ballinger. And that is a strong couplet. This could be on the ground. It's not confirmed by radar, but that is a very intense couplet. I would say there's a high likelihood right now that there is a tornado on the ground right now on the east side of Ballinger. That is a very tight couplet. It's also a strong couplet. This could be possibly even a strong tornado if it is on the ground. So once again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Let's go down to the radar site down here as well. It does verify the same thing that we're looking at there. But again, no CC drop, but that is more than likely a tornado. We don't need a CC drop for there being a tornado, which, again, this is still a radar-indicated area of rotation, but more than likely, this is on the ground or it's about to drop on the east side of Ballinger, Texas. And again, that is moving right now to the southeast. Very, very rural areas here of Texas that are being impacted by this storm. Again, that is in Coleman County and as well as Runnels County, Texas. And again, if that tornado's on the ground, it's right there on the east side of Ballinger. It's again, I'm not getting a super definitive CC drop, but that tightening is almost certainly a tornado that's on the ground. And again, it's gonna be hard to confirm this because most of this area is probably just dust or rural areas. We do have some roadways here near 125 and as well as 128. On the east side of Bollinger, but it's almost definitely a tornado near Bollinger. Almost definitely. Velocity is very strong going away and towards the radar. So again, pretty tight circulation right now near Bollinger. Let's see if there's any reports on this. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay those reports. Apparently Connor's looking at maybe another dust tornado there near Anson, Texas. I'm gonna see if there's any updates on this storm. All right, there's a tornado in progress here, so this has been confirmed on social media.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I'll be retweeting the photo on Twitter. It is a cone-shaped tornado. Again, where it is right now, we're not going to really get a CC drop on radar unless there are buildings or a large amount of dust really being picked up into the atmosphere here. But that's again a tornado that's in progress on the east side of Bollinger. It is a cone-shaped tornado, so it looks like kind of like a cone like this. All right, that's what we're looking at right now. It's on the east side of Bollinger, Texas, just south of Benoit. It's going to be approaching 128 and 125 over the next few minutes. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Again, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But once again, we do have a tornado that has been reported on social media as on the ground. We have a few photos there again on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But that right there is your tornado, and it's going to be right on the hook echo with a very tight circulation on the east side of Bollinger. Let's hope it weakens. It's over a pretty rural area, and it looks like it might be weakening already, but that's the area that we're looking at right now. It would be on the east side of Bollinger. It was really tight right there on the north side of Bollinger. It might be taking a left-hand turn and occluding, so let's hope that happens. But that right there will be your tornado if it is still in progress. On the east side of Bollinger. Apparently, Connor might be looking at another dust tornado at the bottom right near Anson, Texas. There's been a lot of dust tornadoes over there. That looks like a dust tornado. Look at that right there. If not, it's just another strong downburst area of wind. Middle right of your screen in Anson, Texas.
Yeah, but that one's spinning a little bit. Yeah. Look at that one get kicked up.
We had a much more definitive one a few minutes ago when we were again over in in that area about 10-15 minutes ago. If you go back on the stream, there was a much more definitive dust tornado. And they were like, pretty close to it. Once again, this is a tornado that is likely still on the ground or possibly now occluding. This is again just east of Bollinger, Texas. And if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building in Bollinger. All that dust, that's crazy. All that dust in Anson, Texas. There may be a land spout once again in Anson. Right there. This is crazy. Anson has some crazy strong downburst winds.
Look at how that's spinning right there.
Some spin there. I don't know if he's going to show us the dust again. Bottom right, though. You'll be at the bottom right.
We can go that way and then south, and this way, then south to a main road.
And then he pans right back to it when I go away from him. Good timing. But once again, we still do have a possible tornado in progress. It may be occluding, but if there is still a tornado, it's on the east side of Bollinger. So once again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is slowly drifting to the south. very definitive supercell with a hook echo, and it's going to continue to move east-southeast over the next several minutes. We also have a storm that's blown up right over to the northeast of Paint Rock. So we'll be watching that closely. The main concern right now is large hail and damaging winds on that storm. And then the one that Connor is on right now, that is the one that's up here near Anson. And this storm right now looks mostly like a wind and hail concern, but still has a chance to produce a tornado as that storm merger just happened. We could see some sort of organization here, and that could produce the potential for an isolated tornado. New warning near Haskell as well, just southwest of Seymour, and that's going to be for hen egg sized hail, so 2 inches in diameter, and as well as the 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat. So again, that is a new warning there. That is going to include areas like Haskell and near Rochester, Texas, over the next several minutes. All right, let's go back down to Bollinger again. But there was a little cone-shaped tornado on this storm just east of Bollinger. It may have occluded now, but it could definitely recycle. We do have a pretty definitive hook echo here on radar. That is, again, on the east side of Bollinger, Texas right now. We'll wait for the next radar scan in just a second. Real quickly, huge shout out to Edward for the $49.99 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Please put some hearts in the chat for Edward. And also, thank you to Jennifer, Elizabeth, Andy, XP, Mara, Paula, Jen, Gray, all for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. And also thank you, Fiend Pro, for the one gifted. I do appreciate you guys joining the Velocities. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Once again, this is the storm just east of Bollinger right now, which did have a tornado there on the east side of Bollinger. It may have occluded. We're going to see what the velocities look like here on the next scan. What you missed? I think you missed a gustnado and this tornado that was on radar, but the velocities here have been weakening for the last few minutes. But more likely than not, we did have a tornado on the ground here for probably about 5 minutes or so. Oh no. That truck is stuck. And I don't know what that is. That is really unfortunate.
Oh, he's getting through.
No, he's getting through apparently.
I don't think we should.
got it.
I don't think we should go that way, personally.
No. You think we should go that
I don't
way?
think we should go that way. Just being honest.
He got out of it.
Good work.
It was a struggle, but he got out of it. That would have been really unfortunate. Reminds me of Reed Timmer getting stuck the other day.
Yeah. Think how past going through there.
He got through it though.
Bro almost got his truck stuck trying to meet Freddy.
Anyway, what's your name? Sound like boss.
All right, let's go back to radar again. Again, this is a storm that's east of Bollinger that is still rotating, but has broadened for the last few minutes. We are still watching for a tornado risk here as it continues to move east-southeast on the south side of Talpa, Texas, and south of Route 67, moving eastbound. We still have a large hail with this, up to 2 inches in diameter. We've had tennis ball-sized hail at times. And then we are still watching the storm near Anson, Texas, which is producing significant hail. We got a train of hail developing right there. That's near Route 83. That is a train of hail that is developing. The correlation coefficient is showing that too. But that is a train of hail. That's more than likely larger than $half. You know, my guess here is that that is closer to ping pong or golf ball sized hail, which once again is moving eastbound right now, but the storm itself is going to try to go in a southerly direction. See that motion there? Where it's currently trying to head towards. Oh, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Texas. This is where Connor is. There's a confirmed tornado.
This is an urgent alert. a tornado is on the ground, seek shelter immediately.
Connor's just getting it now, but there's now a confirmed tornado near Anson, Texas, north of Abilene. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is once again a confirmed tornado near Anson, Texas, which is again north of Abilene. So again, over in kind of western central Texas. So once again, tornado moving. This tornado, let's go to radar real quick. I'm not sure if we're going to see much on radar because I'm not seeing anything, at least on the velocities here. But it's presumable that the tornado that's in progress is going to be somewhere down in here near Route 180. So that's where the tornado would be located right now. So once again, if you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. Once again, this is a confirmed tornado near Anson, Texas. This is actually located near Anson. So this would be kind of on the north side of Anson. And Connor says he doesn't think there's a tornado here. I mean, again, he's right in the area, so it could be rain-wrapped. It's been kind of mentioned a few times that there's still dust behind them. So if there's a tornado, again, it would probably be somewhere in here's my guess. Because it's located near Anson. So it's probably on the north side. Possibly some sort of, again, lowering. You did a 360 and didn't see anything? I don't know. Again, this is confirmed by weather spotters. So, once again, you should seek shelter no matter what. It is still a pretty significant storm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, we still have very strong downburst winds, and we also have large hail as it continues to move down to the south over the next several minutes. This is on track to go towards Abilene, so if you're in Abilene, I would stay vigilant. The storm motion itself is still trying to push east, but we do have a little bit of this going southbound, so I'll have to kind of wait and see. Again, the storm motion isn't super organized in Texas and hasn't been for the last few days, but this storm could go either direction. Does anybody know if anybody's seeing this? I'm just kind of curious here. I don't know if this is something that's visual or not. Like, if any actual, like, storm chasers that are in this area. I mean, we got 3 different ones here, but... Also, this is a new SPC mesoscale discussion. Isolated large hail up to 1 inches in diameter will be possible this evening in Oklahoma. And there's probably not going to be any watch for that, but that would be right along the cold frontal boundary. And again, you got your dry line storms here in Texas, and that's where the greatest concern right now is with any storms that are riding right here along the dry line like this one. It's probably the dust tornado. That's what I'm guessing too. It's kind of what I'm assuming. I mean, the dust tornado though was, 10 to 15 minutes ago. Vince is out there. I mean, we got Connor right here too. Connor says he doesn't see anything. So, who verified it? They don't tell you on warnings. I mean, it just says weather spotters confirmed tornado. Yeah, I'm guessing it's the gustnado or dustnado that we saw earlier. Not gustnado, sorry, dustnado. I didn't mean to say gustnado. Gustnado is completely different. There's a NATO for everything. We got snownados, we got tornadoes, we got gustnados, we got dustnados. We got cheese curd nados probably. But yeah, if this tornado's on the ground, it's gonna be right over Anson. This is not a drunk NATO. Oh yeah, we got drunk NATOs too. This is not a drunk NATO. And Sharknadoes. We got literally every single kind of NATO out there. Toronto we don't, but there is a link down below for memberships on the channel, which is technically like Patreon. You gonna do a pic of the storm in Bollinger? Okay. We'll check it out. And Connor still is saying he doesn't see anything. So, just an FYI, again, if he sees anything, I'll let you know. If this tornado's on the ground, my guess it's rain wrapped or something, but like, again, I just don't think there's a tornado here. It's still possible, so obviously stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. And then also the Bollinger tornado warning. We haven't really gone to this one recently, but it is very rural parts of this area. That rotation and that circulation has really weakened over the last few minutes. It doesn't look super concerning to me, but we will continue to watch it. It still does have a hook on it, so it's going to be something to watch for the next few minutes. But overall, it's kind of struggling there. We might get a storm merger here too, but it might take a bit for that to happen. But again, this would be where your confirmed tornado is, if it is on the ground or is, you know, if it's there. I mean, that's where it's going to be. It's going to be right over Anson. But if there's a tornado, it's more than likely rain wrapped. Bollinger? Is it Bollinger? Oh, Bollinger. Okay, gotcha. This is the Bollinger storm from Hypno Gaming. Look at that. Rainbow and everything. That's a beautiful looking storm right there. Back over on the Bollinger storm, or Bollinger, however you say it. Trying to put like a different accent on it to pronounce it. Let's go to Connor real quick. He's looking at something. I'm so glad this new computer's coming in soon, because we're still having technical issues on transitions too. And this is still for some reason this is broken.
Still some dust up here.
And apparently there's another dog.
Let's see what it is.
The right side of your screen, if there's a tornado or a, you know, anything like that, it's gonna be right there in the middle right, more than likely. Just what you're looking at there in the middle right. Yeah, and we're right now looking at the tornado that's possibly still on the ground near Anson, Texas. Which again is just north of Abilene, and we still have a tornado warning east-southeast of Bollinger. Bollinger? Is it Bollinger? Bollinger, Texas? So it's not like a... That's interesting. That's an interesting pronunciation. I've been pronouncing it wrong for 3 years, if that's true. As of 2 minutes ago, this is still on the ground, by the way, so... I'm guessing on the middle right there, like very far right side of your screen, that's probably the tornado that they are confirming here. This is still confirmed as of 2 minutes ago. Still confirmed by weather spotters.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning, which is going to be on this storm that has been developing for a while east of Paint Rock. I don't know why my zooming's doing that. This is again a new tornado warning for this area. Very rural parts of Texas. It's east of Paint Rock near Lake O.H. Ivy. I'm pronouncing that right. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here right now, but that could intensify over the next few minutes as it moves down to the southeast. And again, this is Connor on that storm that has a confirmed tornado near Anson, Texas, north of Abilene. Connor is going to have a view of this if it is still present there. Is there a CC drop? Not from what I see, no. If you guys see any photos of this tornado, feel free to add me on Twitter. Yeah, I'm seeing one, but that's Bollinger.
For the turn here.
This is on the ground again. It's gonna be right where Connor is, near Anson, Texas, north of Abilene. It's on the bottom right of your screen.
Hopefully this road's open. Seems like the type of road that wouldn't be.
Connor's going towards the hook that's on the very far western side of this storm. So that's where he is. Right there.
Wow, big mezzo. I was just trying. Big rotation.
Cars on the hook of the storm. That's going to be closer to Nienda,
We're
Texas.
on rotation, but
So again, very rural areas
going.
just west of Anson. So Connor's on the west side of the storm. Apparently Vince has seen it, and he's kind of in Anson. So go back to radar here. That's what we're looking at. So Connor's on the hook over here that has a broad circulation, and then Vince is here, and I've been hearing a few people say that it's somewhere over here in Anson, which again, that's where it's been confirmed. That's over Anson is where the tornado would be. So this tornado would be on the ground right here, right in Anson. That's presumably what we're looking at. We could have another circulation here that Connor's looking at that's not associated with the tornado that's currently being confirmed. So that's at least from what I'm getting from this right now. Connor thinks it's about to drop where he is. So again, he's on the very far western side of the storm, west of Anson. Yeah, I've not seen any photos of this tornado. I'm just kind of going off what I've seen people also say, but it seems like there are two different lowerings to this storm. We got one right over Anson, and we got the other one that's back over on the hook that Connor's on right now, which is west of Anson. So, and that's what we're currently looking at. Again, this is north of Abilene. It's a relatively slow-moving storm. Really not, I wouldn't say Abilene's really in the threat for this yet, but I would still stay vigilant because it's not far from you. And Connor's looking at that lowering at the bottom right of your screen. Quick update, we do still have 2 tornado warnings back over south of Abilene. The rotation on the storm east of Bollinger is pretty much broadened out at this point. And Connor, it's about to drop, it sounds like, on Connor's screen.
Coming down!
That's right over Anson.
Oh my gosh, it's coming down! Oh, it tried. Oh, big muddy spot here.
That's tight on radar. Look at that thing.
To plow through it.
Really tightened in the last few minutes. Oh, a CC drop. That rotation bottom right is relatively tight.
Funnel for a second.
Car stream should focus up, by the way.
Funneling
or
again.
might. I don't know.
Another mud spot. Coming down. Coming down again.
And middle of your screen, top middle of your screen. That's the funnel that we're looking at.
Do it.
Very strong couplet on radar, bottom right.
Big funnel. We're right here. Big funnel.
You can see it right there in the middle top.
Yep, here it goes.
Connor has
Here
Reed
it goes.
enthusiasm.
Halfway down.
Connor used to chase with Reed.
Tornado! Tornado!
That right there, that's the funnel. You can see it clear as day. That's on the ground. That appears on the ground to me.
Tornado in progress. I don't know which way this thing's moving.
It's on the ground here, west of Anson. Again, that's right over US Highway 180.
Might be coming at us.
That's probably what we saw on radar at the bottom right, that very strong tightening.
Get out of here, rain.
He needs to be careful. These storms are very slow moving. I think he's all right. I mean, he's not that close to it. He's probably like half a mile away, but he should be fine.
I'm gonna get on top of this hill.
A lift-nado. That's pretty much what it just did. I mean, it was on the ground for like 5 seconds. Look at that rotation on radar. Holy cow, it's strong. I mean, this, more than likely, if it's not on the ground when we're looking at it right now, it could drop again. There's very strong rotation on radar. It's a strong tightening right now. West of Anson, Texas. Which, for reference, it's about 8 miles to the west of Anson. Very rural
Not
parts.
down anymore.
It's near US Highway 180. That couplet is tight, though.
escape.
And no CC drop. It's probably picking up the funnel cloud is my guess on radar, because it is a little bit further away from the radar. We're not looking at the surface, we're looking a little bit off the ground. That's what you call a quick NATO, as Kelly said.
It's like stationary almost. Might be still on the ground right in front of us. I think it's on the ground right in front of us still. Still on the ground right in front of us. Wind is moving like crazy right there. Might have to get out of here. Might have to get out of here.
Where's Anson? It's north of Abilene by about like 40-ish miles, I think.
It's right here still. Might be time to run.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was still on the ground in front of him. I mean, the rotation on radar is tight as can be.
You can see the motion. Can't see where it would be.
He's got the greatest view. Yeah, I mean, he's like right in it right now. Rain and wind is picking up quick though where he is.
Wow, might be right here.
See the wind, by the way, it's going left to right. If you look above, it's going right to left. That's the spin. I think Connor's like almost in the tornado right now. It's like where, at least where the circulation is, he's in it.
It's just stationary.
That would be the spin. That would be your circulation, and that's what we talk about
Still
on radar
right
a
here.
lot.
Yeah, it's
On
about
your
to come down
screen,
again.
it might be trying to
About
occlude.
down
That would be your
again.
tornado.
About to come down. There it goes.
Sounds like it's about to drop again.
Coming
There's
down
your funnel.
again.
It's trying to drop again here, west of Anson. That looks like it's about to be a tornado. And farmlands basically here.
There
9
it
miles
is.
west of Anson.
On the ground again.
That's the tornado. It's on the ground once again. That is a little cone tornado that has dropped once again. That is a large cone.
Gotta watch that close. That is right there.
Look at that thing. This is like right over Connor now. It's almost over his head. It's lifted again, by the way. That's the second lift NATO we've had. I guess that's our new nickname for these tornadoes. Yeah, the good news is that, like, really, I don't think there's very many people in this spot. You know, I don't see any homes. It's a lot of farms.
Coming down again.
It's going down again.
Right there. It's literally right there.
And there it is again. It's on the ground again. Another touchdown.
Wow. It's gonna get big.
This thing keeps just
Gonna get
keeps
big.
dropping tornadoes. The third separate tornado that we've seen on this storm. Again, this thing's barely moving. I mean, Connor's been in the same spot for the last, like, I don't know, 8 minutes now? This tornado is, like, stationary. That's the tornado. Again, it's still on the ground.
Gotta make sure it doesn't
9
come
miles
at me.
west of Anson, Texas. This is far north of Abilene, Texas, for reference, if you're just tuning in. There's your tornado.
Big tornado.
This one seems to be more impressive than the last two. This one's been on the ground for more than 30 seconds. The other two were on the ground for 5 seconds. It's a cone-shaped tornado. That is, again, barely moving just north of US Highway 180, west of Anson by 9 miles.
Wow, big. Big cone. Incredible tornado.
That is unbelievable. This thing has been on the ground now for over 2 minutes. On radar, it's like occluded on radar, but it's definitely still on the ground here. Wow, that is a large tornado.
Stationary.
That is barely moving. That is a large tornado that is literally not moving right now.
Wow. Coming back at me, I think.
Connor might want to move at some point. I mean, he hasn't moved in like 10 minutes. That's
Coming
not
at
far
me.
from him. It's for me, that would be too close for comfort. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a large tornado that's
Might have to
west
run
of
here
Anson by
soon.
9 miles. This is again live. Connor is probably gonna have to move. I'm
Deviant
watching that like
motion.
distant power line. That dust is kind of hitting it now.
Oh yeah, it's coming right at me. Time to run. Time to run.
Yeah, Connor's gotta go. That wind's picking up quick. That is a large tornado. Like, holy cow. I mean, he doesn't have to go far for this, but not like he's in a spot where this tornado is going that fast. It's pretty slow, but that's a huge tornado.
It's visual, but I'm gonna have to. Comes at me.
While Connor quickly repositions, again, this tornado is definitely on the ground still. Or actually, we'll just stay here because he's still looking at it. I was gonna show you where this actually is on map, but that is unbelievable. I mean, this tornado's barely moved. It's still large. Connor still hasn't moved. The tornado is literally stationary. It's unbelievable. It's moving away from him, right? I mean, it's kind of like moving a little bit away from him. It's not moving though. It's a very slow tornado. That is unbelievable. I mean, this is our easily Connor's.
Cross the road, we're good.
You know, this is Connor's, I think,
Cross the
best
road, we're
intercept
good.
here.
It's roping out. It's roping out.
So, yeah, it looks like that tornado's starting to weaken at the base. Look at that motion. Holy cow.
It's roping out. Oh!
This is
Are you kidding me?
Look at that rope.
Still
This
going.
is unbelievable. I mean, again, we've never had a view like this on a tornado.
Look at it!
Connor just got out of his car.
Come on!
The tornado's occluding on radar. That thing's roping out. It's still on the ground, though. Again, this is 9 miles west of Anson, Texas.
Right there! Just
Still
roped out.
going.
Look at the
This is
deviant motion.
unbelievable.
It's not even up
I
there
mean,
anymore.
it's... Yeah, this is Connor Croft
Wow,
on
it's still
YouTube. You can
going.
check him out. This is, again, unbelievable.
It won't quit. Still going. Still going.
It's
strong
not done.
even.
It's, I mean, it's still going. It was roping out and it's still going.
It's crossing the road. It's about to cross the road again.
Still on the ground 9 miles west of Anson, Texas. It has barely moved. It's going backwards. This is a
Crossing the
drunk
road
tornado
again.
again. This is another drunk nado. It is going back to where it just was. It's going to be very interesting. I don't know if Connor's going to look at the damage track here, but it's going to be very interesting to see that, I think. This thing's still going. You don't even see the condensed area anymore of this tornado. It's just all the
Right
dust
here.
at the ground.
0 meter. Point blank. It's weakening. It's about to lift. No funnel anymore.
That was unbelievable what we just saw. I mean, I'm so
not
glad it's
condensed
not really
tornado
impact
now.
anybody, it looks like. I mean, this is like very much just
Oh!
farmlands here.
Look at that vortex.
Still see it spinning. I mean, again, there's no
Because
condensed
What's left of it? coming
tornado
at me, I
anymore,
think.
but
Barely anything left of it. It's coming at me.
apparently it's coming at Connor again.
Let's go! Alright, it's done.
I don't think I've ever heard Connor so excited.
Oh no, it's still going.
He's always
right
excited, but wow, that was, again,
Still whipping
quite
right
unbelievable
there.
what we just saw. It has,
there. You gotta be
at
kidding
this
me.
point.
That's probably one of the best tornadoes I've ever intercepted.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that's
That might be the
I think
best
that's his
tornado
best
I've
tornado he's ever
intercepted in my
intercepted
life.
for sure. Wow.
Oh my God.
That again was crazy. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for more stuff like that. Especially make sure to subscribe to Connor. That was pretty unbelievable. I mean, again, this is a storm that just produced that tornado near Anson. You can see this is where the tornado was. So again, it barely moved. I mean, again, that path literally was unbelievable. That's your tornado right there. For the last several minutes, it literally barely moved a pixel on radar. And this was here for about 5, 6, 7 minutes. So that tornado is occluded for the time being. We'll see if it redevelops, but that was quite literally unbelievable. That's sometimes what happens with these storm mergers too. That was, again, crazy. Quick update on the storms back down to the south. We still do have a tornado warning east of San Angelo. Very rural spots here, southeast of Bollinger. And that tornado is probably going to drop, is my guess. That is another strong couplet. Yeah, that's probably a tornado in progress. Northeast of Millersview, Texas. That is another strong couplet. So we might have another tornado there that is going to be moving southeast. So once again, that would be also another area to watch for. It'd be right there, right along 1929, east of Paint Rock, where we likely have another tornado dropping right now. Another strong couplet that's going to be moving southeast over the next several minutes, or really due south. They'll have to probably issue a new warning on that one. But yeah, that was, again, unbelievable. That's probably Connor, again, that's definitely Connor's best intercept that we've ever seen. And the good news is that I did not see a single home in that area. So luckily nobody was impacted. And again, we're in rural Texas. So again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage and probably more stuff like that here. Again, it's unbelievable. Literally unbelievable what we just saw. All right, it could reorganize, by the way. We do have an area down here near Anson that could reorganize. Connor's gonna have to probably go out. I bet Connor's gonna go after that here in a few minutes once he gathers himself. We do have a new circulation developing just southwest of Anson, Texas, north of Abilene. This would be the next area that we'd have to watch for the potential for a tornado. Thank you, Boris, for the $10 super chat. It's just AI generated stuff like text, Boris. Thank you, Chris and Kalen, for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it. And anybody else that did become a Velocity member. Slow NATO. That was a no NATO. No movement NATO. That thing did not move. I mean, that was unbelievable. I've never seen a tornado literally sit like that for like multiple minutes on end. Thank you, Chelsea, for the $10 super chat. Isn't it rule of thumb if the tornado looks like it's staying still, that's coming right at you? Not all the time. It highly depends on the environment. So like today, for example, the tornado that we just saw, but a lot of these tornadoes and a lot of these storms in general are barely moving. And that's what we saw in Oklahoma the other night, where the tornadoes that were on the ground were moving a little bit, but they weren't moving a ton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But, you know, the storm motion is pretty critical for anything like that. Again, the storm motion relatively slow today. And so if there's a tornado that's on the ground, obviously you should always seek shelter. But as a storm chaser, you know, you have some more flexibility with that because, you know, if you're looking at a tornado and it doesn't look like it's moving at all, and since it's broad daylight, I mean, you don't really have to move if it's not really moving. And Connor had a perfect visual on it. Now, obviously, if that tornado was moving at any speed towards him, he would have moved. You could look at the power line there during that video. I mean, you could look at the power line out in the distance and you would have a fantastic visual of literally just looking at that power line. And if that dust was getting closer to it, he would have probably easily moved, and he was starting to move, but then it started going back the other way. So, you know, as a storm chaser, I'm not a storm chaser, but as a storm chaser, I mean, you know, that's what you would be looking for. If that tornado is getting within a, you know, certain proximity to you, you would definitely want to move and get out of there. Just like, you know, dip as quick as possible. We do have a new tornado warning on this storm that has more than likely a tornado in progress that is east of Paint Rock. Still radar indicated, but that could definitely drop a tornado at any time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, they have issued a new tornado warning on the storm that Connor was on, and it's the one that's actually, they still have this as confirmed. So, I mean, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I just think it's delayed at this point. But there was a tornado on the ground there. But again, that would be where we're looking for potentially still a tornado. And then right here is our new area of circulation that I would be watching for closely as that moves down to the southeast. So again, a couple different areas that I'll be looking at right now. But we are up to 4 tornado warnings. Again, 2 of them are in basically the same storm right now. Again, here's a widespread view right now of what we're looking at here across the state of Texas and central Texas, where we have, again, we just had a large tornado, and then the one east of San Angelo, more likely than not, is on the ground. Again, that couplet is very intense and very strong. I would be shocked if it wasn't on the ground with how strong that intensification is. East of Paint Rock, Texas, where we more likely than not have a tornado on the ground here, moving southeast. But Connor's now going towards more than likely that new area of circulation near Anson. So, you know, we'll keep a visual on him. See the CC here. And no CC drop, but again, more likely than not, that's a tornado on the ground. The chat went from 5,800 to 14,000 viewers during the tornado in 5 minutes. Did it really? Wow, we got up to 15,000 viewers during that. I wasn't even paying attention. Holy cow. Once again, more likely than not, there's a tornado on the ground east of Paint Rock, Texas. I don't know if there's even a town here. Let me check. But more likely than not, we have a tornado on the ground here. Very strong couplet. This is for Stacy and Dual, Texas. It's a population of 313. So again, if you're in either of those 2 towns, you need to seek shelter. We more than likely have a tornado on the ground here. That's pretty stationary again, but that would be moving slowly to the south and east over the next several minutes. Now let's go back up to this storm for a second. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are watching a severe weather event take place here across Texas. We do have storms in Illinois, but they're not very concerning right now. Mostly just hail and wind. You know, a broad area of circulation near Granville, but again, nothing too crazy. But as of right now, the main concern again is in Texas with multiple storms that have again been producing tornadoes. We've already had, I believe, 2 confirmed tornadoes now. The one near Bollinger, and then this one would possibly be our 3rd one. That would be in progress near Stacy, Texas. And then the one near Anson that we just saw was obviously, again, a large tornado. So that'd be at least our 2nd or 3rd tornado that has just happened over the last few minutes. Look at this thing. I mean, again, there's more than likely a tornado about to go right into Stacy, Texas. Got to seek shelter if you're in this warning near Stacy. Very strong couplet, and more likely than not, we have a tornado here moving east. Guys, stop spamming Illinois. There's, again, if there's something to cover there, I will go to it. There's, again, very minimal stuff going on right now there. We're mostly focused on Texas, and if there's any warnings up there that are concerning, I'll go to it. But right now, it's mostly just isolated severe weather. There's no reason to have everybody spam Illinois. Unless we have something happening there. Connor was very excited. That's how he acts when there's a tornado. That's how he acts when there's a tornado. Once again, there's more likely than not a tornado that is on the ground near Stacy, Texas. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is currently tracking very slowly to the east, but it's going to be probably going right into the town of Stacy, Texas. The very strong couplet right now on radar. And as of right now, this is still not... What? Connor just say landspout, or did I hear something else? What's Connor looking at here? Okay, never mind. There's a rainbow above him, though.
Punch south!
Connor's going to be going to the southern side of that storm, but there's a rainbow there at the top. But yeah, more likely than not, we still have a tornado on the ground near Stacy. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows. That's Stacy, Texas. Connor's yelling something. Yeah, I know. That's why I went to him. Usually when he's yelling, there's something happening. Otherwise, just hyping himself up. Here's the latest scan on the Stacy storm. Once again, this would be the storm that we're watching for. It's going to be approaching Stacy. Again, more than likely has a tornado on the ground. It looks like it's stalled out over the latest scan. So right now, that would again be where we're looking at the potential for a tornado near Stacy, Texas. It is, once again, stationary. So if that's on the ground, it's not going to be moving. Now, for the record, any tornado that we've seen so far today has not had a CC drop, at least definitively on radar. So more likely than not, again, that is a tornado that is moving towards Stacy. Either way, you should be in your safe place, even if there wasn't a tornado, because there could be one at any time. That rotation is still very strong at this time. And again, that is right now moving eastbound towards Stacy, Texas. You continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. We still do have a tornado warning that is back up in Anson, Texas, which is where we had that large tornado west of Anson. And once again, that produced a tornado. We could see another one here. So I would still be very vigilant. I would be watching this area here for that next chance at a tornado, which again, Connor will be getting pretty close to here pretty soon as he continues to move in that direction. I think Connor's driving through hail now, so hopefully he doesn't bang up his car too much. And Connor's saying it's bigger than quarter-sized hail on that storm. Yeah, once again, what we're looking at is Texas. That's where most of these storms are. But Connor's driving through some hail. This is what it looks like. For those that ever want to try to drive through hail, I don't recommend it. But Connor's driving through hail that's a little bit larger than the size of a quarter. It won't necessarily damage your car, but it definitely could in some cases.
Nope, don't want to go over there. Water everywhere. Light flooding in town here. Thing could do it again. Thing could easily do it again.
It's actually flooding there.
Gonna have to get south.
Is his windshield cracked? I don't think so. Tornado is likely still on the ground just southwest of Stacy, Texas, by the way. Bottom right of your screen. Very rural area, but it'll be near the Colorado River.
Got to buy
Colorado
Freddy
River
dinner.
in Texas, apparently. There's definitely some flooding there.
Giving me his phone mount.
Right in Anson.
Gonna have to buy Freddy some dinner tonight. All right, let's blast through the hail.
Sing along? What are we singing along to? Was there a song?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another confirmed tornado that is going to be north of Abilene, Texas. Seek shelter if you're in this warning.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this tornado is going to be located near Truby, which would more than likely be this right here that we're looking at. So yeah, another tornado on the ground. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I don't see anything on the velocities, but this is confirmed by weather spotters in the area. With a tornado in progress, Connor's currently approaching this storm. He's driving through the core of the hail, but he should be into a clear eye, bird eye view here soon. So once again, confirmed tornado here. That's going to be north of Abilene, just south of Anson. It's going to be going towards Holly and Phantom Hill. Truby's also in the track of this. Again, north of Abilene. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, and we're still watching the storm that's near Stacy, which again is more likely than not had a tornado on the ground for a few minutes now. Rotation's still very tight. It's moving down south now, so it's again just west and southwest of Stacy. I'll be going towards Duel here pretty soon. No CC drop at all, but you know, again, you don't really need a CC drop in this environment for there to be a confirmed tornado. The song is Stacy's Mom? Oh, okay. There's a brief tornado, like minutes. Connor's looking at it right now. If there's a tornado, he would see it. Again, more likely than not, we still have some sort of tornado or something like that just southwest of Stacy. And that's the storm right there. That would be suspect for a tornado.
Golf balls coming down.
Golf balls are falling out of the sky.
Oh! Oh! Big hail coming down.
Yeah, that's a storm north of Abilene.
Oh, that was big. A poor windshield. It's already cracked.
Have we seen any confirmation of photos or anything for that Stacy, Texas tornado? Does anybody know on Twitter? He is nuts. Yeah, he is nuts.
See it rotating right here. I don't see it on the ground though.
It's making a sound every time a hailstone hits his car. Yeah, I don't see a tornado on the ground here, but again, if there is one, it's gonna be south of Anson near Truby, Texas, sorry.
Might be off to my right too.
If you guys do see any photos on Twitter, just at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay report
Even
again.
off to my
We haven't
right.
anything officially confirmed, but the rotation is strong enough on
It
Stacy
does.
Storm, which again could be a
off
tornado.
to my right. See that wall? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on here? I don't know what's going on here, but you better get the flip out of my way.
Once again, this is a storm that is producing that potential for a tornado. Again, this is moving southeast. It's north of Abilene. Again, Abilene, you're not in the direct path of this right now, or you kind of are in the path, but you're not like in the direct target for this. You're still a good hour out or so from this storm. I would still stay vigilant. There is a chance that this does go towards Abilene, and it could produce a tornado as it moves that direction. So continue to stay alert if you're in Abilene, Texas. And again, Holly is really the main area in the track of this particular storm. And then further down to the south on that Stacy tornado warning. Once again, this has had very strong rotation for quite a while. Again, if there is a tornado, it's going to be southwest of Stacy. It may be weakening. The velocities aren't nearly as strong. It's, again, has not been confirmed at any point yet. Haven't seen any photos or videos or anything like that, but the rotation is strong enough to the point where there could be a tornado on the ground on that storm. But it is still radar indicated according to the National Weather Service. And then the storm that is north of Abilene has been confirmed reportedly as of about 4 or 5 minutes ago. Again, Connor's not seeing anything yet, which he sniffed out the first tornado, and he possibly could do it on this tornado too, north of Abilene. So we'll go back to Connor here in a second. Thank you, Dennis, by the way, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Stacy showing on Twitter. Oh yeah, that's definitely a tornado on the ground. Yeah, that tornado is definitely on the ground in Stacy. It's a cone tornado. I just retweeted the photo of it at MaxVelocityWX. But yeah, that's definitely a tornado. Surprised it never did go confirmed, but it may be occluding. The velocities on the latest scan were much weaker. But there is a cone-shaped tornado, or was a cone-shaped tornado on this storm. Well, that was good timing. It just went confirmed, so this tornado is now officially on the ground near Duel in Stacy, Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, just southwest of Stacy, Texas, that is your confirmed tornado. Again, this has probably been on the ground for, I'm assuming this has been on the ground for longer than just a few minutes now. Our rotation's been strong for a while. So Presumably it's been on the ground probably for about 10 to 15 minutes, but either way, it doesn't really matter. It's on the ground actively. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. If you're near Dual or Stacy, Texas, I would stay weather aware if you're in Miller's View. It's not far from you. If you're back over near Hayes Crossing or Waldrip, I would also stay vigilant because these areas are not far from this storm. You're at least getting the hail core of this storm, but this would be the area that we're looking for the potential for a tornado, which again is more likely than not a bit more of a large tornado. We're talking about a cone shape that is on the ground near Dual, Texas. Once again, that is moving currently down to the south very slowly, with the hail core that's been growing extensively to the east. So still a pretty large hail core near 1929, north of Brady, Texas, and north of Melvin. So that is, again, a confirmed tornado as of now. See what the velocities show. It's about to come in on the latest scan here. We don't have any CC drop, but... And if you're in a mobile home, by the way, you should have alternate plan today to go somewhere else. You go to a sturdy structure if you're in a mobile home. You should never be in a mobile home during a tornado or tornado warning. I have got to say, we've seen some, I mean, this is a very, again, April itself was the most, or the second most active April when it came to tornadoes, like literally of all time, at least, you know, from what we've seen. I think Connor's looking at something. Strong rotation where Connor is. Let's jump to him real quick. He's on the storm that's back up near Anson. What I was just saying is that we had about 300 tornadoes in April. It was our second most tornadic
really
April of all time. The only one that was more was 2011. Which had 700 plus tornadoes. So that was double what we just saw, you know, this April, which is pretty crazy.
Got no roads until I get a bit further south. Have to stay on the road I'm on for 5 miles. Hopefully it waits the
Go back to Connor if he sees anything. But once again, the storm near Stacy still producing a tornado. This tornado was going kind of east and it dips down to the south. Now it's going down to the southwest. So this tornado that's on the ground southwest of Stacy is kind of going southwest. Now again, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you should continue to stay in your storm shelter or basement, wherever your safe place is. But this tornado is starting to take a U-turn back to the southwest. So if you're kind of in this area just northwest of Dual, you should be in your safe place. I would even do that if you're, you know, near 765 here, because if this tornado does go that direction, it'll be approaching your area east of Millerview. And Connor has a funnel apparently being spotted on that storm.
There it goes.
There's your funnel. It's on the Anson storm.
Might be trying. Well, definitely is trying. My plan here. Shut up, car. Shut up, car. Trying to drop again. Oh, here it
Little
goes.
funnel there in Anson.
Coming down. You're good.
We'll go back to that storm.
Full funnel.
Yeah, that rotation's intensifying on radar.
Gotta get down this road. I gotta get in front of that so I can intercept.
Yeah, this is quickly intensifying. Look at that hook echo on radar. Holy cow.
Up and due south.
Look at this hook echo on radar. That is really intensified over the last couple minutes. This is probably going to drop something. Oh yeah, that's strong. We more than likely have a tornado on the ground. Connor's a little bit behind just by like 20 seconds, so it might already be on the ground here. If not, there's at least a funnel cloud, which was what Connor was looking at. And it looks like we may have a CC drop, possibly. It's super definitive, but that's very close to being so. I mean, again, that right there, that is intensified rapidly over the last couple of minutes near Anson, Texas, near Truby, just north of Abilene. Connor's still saying it's a funnel. And we'll go full screen to him here in a minute if he sees anything. But that right there is a rapidly intensifying area of rotation. And that's going to be approaching Hawley, Texas. If you're in Abilene, you need to still stay vigilant. Again, the storm is 15 miles to your north. It is still relatively far, and it doesn't sound like it's far, but you know, when you think about it, the storm is moving south at like 10 to 15 miles per hour. Officially 15 miles per hour according to the National Weather Service. So it's not a very fast-moving storm. It's still about an hour out, so I wouldn't be panicking if you're in Abilene. But I would still stay vigilant, because if there is a tornado or any sort of tornado threat, it could be going towards you. But once again, that would be an area that we're watching for right now. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Again, more than likely we have a tornado on the ground east of Truby and west-northwest of Hawley. Connor thinks it's dropping down now. It's coming down. Okay, let's go to Connor again. That's your funnel right there. It's the funnel clad top middle. For those that are kind of not super familiar with what they look like, that would be the top middle there. Not a super definitive funnel, but it's a little funnel. Radar just updated. I'll see what the velocities look like. And for the record, again, storm chasers do have a little bit of a delay when it comes to their live feed, so it's not a huge delay. It's like 20 seconds, but
yeah, it's on the ground. It's on the ground. Tornado's on the ground right now. Coming down right here.
Yeah, that is strong rotation. Look at that on the bottom right.
There it is.
That is on the ground here again.
Tornado on the ground.
It's not condensed, but see the debris right there? It looks like in the bottom of your screen near the surface. This is on the ground. That tornado is quickly... It's trying to condense, tornado. But that is on the ground. Again, that's east of Truby and west of Hawley, Texas. Wow. Again, if you're in this warning, if you got to seek shelter, it's going to be north of Abilene. It's only including Hawley and Truby, Texas.
This is the ground circulation. It's on the ground. It's trying to fully condense. Ripping up crap. It's ripping
now once again
up.
Is another tornado that is trying to condense.
Oh wow, tight circulation.
You can see the debris right there. I mean, it's on the ground. I'm just saying you can't see the condensed area there near the surface. Oh, look at that thing.
Oh.
This is just unbelievable. This is the second tornado that Connor has spotted. That rotation on radar is awfully strong.
Look at that funnel. This fully condenses, it will be insane.
Now this tornado in particular, it's going to be heading towards Hawley, Texas and Hodges, Texas. A little bit more populated than where we were before. So again, if you're in either of those areas, you've got to seek shelter.
It's trying.
On right of your screen is that rotation. There you go. Still, it hasn't really condensed fully, but we're still being picked up there. Is Fort Worth going to see tornadoes today? I do not expect tornadoes there. Maybe some wind, but that's about it. That funnel's condensing now. It's condensing more than before. It's a little bit lower.
Wow. That's going to be incredible if it can touch down.
It's just unbelievable. Texas tornadoes go crazy.
It will be incredible. Moving south.
By the way, Connor is on YouTube. And his link's in the description. I believe it is still picking up debris.
Vortices.
That rotation on radar is even intenser than before. Got a hook echo and everything on this storm. Look at that thing. Wow.
Wow.
This is crazy.
Wow. Look at the vortices dancing.
I mean, look at that vortice right there on the ground.
Look at the vortices dancing around the circulation.
Wish I could circle these things. I need to figure out a way to circle this stuff sometime.
Wow.
I think when we get more monitors, we'll try to figure that out somehow. That's another vortice right there. This is just insane. And this is currently, this tornado's on the ground near Holly, Texas. And this is north of Abilene. This is again Connor Croft. Storm chasing this storm, which has dropped now 2 different tornadoes. The first one was large and barely moved.
Big bull
This one's
funnel.
still moving.
It's almost time to go. Try and get ahead of it for intercept. Okay, I'm gonna put you guys on the mount while I look at roads.
Go back to Connor in a second. I do want to show you again what we're looking at here. So we got a hook echo. That's what we're looking at for this particular tornado. So if you're new to weather, again, what we're looking for is this hook echo here. And that tornado would be located inside of this hook in most cases. And a lot of these tornadoes have a large hail core. Gives you an idea that this is a supercell thunderstorm. Velocities are really critical. That's what the wind speed is essentially on radar. So these are the winds that are going toward the radar. These are the winds going away from the radar. And when these two colors combine and condense, that is when we have very strong rotation. In most cases, we'll see a tornado with something like this. And so that's where the tornado is. It's just northwest of Holly, Texas, and it is still actively picking up debris by the looks of it. Here's, again, the live shot. It's still going. Again, the funnel's at the top. It hasn't condensed into like an actual cone-shaped tornado, but that debris that you're seeing there near the surface is what the tornado is currently spinning near the ground. It's just, again, not condensed. Still doing it. All that on the left side of your screen is that tornado. Connor's gonna have a better view here in a second.
Sir.
And that right there, look at that thing. Look at that. Look at that field. It's a larger dust field than before. Look at that rotation on radar. I mean, this thing is intense on radar. Multiple vortices there at the bottom. This is just unbelievable. Look at all those vortices and all that spin at the ground.
Wow, it's ripping stuff up.
Funnel's still, I mean, that funnel cloud hasn't condensed, but I mean, or this tornado, I should say, it hasn't condensed. Connor's getting closer to it, so we have a better view. That's, again, he's driving closer. That right there is still a tornado that's on the ground. Very strong rotation on radar for the record. This is... velocities right now are relatively strong. 99 versus 35 right now. We actually do have a CC drop on this, which would just indicate the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere, which right now is just a lot of dust. It's a better view of this tornado now near Connor. Fence kind of blocks that dusty looking view, but I think he's gonna, yeah, he's getting up and looking now. There you go.
Get out of here, dude. Incredible
This is
tornado.
unbelievable. Look at all of the different vortices there. And it's just west of Holly, Texas. Again, if you're in Holly, Texas, you've got to seek shelter now. Tornado will be approaching you, and also Hodges, Texas. For reference, again, this is about 10-15 miles north of Abilene, and there it is. It's condensing now. Or it's trying to. It's condensing, and now it's not. Might try again. That thing's still trying to condense. And this tornado's been on the ground for a while, but there's your condensing. Once again, another tornado on the ground. That rotation on radar is literally insane. That is really strong rotation heading towards Holly. Yeah, if you're in Holly, you've got to seek shelter. Holly, Texas, you've got to get to your safe place now. It's a basement storm shelter. Closet or bathroom away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's a very dangerous storm producing a tornado. Rotation is very strong. Stop condensing again. I mean, this thing's been condensing and not condensing like 6 different times. Look at that thing. You can't even hear Connor. What he's basically pointing out is the large storm base and wall cloud of this, and then again that cone shape. The wind is so strong where Connor is, you really can't hear him. And this tornado is heading right into the town of Holly, Texas. If you're in Holly, you've got to seek shelter immediately. This is now a PDS tornado. This is now a particularly dangerous situation in Texas.
This is an emergency
This is
alert.
including
A
Abilene,
large
by
and
the
strong
way.
tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is again a particularly dangerous situation. That means that there is a large and strong tornado on the ground. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Again, that includes Abilene, Impact, and Ty, Texas. This is again a large and strong tornado that is on the ground. This is an extremely dangerous situation. If you're in Abilene, Ty, Impact, or Holly, Texas, you've got to run to your safe place. That tornado is on the ground at the bottom right of your screen. This is again a PDS tornado. This is only issued when there is a strong and or large tornado that is on the ground. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and lowest floor possible. And Connor's on at the bottom right of your screen. I'll go back to him in a second. Also, a big inflow is what Connor's saying. Again, this rotation on radar is insane. That is your tornado. Very strong rotation and very strong velocities going towards the radar. They're also very strong going away from the radar. This is still very strong rotation, and apparently Connor's windshield is now getting pelted by very large hail. Baseball-sized hail is falling on Connor now on his car. And that is your tornado. That is the large and strong tornado that is currently on the ground approaching Holly.
Hail! Oh, that's a softball!
Apparently there's softball-sized hail now. There's your tornado. This tornado is heading right into the town of Holly, Texas. This is a PDS tornado. Again, a large and strong tornado in Texas.
Oh! Gosh, I'm gonna blow out a side window here.
I don't know if Connor can even move. I mean, his windows are gonna get busted out if he doesn't move.
Oh!
I did not expect a PDS tornado today, and this thing is still broken. And this is a PDS tornado near Abilene, Texas. Abilene is included in the PDS tornado warning.
I got our intercept. I got our intercept road. Incredible tornado in progress. Ah, baseball's still coming down.
This tornado is about to enter right into Holly, Texas. Again, if you're in Holly, you've got to seek shelter. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building.
You've got to be kidding me! Oh!
He's taking some serious shots from this hill right now. That tornado is picking up some debris now. That's going through possibly some homes in the area.
Oh!
And this right here is your large and strong tornado. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado that is heading towards Holly, Texas. It'll be moving towards the north side of Abilene in the next 10 to 15 minutes. You've got to seek shelter, though, if you're in Abilene. Once again, this is a large and strong tornado, which is, again, what you're looking at right now on Connor Croft's screen. And we're going to go back to him. But this is your tornado. It is a very strong area of rotation. Velocities are very intense. You've got to seek shelter, again, if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As a basement, that's a storm shelter, that is a closet or a bathroom, if you are in this tornado warning. Again, that is still picking up debris. You can see the debris at the bottom. This is probably hitting homes now.
Wow, that was close.
If you know anybody in Holly, Texas, you know, make sure they're all right. It's on the west side right now of that town.
This is actually incredible.
It's unfortunately probably going to hit the west side of Holly.
Bro. Trying to go? Okay, we're not.
The storm again is moving south-southeast, going to be going towards Abilene,
It's just sitting here. The tornado
Okay, now
is
the
stationary.
Connor's saying the tornado's stationary. It has slowed down on radar. Last time that happened, it occluded over like a 5 to 10 minute span.
This is the craziest thing I've ever
This is
seen.
insane. That is a condensed tornado now, in Holly, Texas. Ignore Anson, Texas. Again, this is in Holly, Texas, not Anson. The location bottom left is wrong. It's Holly, Texas, where the tornado is currently on the ground. That tornado is condensing, and it is even larger than what it just was. This is literally insane what we're seeing right now. I mean, again, this is close up. It's almost as clear as day when you look at tornadoes like this. And it's uncondensing again. Yeah, this is Connor Croft on this storm. Again, storm chasing on this PDS tornado north of Abilene. Again, the tornado itself is about 1 mile west of Holly, Texas.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing either. I mean, this is, again, it's just crazy. Once again, if you're in Holly, Texas, if you're just tuning in and you're in Holly, you've got to run to your safe place. This is a large tornado on the ground. From what Connor said, it's not really moving now, but I wouldn't take the chance.
Sorry, guys.
These tornadoes can move any direction at any time. There's still huge hail falling out of the sky. Yes, I do work with Connor. We'll go back to this in a second. Once again, Holly, Texas, you've got to seek shelter. This right here is your strong and large tornado that we're looking at actively. That's really moving into the Holly area. Hodges as well, you got to seek shelter. If you're in North Abilene, you need to seek shelter. If you're in Abilene, Texas, even though you got a few minutes, you should still be seeking shelter. Use that tornado action plan, as this storm will be heading in your direction over the next several minutes. Even if this tornado occludes, we could still see a tornado come toward your area. This is the latest scan. The tornado is now, instead of going east, it is now dropping down to the south. So the latest scan is showing that tornado going southbound. Regardless, if you're in Holly, you've got to go to your safe place. This is still a large tornado on the ground near Holly, Texas. And Hodges, you've got to go to your safe place, and the north side of Abilene. You've all got to go to your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This tornado has been on the ground, I think, for like 15 to 20 minutes now. Yeah, this is Connor Croft on the storm near Holly. He's also on YouTube. You can follow him. Links in the description. This is just insane. It's just again, at the bare minimum, even if it's not large, it is a strong tornado. The velocities on radar are quite strong. I mean, again, we're talking about gate to gate around 100, 120 right now. It was higher before.
Dude. Just sitting there, just going and going.
This is just literally insane. This tornado's again been on the ground for 15 minutes or so. It's only been condensed for the last like 10 minutes, or about, not even 10 minutes, probably last 8 minutes. This is picking up serious debris, it looks like now. Possibly trees or buildings. Bottom of your screen, you can see that spinning around the vortex at the ground. That is the strongest I think we've seen this tornado now. It's actually picking up legitimate debris by the looks of it. And again, this is going right through Hodges and Holly, Texas right now.
I can't believe it, man. I cannot believe this.
The tornado's not moving very fast, but it's going right now right through Holly. CC drop? I'm guessing so much. Let me look. Yeah, you got a clear CC drop right there. It's not super definitive, but that would be your CC drop.
It's just sitting there.
This tornado is actually condensed even further. It hasn't really weakened. It's getting larger again. And it's getting stronger. That is picking up some thick debris. Again, this is in Holly, Texas, Hodges, Texas. This is about, I believe, 10 miles north of Abilene, the downtown area of Abilene. Abilene is included right now in this tornado warning.
Still got all the windows somehow. Somehow we still have all our windows. I don't even know how, really.
This is even more condensed than before. Again, this is a strong and large tornado It's near Route 83, and it's also going to be just on the west side of Holly. The tornado now on the latest radar scan, we're going to go back to Connor in a second, but this tornado, look at the velocities here. This was originally going towards Holly. It's now dipping south. Now again, tornadoes can change directions. So this could go east, it could go west at any time, it could go north or south. So if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, you've got to go to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is an Abilene, Texas area. This is like central Texas. It's really the core of this area. Again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. You can see the tornado. This is live. That's a large and strong tornado that is on the ground here north of Abilene. It's a pretty serious situation. This is now the second large tornado that we've seen. The first one barely moved.
Yeah, I think
looks like it's roping out again.
Finally about to die.
Hope it dies out. It's kind of taking a very sharp right turn. The condensed area is still there.
Just kidding. It's back.
Nope, it's still there. This is not really weakening yet. Let's hope it weakens, but there's still clearly debris, by the way.
Okay, I got a better road.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a large and strong tornado on the west side of Holly, Texas, about 10 to 12 miles north of Abilene. It's still going. I think Connor's going to try to reposition here. We'll back to him in a second. Once again, this is your tornado that's on the ground. This is your tightening on radar just east of Hodges and also down to the southwest of Holly. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to stay in your safe place away from windows, the lowest floor possible. This has been a large and strong tornado for the last several minutes. That debris signature is right about there. We don't have a clear view of that, but that is where your tornado would be on the ground. It's going to be right between Hodges and Holly for the next few minutes. And again, this will be tracking down towards Abilene, Impact, and Ty, Texas. So you've got to continue to stay in that storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're anywhere in either of these two pink polygons, I would still stay in your safe place if you're even on the northern one. But even on this southern one, that's where it's going. The storm's moving south right now, and it will be going towards Impact and as well as Abilene over the next few minutes. I'll fix Connor's stream. Just give me 1 second. It's a little bit laggy here.
Roping out.
Looks like that tornado might be roping out. Hopefully it does. The problem is from here, I mean, this storm could recycle again and drop another tornado. We've had it happen now. This is the second tornado on this storm that has been large, and you know, Abilene will be in the track for this. Right side of your screen's that tornado. It's not as big as before, but it's still picking up debris. Car's losing signal a little bit here, but he's still here.
Can't call me during a tornado, bro.
And that tornado's on the ground right now, about a couple miles to the west-southwest of Holly. It is going to be approaching the northwest side of North Abilene. Still on the ground as of right now. Apparently there's an injured child in this area from this tornado. That is just awful. Being reported by Freddie McKinney.
Going, dude.
Multiple injured children. Where was this? Do you know? Was it like a school or something? I think that tornado's still on the ground.
Yeah,
it may have lifted. Can't tell yet.
Tornadoes are roping out.
There's a funnel there at the top right. There might still be debris. It just might not be condensed for a tornado. The radar's showing it not nearly as strong as before. Let's hope it's just roping out right now. Mobile home park. Oh, that's awful. That's why I always
There it
say,
goes.
you know, if you're in a mobile
About to
home area,
disappear for
you know,
good.
you can't be there during tornadoes. It's just not safe. Huge shout out to Freddie McKinney, by the way. Apparently he has an injured person in his car. Hopefully he gets the help that he needs.
My stream phone. If you don't have my burner, don't call, please. I know.
I mean, Connor's not
That's
really
my
close enough to
stream
do
phone
anything
you're
like
calling
that.
right
Obviously,
now.
he's still
Please
pretty
do not
far
call.
away from where this tornado would
I
be
don't know
or
where
is.
Freddy is. I know there's. I don't know where he is. He has not zealed me. Freddy, do you have a copy?
Once
People
again,
are
this
saying you
is-
got injured. People, where are you?
Apparently, there are injured children near Holly, Texas, in a mobile park. I was gonna try to go over there if he gets the location. Just awful. And once again, even if there's no tornado on the ground anymore, this could definitely recycle. This is, again, the live radar. Notice how strong that tornado was before near Holly. Picked up significant debris once again. A lot of damage to areas there, but it has occluded for the time being, but it could easily recycle. That's your rotation near Holly. Hopefully it doesn't, but this is going to be going towards a very populated area, so we've got to keep that in mind here. This is going to be heading towards a relatively populated area here near Abilene, Texas. And then Jones County. It's going to be going towards impact and tie. Again, if you're in any of those areas, you should stay very vigilant because this could still recycle and drop another large tornado. If you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe. And we'll keep you posted with the latest. We're going to be live here probably at least for another couple of hours through this threat. Again, unfortunately, by the sounds of it, you know, from what I'm hearing, there are children injured in Holly, Texas, or in that vicinity where this tornado just happened. That debris that you saw being lifted up into the atmosphere a few minutes ago on Connor's stream there gives you an idea of what that tornado was doing. It was picking up debris, possibly some of those mobile homes. It looked like, I saw it looked to be, you know, some like wooden planks, and that might have been what that was. Once again, just really, really sad stuff. And again, if you know anybody in Holly, Texas, if you know anybody in Hodges or Truby, anywhere basically in this pyramid here, or not really pyramid, that circle, I should say, you know, give them a call or text and make sure they're okay. Hopefully you can get through to them. But, you know, what we just witnessed was a strong and intense tornado here near Holly. This started all back about, I think about 25 minutes ago or so, and it just ripped through the west side of Holly with significant damage. This tornado is fully occluded on radar, but it could recycle. I would still stay in your safe place if you're near Abilene. The storm's gonna be heading in your direction here soon, and it could recycle. It's just a very dangerous storm. Again, prayers to anybody that was just hit by this. Just really scary stuff near Holly. It's horrible. The link for Connor's in the description. I don't have a link to Freddy. The link for Connor's in the description. I don't know what Connor's doing yet. I don't know if he's going to keep chasing for the storm or he's going to try to, you know, help those people. I don't know if he can actually get there. I'm not entirely sure. But he has no idea where Freddy is. That's the problem. But if you're in the area and you know any first responders or anything like that, just give him a holler. I don't know where this was, but I'm guessing it was somewhere like in here is my guess. But I couldn't tell you. I don't know where the damage happened. I think Connor is going to try to help. But there's damage here. We'll probably have at least some visual of the damage in a few minutes. Connor's in that area. Connor's doing search and rescue now.
Sounds good.
There's
Thank
the
you, sir.
damage. Wow. I don't even think this was where the main core of the tornado happened. Yeah, that right there's the damage.
These houses are covered, chat.
Sounds like those homes have been covered in that area, so there's a lot of search and rescue people there already. That's what the tornado was. Lots of random debris kind of scattered in the fences as well. All right, once again, this is still a PDS tornado. Even though it's no longer on the ground, it could still drop again at any time as it moves towards Abilene and impact. Once again, that is right now moving down to the south-southeast near Route 83. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. We've had 2 different large tornadoes with this storm, just for the record. So, you know, if you haven't been watching the entire stream, we had a large tornado on the northwest side, or really west side of Anson. It's about 9 miles to the west of Anson not too long ago. It was probably about an hour ago. We also had another large tornadoes on the ground for probably about 25 minutes or so here near Holly. So once again, you know, just very significant tornado that just went through Holly. And again, if you know any friends or family in Holly, please give them a call. There's been reportable injuries in this area. But once again, this is going to be moving south, and it could drop another tornado as it moves that direction. But for the time being, that rotation is going to be located on the south side of Holly, which was, again, going to be an area that we have to watch for some sort of recycling. We could see another hook echo develop, and that could, again, end up dropping another tornado as it moves towards the very populated area, by the way, of Abilene, Texas. Abilene's not a small town. It's a, you know, it is a city there. So, once again, Abilene, Texas, you've got to be in your safe place just in case this tries to drop again. Injuries are being reported in Holly, Texas, as a tornado has directly hit homes. That's just something I'm reading off Twitter on a report. Yeah, we kind of saw some of that damage there at Holly, but I do think Connor might be going after the storm again. I'm not 100% sure, but prayers to anybody that was just hit by a tornado. That was significant. 135,000 in Abilene's populated. You can see all the roads on the map here. I mean, it's a populated city. There's a lot of people there. And unfortunately, if we do get a tornado, it would be going pretty much right into Abilene. So you know, if you're in Abilene, you've got to stay very vigilant here. You've got to go to your safe place if you're in Abilene and you're tuning in. Anywhere in the surrounding areas. Again, this could recycle and drop yet again another tornado. Again, we've had 2 different tornadoes with this. There could be a third. Apparently, Connor's saying there might be another tornado developing where he is, but I'm not seeing anything too tight on radar yet. But if it does develop, it'll be on the east side of Hodges. Yeah, again, huge shout out to Freddie McKinney. He's helping a ton of people there in Holly, Texas. 3 or 4 colleges in Abilene. I can't remember what the colleges were. I know there's at least 1, but apparently there's 4. Freddie ended his stream. He's heading to the hospital with kids. Just so horrible. So horrible. Yeah, those poor kids. Abilene Christian. I think that's the main one that I know of there. And right here is where we're looking for the potential for a tornado again. That is where the strong rotation is. And again, Connor's looking at that right now, bottom right of your screen. We could get another tornado with this. And again, if it does drop, it's going to be heading right towards Abilene. If you're in Abilene, Texas, you've got to seek shelter. If you're in Impact, Texas, if you're in Ty, Texas, Holly, any of those areas, again, you've got to seek shelter. This could drop another tornado that's, you know, possibly as strong as the first one. It's not being ruled out at this point. And this is moving southeast right now. EMS is trying to get there. Heavy rain is hindering their response. Yeah, I mean, we got huge hail on the back side of this storm. We got more than just that. We also got, you know, tons of rain. And this is, again, the storm that just went through. Let me go back a few frames. But this was the storm on the reflectivity. I didn't give you a great visual of that, but look at that hook echo that we had earlier. That was where the large tornado was. It was right in this hook. I mentioned it before when we're, you know, in the middle of the tornado warning. And it kept going. It's kind of occluded, but again, it's going to probably try to recycle here. It's at least trying. The rotation's not as strong, but again, it could intensify at any time. And what we're looking at here are the winds that are going to be going towards the radar and away from the radar, so that's your circulation. Once we get very strong couplet here, like very bright red and green colors, that's usually when we have a tornado, in some cases, a strong and large tornado. We don't have that right now, but we do have at least a stronger area of circulation, and Connor's mentioning that as well, that there is at least some circulation there that might be trying to drop a tornado. But you got to take this seriously again if you're in Abilene. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Abilene, if you're in Impact, if you're in Ty. This will be heading right in that direction. I honestly don't know really a whole lot about Freddy. I've never really watched him, but I do want to, you know, again say, huge shout out to Freddie McKinney. He's doing search and rescue there, and he's taking some of the injured children to the hospital there in Holly, Texas. Just a massive shout out to him. I mean, seriously. This is probably going to drop again. We got a strong couplet right now on the west side of Route 83. This is intensifying yet again. More than likely, we're going to get another tornado with this. So at least some sort of lowering is my guess. Again, Connor will have a view of this again. But this could drop another tornado. Again, it's on the north side of Abilene. Those velocities have intensified on the last scan here. All right, there is your rotation. So again, if you know any friends or family in Abilene, Texas, you got to give them a call or text. Make sure that they are being very vigilant here. This is a serious situation. Again, this is not like a typical tornado day here. We're talking about 2 large tornadoes that we've had with the storm. Thankfully, the first one did not impact really anybody. It was in farmland and it was barely moved. The second one went through a town of Holly, and this could also drop something. And again, it's going to be going towards Holly. Or sorry, going to be going towards North Abilene and impact. By the way, this is back down to radar indicated. Sorry, I didn't notice that. I think they just updated the warning, but it is back down to radar indicated rotation. It is no longer a particularly dangerous situation for Abilene, but I do want to reiterate, we could get another tornado here, and it could again be strong and or large. So, you know, if you're in Abilene, you've still got to take this seriously. This rotation is trying to develop again. And what I mean by recycling is that essentially the first tornado weakened and it occluded, and there might be a second one developing with it that could intensify just like the first one. So, yeah, if you're in Abilene, you've got to seek shelter. You cannot not take this warning seriously. You've got to take it seriously. Yeah, Connor right now is going to be chasing this storm, so if it does drop again, we'll have a view of it. The area that he went to do search and rescue, there were already people there, so we'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Trying to see if there's any other reports here on Twitter. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Any reports of, like, you know, again, damage or injuries or anything like that, I'll try to relay that information if it is of importance. But if you're just tuning in, we do have injuries that have been confirmed in the Holly area from a tornado that was large. That's in Texas, again, just north of Abilene. And we had a very large and strong tornado. The first tornado has occluded and weakened. We have a second one that might be trying to develop now northwest of Abilene. And that right there will be where we're watching for that chance for a tornado. We're looking at the velocities radar. It gives us an idea of the spin in the atmosphere, the winds, and the latest scan actually just weakened it entirely. So hopefully that continues. The latest scan just occluded that area of rotation, but I would still stay in your safe place just in case, because this could still technically intensify again. Latest scan just kind of weakened that out. And we're going to continue to watch the storm very closely as it approaches Abilene. It's a very populated area. All right, I have to pee because I'm going to pee right now in case this does drop again. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. We'll go to Connor for a second, and we'll be right back.
If you're enjoying this storm and these tornado intercepts, should have hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. Unfortunately, it does seem like people were injured by that tornado. I've been trying to get a hold of Freddie, but clearly he's in a situation.
Hey Connor, I'm okay, man. I just took a whole family. Their house just got completely leveled, like EF4 damage, and they had injuries. Kids had injuries. I took the whole family to the hospital, and I'm okay. I'm at the hospital now.
I don't think there's anything on the ground right now. Is the hospital in Abilene like in the path of the storm? And I'm glad that you're okay, and hopefully those guys you took to the hospital are okay as well. Great work, dude. You're a freaking hero.
All right.
Thankfully, guys, this looks outflow dominant right now. This does not look like it's in a position.
I'm saying it's outflow dominant, and I hope so. I mean, this hopefully will not drop anything else. This is
dominant.
And already significant as is. We do have a damage report coming out of the southwest side of Hawley. Property damage reported southwest of Hawley at FM 605 as of approximately 9 minutes ago. So that's a new report. This actually might be becoming outflow dominant. The rotation really quickly weakened again. So I'm hoping this isn't, you know, I really hope this doesn't drop again. I mean, it looks to be outflow dominant, but let's just hope. Again, if you're in Abilene, though, I would still stay in your safe place just in case. Connors was just talking to Freddie. Family's in the hospital. I hope they, you know, they're okay. It was just horrible. Again, I cannot say this enough. I don't know who Freddie is, but I want to give him a big shout out. If you know Freddie McKinney, you know, follow him on YouTube or whatever platform he's on. I mean, he's saving lives out there. Oh God, I'm seeing the photos on Twitter. It's just horrible. It's horrible. Just horrible. I mean, again, I'm not going to retweet the photos, but literally kids being carried out of a home from Hawley, Texas. Just horrible. I mean, I'm not going to show the photos. I'm also not going to retweet them for the family's privacy's sake. But, I mean, just, you can imagine the situation that just happened in Hawley. I mean, there's mobile homes there, and on the west side of the town, there's mobile homes. And, you know, unfortunately, one of them got hit very hard, and there's 2 kids getting carried out by their parents, seemingly injured. And again, mobile homes do not stand really any chance in tornadoes, and it's very dangerous to be in a mobile home during a tornado. And that's, again, it's always reiterated, and I try to reiterate it as much as possible. You know, if you're in an area prone to severe weather on any given day, you should always make sure that you have a sturdy structure. Sounds like Connor's going to try to go back and do search and rescue if needed. I'll see if there's any other reports. Just horrible. Now, again, over the last couple of minutes, we've not seen nearly as much rotation on this. So let's hope that continues. I would still stay in your safe place, though, if you're in Abilene, just in case. Still going to be going towards Abilene. It still has a chance. Even if it goes outflow dominant, we could technically still get a tornado. So I would not be, you know, letting your guard down at this point if you're in Abilene. So we'll be moving into impact Ty in Abilene near Interstate 20 over the next several minutes. Connor was talking to Freddie via radio if you reverse while you're gone. It's fine. I'm not going to reverse it. It's fine. I kind of got the memo from a couple people in chat. I don't need to reverse it just for me. For those that are wondering, an outflow boundary or an outflow dominant storm, usually they don't produce as much of a tornado threat. Hopefully that's what happens here. With how intense this storm has been, I just wouldn't be surprised if we had something else with it. But again, the hope is that we don't have anything else with this storm. But it is going to be going right into the downtown area of Abilene. So if you are in Abilene, Texas, again, you've got to make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. The tornado warning does not expire until 8 o'clock, and it could be reissued if that rotation does intensify again or stays strong enough near Abilene, Texas. Again, near Ty and Merkel, Texas. Sounds like Connor's going to the hospital to help out. If he is going to the hospital, he did say he's going to end his stream, so just an FYI. For those that might be watching Connor. Vince is going through the damage. I mean, it sounds to me like there was a decent amount of mobile homes that were impacted by this in Holly. And Holly's not even that populated, just for reference. I mean, I don't know how many people live here, but I don't think it's that big of a city, or like a town, I should say. And where this tornado went through, again, it was on the west side of Holly, near Route 83. I mean, this is where the tornado was. So I'm guessing this was the area where those injuries were. I'm not 100% sure, but just by the track of this tornado, that would be seemingly where that happened. And once again, if you're just tuning in, we just had a large and strong tornado near Holly, Texas that injured multiple people. And if you know anybody there, again, just make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure they're okay. Population of 1,232. Thank you for that. So that's actually it's not a huge town, but it's a small town there of Holly. And now it's going towards a much larger town. It's actually a city, in Abilene. We might have something here near 707. So there's at least still some sort of rotation here. I would still, again, stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, whatever it is, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in Abilene. As this could still technically drop something as it continues to move down to the south. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe down below, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest as this storm continues to move to the south-southeast over the next several minutes. See if we have any other reports on this. There are homes leveled west of Holly on County Road 458. Searched rubble, but the house appears to be empty. It's unclear if it was a mobile home or something, but the home itself was quite literally leveled. There is a car there, but there was a building or home or mobile home or something that was leveled. And I retweeted the photo on Twitter there of that, at Max Velocity WX on Twitter. But yeah, and we could still see a tornado with this develop. We're watching the west side of this storm for the potential for a tornado. It would be right in here near 707. Waiting for the next radar scan to see if this tries to drop again. Hopefully it doesn't, but again, this is going to be heading towards the Abilene area. It was a PDS tornado, for the record. It was a particularly dangerous situation when it was on the ground. But again, this is not a PDS warning anymore. This is back to radar indicated for the time being. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground right now, but that black circle that I have there, that is where we're watching for a potential for a new tornado. If there's one to develop, it would be there. So we're watching this area very closely. All right, here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing nearly as much there. So let's just kind of hope it kind of fizzles here. That one scan there had something, but the latest scan doesn't really show anything. I would still be watching up in here too. I mean, there's a few areas that I would be watching. It's kind of in this ballpark near Route 83. Luckily right now, there's nothing strong, tight, and confined. So we don't have an imminent tornado, but we could still get one at any time as this continues to move southeast. We've already seen 2 large tornadoes with this. Hopefully, as we go later into the evening, I mean, right now it's 7:53 p.m., a lot of that daylight heating should kind of come to a close, and we should hopefully start to see the storm kind of weaken a little bit. I mean, that's really the hope. But obviously, it's probably still well over from this storm being done. I just think that, hopefully the tornado threat at least goes down as this moves down to the south. That's the hope. But I do think there's at least going to be a hail and wind threat with this. The weather was so nice today. Now we got a tornado coming. Yeah, I mean, this happens on days like this in the spring in Texas. I mean, Texas, you can have a great day, but with how much instability we have, I mean, it was a very favorable environment for there to be storms today. So that's what ended up happening. I mean, we had upwards of 5,000 joules per kilogram of instability. That's a lot. And instability, for those that are wondering, is basically like gasoline into a vehicle. It's what fuels storms to develop, and that's again what we just had here in Abilene, where we had storms developing over the last few hours here. So we're still watching the storm closely, though, in case it does redevelop again. This is near Abilene, Texas, right now. That is pretty far west of DFW, pretty far east of Amarillo and Lubbock. It's in the center part of Texas. Freddy's stream was heart-wrenching. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't watching it or anything like that. I've seen some photos, and I've heard a lot of things from you guys too. But again, I'm not gonna show any photos. I'm also not gonna retweet any photos from that. It was, it's just not appropriate, and you need privacy for people that are injured and whatnot. But yeah, there were multiple people unfortunately injured in that tornado in Hawley. Now, here's the latest scan. Got a huge hail core developing on the north side of Abilene, so this storm definitely has a lot of hail still. Check out the velocities and see if there's any new information there. I do not expect a tornado risk in Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. I don't think we'll see one. There's a very low chance, though, west of DFW. Freddy deleted the VOD. I mean, again, it's mostly because of privacy there. You don't want to show people that are injured on, on a live stream. It's out of respect for those that were injured. All right, looks like Cotter's at the hospital now. I think he's going to try to help out those people. I think that's where he is. It looks like a hospital to me. Or a medical center or something like that. If you guys see any updates on the status of that family or anything, just mention me on Twitter. I'm hoping that, okay, we do have an update. This is from Freddie McKinney on Twitter. I'm okay, guys, I'm okay. I took the family to the hospital. Thank God they survived that tornado. Their house was absolutely leveled. So, again, that's the latest out of that tornado that hit Hawley. And Freddy, again, is at the, he's at the hospital with them, I'm guessing. But Freddy is a lifesaver. He is a lifesaver. You guys should follow him on YouTube or whatever platform. Is he on YouTube or is he on a different platform? I don't know if he's on something else, but if you look him up on YouTube, if he's on YouTube. He probably saved their lives, or at least somebody's life there. That's what storm chasing should be about. He's on YouTube? Okay, so go subscribe to him on YouTube. Apparently there was a...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Abilene. It's going to be for the same storm. They're just reissuing it because this storm does still have a chance to produce a tornado. Once again, that is for Abilene, Texas. And that's in Impact, Clyde, and Buffalo Gap. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. And I did retweet a photo. I've unretweeted it. I didn't notice, but apparently there's a... there was a dead horse in one of those photos that I retweeted. I did not see it. It's very hard to see, but that's no longer on our Twitter page. But again, this is a new tornado warning for Abilene, Impact, Ty, and Clyde, and Buffalo Gap. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately if you've not already, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is going to be approaching Abilene, Texas over the next few minutes. And that's the area of rotation that we're looking at. That's right near Ty and just northwest of Abilene. See, this is currently moving to the south-southeast over the next several minutes. Again, this could drop at any time. That rotation has at least organized a little bit more over the last scan here. It is moving down to the south-southeast. Another tornado warning has just been, expired. So we still have this tornado warning again for Abilene, Ty, Clyde, Impact, all those areas surrounding Abilene right now. A lot of hail coming with this too. Guys, I'm not checking other states. We're staying here in Texas. I mean, this is the most concerning area right now across the board. Even if Illinois has storms, I mean, again, they're not concerning enough for me to pull out to that area. It's mostly just isolated hail and wind. You know, if we didn't have any tornado warnings, 100% I would. But I mean, this storm's been producing multiple large tornadoes, and it might again. So we still need to watch this very closely. There's no reason to check Illinois right now, though. There's nothing that's significant enough happening there for me to go there. We're focusing on the main activity and whatever is the most significant at the time of whatever's happening, which right now, obviously, is the Abilene area of Texas. New velocity scan should be coming in here in a second. Got a hook echo developing on this storm once again. It's reorganizing. It's going to be heading right into Abilene, Texas. If we get a tornado, it's going to be forming on that hook. It'd be forming right in this area here. This will be moving right into Abilene, but if you're in Ty, Impact, or Abilene, you should all be in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Velocities haven't updated, but that's the area that we're looking at for that potential for a tornado. It doesn't matter if there's no sirens in Abilene, by the way. You're still under a tornado warning. You should never rely on sirens because they sometimes don't work. So let me make sure that you're in your safe place. Just threw my water bottle. I don't know where exactly Connor is. I don't know if he is at the hospital. I don't know what he's doing. Does anybody know? He's just parked there. I'm guessing he is. I couldn't tell. I haven't heard anything from him. There's reportedly a funnel cloud on this storm. Again, can't confirm it, but there is at least report of a funnel cloud on this storm. So, again, this could drop again. Okay, he isn't out. Okay, I got you. All right, so he is at the hospital. Okay, just want to make sure. I didn't know. Like, really work. Oh, he's in app. Well, you can see it on the map. I just didn't know where he was. And this is the area that we're going to be watching for that potential for a tornado. It's going to be right in that hook. Velocities aren't super strong right now, but given what we've already seen with this storm, it could still drop another tornado. And that hook is at least trying to organize here. Velocities will update here in a second. But it does look like this rotation is trying to intensify once again. This is on the west side right now of Abilene. This is intensifying. Hopefully it weakens, but this is again on the west side of Abilene, and it's starting to intensify. We got a hook echo again. We have a potential for a tornado here. That rotation is intensifying. And these are the winds that are going away from the radar. These are the winds going toward the radar. And right there is where that rotation is once again organizing. And this again could drop a tornado again at any time on the west side of Abilene. So again, if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. We once again have another strong couplet trying to develop on this. And it could drop a tornado as it moves towards Abilene, Texas. It's again a dangerous storm here near Abilene, Texas. And the hope is that this weakens. But, you know, at this rate, it's not looking fantastic. It's been intensifying for the last few minutes. We have a clean hook echo. We have a strong inflow. And we got everything on this. Connor says he has a visual. This is probably about to drop down. He apparently is seeing a funnel cloud or something. Connor just got back, but he just said that he has a visual of this, and it's likely going to drop a tornado again. So again, this is likely going to drop again on the west side of Abilene, Texas. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Connor's going to be getting back in a position for this. And by the sounds of it, for those that are wondering about the hospital, the people that went to the hospital, it sounds like they are doing okay. So, or the medical center, whatever that was. I think it was the hospital, but sounds like they're doing okay. Again, Connor thinks that it is lowering and dropping again. Rotation's been stronger on radar. That rotation, as of about a minute or two ago, is just north of Interstate 20. It's going to be heading towards Meadows Mobile Home Park. That is a mobile home park that's in the track of this. You've got to find sturdy shelter if you're in a mobile home in this area. Mobile home just got hit by the tornado up to the north, and we had, bad damage, but this is the latest scan. We don't have as clean of a hook here, but we're watching just to the northwest of Abilene for that potential for a tornado. We'll see what the velocities look like. And no CC drop. There's nothing confirmed here, but and for the next velocity scan here. Hunter has it at the bottom right of your screen, that storm. Again, this is a very populated area. It has, I think Abilene on its own is like 130,000 people. It's very populated. This is the latest scan. And that's your rotation. It's not tight. It's not a tornado, but it's strong enough where we could get something. Got a huge hail core on the north side of Abilene, which is really the least of our concerns right now. It's more about the tornado threat. But that right there is your strengthening couplet near Interstate 20. 170,000 in the metro, apparently. The Abilene metro. I mean, this storm is definitely trying. I mean, you can see on Connor's feed there. I think that's a lowering that he's looking at in front of him. He's saying that there's broad left to right motion. But honestly, again, if you're anywhere in Abilene, you've got to take this warning seriously. I mean, we've had 2 large tornadoes already. We could get another tornado. I'm not saying it's going to be large, but with what we've seen, it could happen. So you've got to take this warning seriously if you're in Abilene. Once again, this is a dangerous storm that could drop another tornado. You can see that lowering there in the middle of Connor's screen on the bottom right. Waiting for the next velocity scan. Just hopefully this weakens, but I mean, this is a very populated area. And all around this area, if we get a tornado, it's going to be going into the Meadows Mobile Park near Route 83. It's really just on the west side of Abilene. Wiley, near Caps. I wish there was a cap today, but we don't have one. I don't see anything else really in here that I can really name out here, but that's really where we're at right now with this storm. Look at the next velocity scan. That hook still looks pretty organized on radar. Sure hook echo right here. If we get a tornado, it's going to be on the west side of Abilene, near Interstate 20 and Route 83. It's going to be dropping down towards Meadows Mobile Home Park, just west of Abilene. So again, if you're in this warning, gotta seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Alright, that's more updated. Didn't realize it wasn't updated. The latest scan does not show nearly as much rotation here. It's still struggling. There's rotation, it's not super strong here. Let's hope it stays that way. The rotation area now is going to be right over Meadows Mobile Home Park, near your Little Elm Creek, near Corsicana Avenue, just west of 277 and as well as 83 on the west side of Abilene. We're still watching this area very closely for the potential for a tornado. That still has a hook echo, so it could still organize. If we get a tornado, it would be down right in here. Near Interstate 20 and Route 83. If you have any friends or family in Abilene, give them a call or text. Make sure they're doing okay. Make sure they're in their safe place. There's some serious flooding right now in Shepherd, Texas, by the way. Retweeting the video of that. I don't know where Shepherd is. Is that South Texas? Anybody know where Shepherd is? I think that's Southeast Texas. There's some major flooding, though, in Shepherd. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in Abilene, Texas. It includes Elmdale, Impact, Caps, Buffalo Gap, Potosi, Clyde, and Ty, Texas. If you're in any of those locations I just lifted off here in Central Texas, you've got to go to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As once again, this storm could drop a tornado at any time. As it continues to move into the west side of Abilene, it's near Meadows Mobile Home Park. And once again, this is moving down to the southeast right now. Here's the latest scan. See what the velocities look like. And the hope is that this does weaken, but, you know, that's the hope. It's not really always the reality of the situation. And Connor's kind of in the area of where it is. He hasn't said anything really about the lowering or rotation over the last few minutes. I don't see a whole lot on radar right now. So let's just hope it continues to weaken. Still a pretty large hailstorm, still a lot of lightning. I actually have friends from Texas that are watching the stream right now that live in Abilene. And I know people that go to colleges here. I used to live in Texas, for the record. So once again, we don't have anything confirmed right now, but this could still drop at any time as it moves down to the east, southeast, and southeast. That storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, whatever the lowest floor of your home or building, whatever is the furthest away from windows, you've got to be there. This could still drop a tornado at any time. We've already had 2 large tornadoes with this. Again, the hope is that this does just kind of weaken out. It has become a bit more outflow dominant, but it still has a hook here, so could still drop something. Population in Abilene's around 130, 170,000, somewhere in that ballpark. There's 4 different universities in Abilene. And a lot of these places haven't gone on spring break yet, or anything like, or summer break, I should say. So, again, this could still drop a tornado at any time. Couple it on radar as weekend, but it could still drop a tornado at any time. Tornado warning no longer includes Holly, by the way. It still does include Impact, Abilene, Ty, pretty much everywhere that's, in the main area other than, Holly. And Connor has a visual at the bottom right of your screen, so if we see anything, I'll let you know. We don't have anything confirmed, but he does have a visual of the, the base of this storm that could drop something. I know a lot of you guys that are in Abilene. I know. It's a very populated area. It's not like, again, Holly had a population of like 1,200. We're 100 times that size in Abilene, and again, there's a lot of people in Abilene. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And large hail core on the north side of town where there's baseball-sized hail now. This is still a destructive storm, by the way. There's baseball-sized hail that this storm is now warned for. Just heads up on that. If we have a tornado, it would be located somewhere down in here, maybe in here. We got a couple different spots where it could be at. Let's check out the velocities again. I'll update here in a second. The initial area of circulation that tried to tighten weakened out. See if anything else is intensifying here. I'm not seeing anything right now. So far, it's not looking bad. But obviously, we could still see something. Again, we've, have multiple tornadoes already with this storm. So, could change at any time. But I'm not seeing anything intense on the velocities. And let's hope it stays that way. And look at the correlation coefficient, by the way. This is all detecting large hail. This is, again, around baseball-sized hail. That's on the north side of Impact, Texas, north of Abilene. That's near State Road 600, north of Highway 351. Connor just said something about a good sign. Because it's becoming offload dominant, that's what he's saying. Let's hope it stays outflow dominant. Good bit of lightning with the storm. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning. You can see all that right now. I mean, there's lightning everywhere. And another thing that you should do is if you're anywhere even in the surrounding areas, you should be staying inside. The lightning strikes are reaching pretty far away from the storm. So there's plenty of lightning around this storm. At the bare minimum, even if you're outside of the tornado warning, you should be staying indoors. I just hope not to see a sea drop. I mean, I think everybody right now in this chat is hoping that we don't see anything. I mean, like, what we just saw twice. The first large tornado that we had was 9 miles west of Anson. That tornado was large. It was probably strong, but it literally hit nothing. And it hit, like, some farmland. It was really, there was no buildings there. It was on the ground for probably, like, 8 minutes, but it didn't do anything. The one that dropped near Holly, that one unfortunately injured multiple people, including children, in mobile homes. And leveled buildings. So CC drop means correlation coefficient. It's basically the radar that shows us if there's debris being lifted up into the atmosphere with a tornado or a tornado warning cell. And again, we haven't had that on this storm, at least in the last few minutes. I mean, we did have one near Holly, but that was, again, earlier. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now on this. Not seeing much. There might be something there west of Abilene, but it's not much right now. Still stay in your safe place, though. Again, that rotation, if there is a tornado at some point, or if there's something lowering, it would be right on that west side near Meadows Mobile Home Park on the west side of Abilene. And again, that rotation's kind of right now tracking down to the southeast. It'll be approaching Wiley and the south side and central side of Abilene over the next few minutes if we get something. Just kind of hope it stays weaker, but once again, this tornado warning does go for another 28 minutes over the next, 30 minutes. We're going to have this warning. So unless that rotation really just goes away. PDS means particularly dangerous situation, which we don't have that, but again, that's what we had earlier. All right, while we're in between radar scans, huge shout out to Tim for the $99.99 super chat. You are literally insane. I hope they stay safe. I do want to remind you again, this storm is still producing baseball-sized hail, so it is a destructive supercell. That baseball-sized hail potential is really on the north side of Abilene right now. All that black and pink that you're seeing. This is kind of stationary, but it's moving a bit to the south. So Clyde and the east side and central side of Abilene will be in the track of that. So put some hearts in the chat for Tim. I really do appreciate your generosity. And also thank you, Sam, for 5 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Sam. Connor's ending stream? Yeah, I think he's gonna go help people or something, from what I heard. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest on this particular storm in case it does produce anything. We do still have 4 other storms that are severe, but none of them are tornadic right now. This is the only storm that is still posing the potential for a tornadic situation. change to that. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. So we do have a new mesoscale discussion. This is the overall environment remains supportive for very large hail and up to 3-inch diameter hail, and as well as tornadoes, and that goes for anywhere in central Texas. So the environment still is supportive enough still for more tornadoes. So we still have to watch this very closely as it does continue to drop to the southeast over the next several minutes. Again, it could still produce a tornado, so watch it closely. The rotation, again, not really strong as of right now, so I don't think it's imminent, but it's still something we're going to have to watch. It's like the rotation, if there is some, it'll be on the west side of Abilene, so it's, again, very populated area, but we do have a massive hailstorm coming right into Abilene. So if you have any vehicles out in your driveway or whatever, you're going to want to make sure to protect them if you're in central Texas tonight. Connor's off to see Freddy. That's good. Thank you, Patty. Appreciate that. Thank you for your 1999. Yeah, once again, Connor and Freddy are going to kind of meet up there, it sounds like. Make sure to follow Connor. Make sure to follow Freddy. I mean, again, they really were great people there. Again, Freddy was able to get a few of those people to the hospital. That was, again, a significant tornado that just happened in Holly, Texas. Obviously, it was pretty bad, but it could have been way worse. You know, it could have been way worse, especially if that tornado happened in, like, Abilene or something. It could have been, like, catastrophic with how strong that tornado was. Now, hopefully, again, this weekend. It's not done. We still do have a chance for a tornado, but, again, there's just nothing super strong on radar right now that I'm seeing. That could always change, so we're going to keep a very close eye on it. Our rotation's over downtown Abilene. It's a very slow-moving storm, so just keep that in mind. My wife said that she saw a cloud rotation by Walmart on southwest of Abilene. They're taking cover now. I'm glad I can help. Yeah, I mean, there might be some rotation in the clouds. Again, what we're looking on the velocities radar is rotation that is kind of near the clouds, maybe just a little bit below it. Not seeing anything strong right now, but, I mean, again, there is rotation here. It's just not, you know, strong or about to produce a tornado, but there could still be one. What's Freddy's Twitter? I have no clue. I literally don't know. I followed him, but I don't remember what it was. I'm guessing if you'll just look up Freddie McKinney, you can find it. Apparently, Freddie McKinney also saved a dog during this tornado. That happened earlier. I mean, again, Freddy's a hero. He really is. He was in the right place at the right time when that happened. A few people just put it in the chat, I think. I didn't realize he saved a dog, too. Yeah, here's the latest scan. Again, looks pretty outflow dominant to me. And with that being said, if it is outflow dominant, usually the tornado threat is very low with something like that. That's what I'm seeing, at least. But once again, we still have very large hail, and I'm still not ruling out some sort of tornado here, but I think the chances are definitely a little bit lower than before. We got a massive hail core right now on the north side of the town. And one thing you want to keep in mind is that the wind is still probably pretty strong in that area, where damaging winds could be as high as 60 miles per hour. And if they are that high, that hail that is falling the size of baseballs could literally go sideways into windows. So you still want to make sure, if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, that you are staying in your safe place, because, you know, hail that large could definitely do damage. You don't want to be outside either. Obviously, you shouldn't be outside in general, but, you know, in that side of town, you know, that hail being that large could very easily, you know, injure you and potentially even, you know, do more than that. So, you know, you do want to make sure that you're staying indoors. That is very significant hail on this storm. Regardless of the tornado threat, we still got very large hail. We now have a flash flood warning for Abilene and Holly. Yeah, that CC is showing some massive hail on the north side of Abilene. Yeah, nothing confirmed. This is still radar indicated rotation. What direction is the storm heading? It is heading south and south-southeast. It's going to be going towards Clyde. It's going through Abilene right now. It's going to be going through eventually Bayard, I think that's how you say it, Cross Plains. But basically, after it gets past Abilene, it should stay rural. We still have to watch to see if it tries to go a bit more this direction. If it does, it would be kind of going right along Interstate 20, which a lot more towns and larger towns are along that, like Eastland and Cisco, and again, Bayard, and as well as Clyde. So those are really the areas that we have to watch for as well out in front of it. All right, we'll see what the next velocity scan shows here. Bayard, thank you. All right, that's Bayard, Texas. Yeah, again, I'm not really seeing much here. There might be some spin in the clouds, but that doesn't always mean we're gonna have a tornado. It happens a lot with a lot of these storms, just kind of like swirling eddies. But again, I'm not currently seeing anything right now that looks like it's about to drop a tornado. I would still stay in your safe place just in case the tornado warning does go for 20 more minutes. We have very large hail, which is the size of baseballs that it's still with this storm, so it's definitely still a significant storm here in the Abilene area. And that hail, again, baseball size, it's going to be falling out of the sky at around 100 miles per hour. That's very dangerous. Very dangerous storm here. I'm not getting any reports right now of, like, any sort of funnel cloud. So Connor is done for the night. Yeah, he's done. Thank you, Clinton, for the $25 super chat. My mother got out of Abilene in time. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning. It's going to be for this northern storm. Not seeing much here on the velocities, but say new tornado warning. That rotation is going to be kind of embedded in the rain. It's going to be near 142. And that's north of Abilene. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's near Berry Hill, east of Looters. And it's not really that populated, so luckily it's not impacting a ton of people. But again, this could also drop a tornado at any time. But weather spotters did report a funnel cloud on this. So that's the reason why there's a tornado warning here. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, wait, I was trying to read that message. Local news station is in and out in their live air, and their station is getting hit hard with hail. Yeah, I bet. I mean, a lot of news stations are in Abilene that, you know, cover this area. They're in Abilene, and I wouldn't be surprised by that. There's a lot of hail falling here. Again, luckily the rotation looks a lot weaker, but got significant hail falling though, and all that rain, all that hail, and all that wind is going to play a factor for sure. Also, thank you, Diesel, for the $19.99. I appreciate your generosity. And if you're just tuning in, these are two different tornado warnings in Central Texas now. The one that's northern of Abilene is has had a reported funnel cloud, and then the one in Abilene, for the most part right now, is not really rotating, but we're still watching for that potential for a tornado in case it does try to do something here. I'll have another radar scan in a second on the velocities. Are these scans coming in very poorly? Are you talking about out here to the east? Are you talking about like these things here? All of that stuff is just windmill contamination. We have a lot of windmills in this area, so all of that is just windmills being picked up by radar. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about, but that's called windmill contamination. And I'm not seeing any rotation on radar right now, but I would still stay in your safe place until this warning's officially lifted. We do have 17 more minutes on this tornado warning, so just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Abilene. That'll eventually be approaching Clyde and Elmdale over the next several minutes. And then north of Abilene, this is where we had a funnel cloud reported. It's a very rural area. We might have something here. That's the only area that I'm looking at for some sort of, again, rotation on this storm. So that would be just off to the northeast of Looters, Texas, north of Highway 6. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We have a lot of windmills out here. Yeah, funny enough, I did a school project on that literally like a couple weeks ago. So I actually had to, find windmills in Central Texas. So I do know those are windmills. That is all windmill contamination. I'll check out the next velocity scan here in a second. Hey, David, appreciate your $5 super chat. I'm in Abilene, Texas right now. It's so crazy. Who's in Abilene right now that's watching? I'm just curious. And if you are in Abilene, are you guys seeing any hail or anything like that? Hey, Robert, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here on radar. Not really seeing any rotation. Hopefully it stays like that, but I'd still stay in your safe place just in case. Matthew, you're crazy. Thank you, Matthew, for the $50 Venmo. Put some hearts in the chat for Matthew. That's really generous. Appreciate that. Seeing a lot of people from Abilene. Yeah, these storms have been hooks for a while. The ones south of Abilene. Yeah, if they go tornado warned, we'll keep a close eye on it. We did have a tornado with... Actually, I think we had 2 tornadoes with these earlier. So, they still could produce a tornado threat. But I do think the threat down there is still relatively low overall. Have I looked at the new SPC outlook? I have not. I'll check. I don't know if it changed. I don't know if they changed anything. Is this bugged? This is definitely bugged. I'm not sure. I don't know if they accidentally, put the wrong graphic on there. Definitely bugged though. I think I just reissued it. I think that... I don't know. That's not right, though. That new outlook that was from yesterday. That's definitely bugged. All right, here's the latest scan. And we've had a little hook on this for a while. I'm not seeing much rotation. It's mostly a hail threat right now with baseball-sized hail as the main concern on the north and east side of Abilene. Again, if there's any rotation, any tornado potential, it'd be right in here now on the northeast side of Abilene. But again, I'm not seeing anything on the velocities right now. Thank you, SPC, for the $20 super chat. Yeah, I'm glad you stayed safe. I know, I mean, this could have been really bad if we had a tornado here. And I'm hoping it just keeps weakening here. I haven't seen any sort of rotation here, but, hopefully that continues. I mean, it could have been really, really bad if we get a tornado here. Like, it's a very populated area. With how intense the first 2 tornadoes were, I mean, that would have been extremely bad. Are these storms merging? Not really. The storm up here is merging, so that'll be something to watch for a tornado threat. But the storm that's near Abilene, there's nothing merging with it at this point. It's kind of its own storm right now, moving southeast. You guys do see any reports on Twitter? Again, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to continue to retweet photos and videos and any sort of information that comes out about these storms. I'm not seeing anything new as of right now, but... Hey, if you're in Abilene, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We still do have very large hail with this storm, which is, again, the size of baseballs. It may not produce a tornado, but it technically could still produce a tornado, but it's a lower chance. Bare minimum, we have very large hail here. And again, that's the size of baseballs. So baseball ice, spheres are basically falling out of the sky right now at 100 miles per hour. So you want to continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case this tries to do anything as it moves to the southeast over the next several minutes. Thank you, Kat, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it. Reed just retweeted Freddy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people retweeted what Freddy did. Again, Freddy's a hero today. Softball too? Is there softball sized hail? I wouldn't be surprised if it was up to softball. Connor was getting pelted earlier with that sort of hail. It was huge earlier. Hey, Keaton, appreciate the $5 super sticker. Any expectations for Illinois? I mentioned it before. I'm really not that concerned about Illinois. The majority of that severe weather threat was supposed to be like this afternoon. We end up seeing severe storms, but at this point, there's nothing really too much to be concerned about with that activity. So we got some circulation there northeast of Lourdes, Texas. So watching that closely. Yeah, the majority of the severe storms over there in Illinois are going to be like isolated hail and wind. Thank you, Lori, as well, for the $5 super sticker. How many straight days have there been of tornadoes? I mean, we've been live. We were live Thursday through Sunday of this past week. And we had Monday off. And then we've been live from Tuesday until now. And we might be live again tomorrow. So another elevated tornado risk in West Texas. If you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe. And we'll be probably live again tomorrow is my guess. Hoping we get at least a day break, because next week we're probably going to have another outbreak. There's a large slight risk from Texas back into Nebraska on Monday of next week. So we could have another outbreak of severe weather. It looks pretty favorable at this point for severe weather on Monday. Yeah, I'm almost definitely going to be live on Monday. And again, I don't have any college anymore. I mean, we're done at least for the next 4 months. So we'll have plenty of time to go live for these events. Outside Abilene to the east, blue right by us. What's my Venmo? All those things are in the description below. If you want to donate to the page, again, it's not required by any means, but again, it does support the page. And we are getting a new computer here soon, so it'll be coming in next week. Big upgrades coming. Looks like we got some sort of circulation developing now on the east side of Abilene. This is the latest couple of scans here. There's a little bit of a circulation developing again on the east side of Abilene. That's near Clyde. And what we're looking at here is the velocities radar, but that to me looks like a bit more of a circulation that's trying to develop now on the east side of Abilene. So still a chance for a tornado. Again, don't let your guard down. That's why I mentioned, again, there's been a tornado warning here for several minutes. They have it for a reason still. There's a little bit of circulation there near Abilene. We'll see what the next radar scan shows in a second. I'm getting a 4070. I'll go over all my specs on a members only stream. And the latest scan kind of still there, it's just not nearly as strong. It's right there on the east side of Abilene. It still has a chance, but again, it's still struggling. It's mostly outflow. It's mostly outflow dominant. So if it stays that way, the tornado threat should stay low. Hopefully. That's it right there, just southeast of 142 right now. That right there is that circulation that we're looking at. That's another one. It's northeast of Lourdes. We had a funnel cloud on this one. This could drop a tornado. If it does drop a tornado, it's probably going to go west or even possibly a little bit south. So we're watching that storm too. The one east of Abilene, there's a little bit of circulation there. It's just not super strong right now. If you're still in Clyde, if you're in Abilene, continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in the downtown area of Abilene and Impact, I would just stay in your safe place for a couple more minutes, but you'll probably be removed from this tornado warning in a moment as this storm continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. Is the storm dissipating? No, these storms aren't probably going to die until at least 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. I mean, these storms, they're working with a lot of instability. We have a very favorable environment still for storms here. But yeah, these storms are nowhere near done. But I do think the tornado threat should hopefully be decreasing over the next couple of hours. I do think that hail and wind threat will definitely still exist, but that tornado threat should steadily drop here. It's still going to exist, though, I think, until at least around 10. Still a little bit of rotation on the east side of Abilene. That's where we're looking, right there. There's a little bit of rotation still. It's north of Interstate 20. It'll be approaching Clyde over the next few minutes. The tornado warning still goes for 6 more minutes. And then the storm that's back up northwest of Albany We may have something on the ground here. If not, it's close to being on the ground. Once again, just southeast of 142, north of Route 180. Very rural part there of central Texas. This is really our main concern right now, is this storm here near Abilene. So it is still a very populated area. There's 8 warnings totally. Yes, that would be what that means. 2 tornado warnings and 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. See if there's anything else on Twitter here. All right. Nothing new on terms of reports. But we still got 2 tornado warnings here. This one's going to expire in about 4 minutes. And the other one up to the north does have a chance to drop a tornado. It's just, again, very rural areas of Texas right now. Thank you, Rick, for the $20 super chat. Late observation, we watched a wall cloud pass over the west side of Little Lake area earlier. High winds for a time. Thanks for looking out for us. No problem. I don't know where that lake is. I don't know which storm that is. Does anybody know where Lake Little is? I'm honestly not worried about Culver's at this point. I mean, what we just saw was just horrific. I'm not worried about door dashing food. You know, these storms, once again, were just horrible. I mean, you know, the first one wasn't that bad. It was a huge tornado. It was in an open field. There was nobody there. But, you know, the second one, unfortunately, hit multiple homes. And thank God, I mean, this didn't drop over Albany. Or Abilene. Sorry, not Albany. Abilene. That rotation's kind of weakening again there near Clyde. It could have been really bad, though, if that dropped over Abilene. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning on this. It goes for 4 more minutes. Still is producing baseball-sized hail on the northeast side of the town. So baseball-sized hail, anywhere where you see pink and black, that is still a very significant hailstorm that is moving southeast. Not nearly as significant as before, but still significant. Is DFW in the clear? There will probably be some severe weather, but it probably won't be until after midnight. The main concern there would be isolated damaging winds. I'm not expecting any tornado threat really to develop there. Also, thank you, Brooke, for the $9.99. Thank you to Oreo for the $20 super chat. You saved my butt the last few days. I was pulling the 5th wheel across the storm-riddled Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. I'm not home yet. Heading to Iowa on Sunday. Well, I'm glad I could help, and I'm glad you stayed safe. The storms have been crazy down here. I mean, this is, again, it's the peak of severe weather season, and I would have to say this is the most active spring that I've ever covered in the Southern Plains. It's been legitimately insane. We've had tornado after tornado and severe weather after severe weather here across Texas. It's been legitimately crazy. It's been very, very crazy. No problem, Fancy. Appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for your $9.99. Also, thank you, Hannah, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Yeah, if you're in Clyde, continue to stay in your safe place. This storm is heading your direction. We'll probably know in a minute or two whether they're issuing a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning for this, but it definitely still has hail, so we'll at least get a severe thunderstorm warning, is my guess. Again, on the east side of Abilene. We still do have some pretty large hail there on the northeast side of Albany. Not Albany. Again, that is mainly going to be probably around golf ball to 2-inch hail, probably in that ballpark right now. The hail core is not nearly as potent as before, but it's definitely still there. See if there's anything else on Twitter here. By the way, that tornado warning up to the north includes a population of 65, so it's a very rural area. It's in Shackelford County, Texas. Again, the closest town to it is Louders, Texas. The rotation on the last couple of scans was weaker, but there was a funnel cloud initially reported with that. But this storm near Abilene is tornado warned for approximately 1 more minute. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much. We got a little bit of a rotation there still. It's very weak. Very, very weak. There's also a little bit down here, but it's, again, still relatively weak on this storm. You know, rest up for the next 3 days. There's no resting during severe weather season. Trust me. I mean, we've been alive, I think, 7 of the last 8 days, and we've had a tornado seemingly every single day. So, I mean, you know, it's been crazy. They haven't issued a new warning on this storm. We'll see if they do. I kind of feel like they would for the hail. But there you go. New severe thunderstorm warning. So this storm no longer is a tornadic storm, at least for the time being, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I'm still not ruling out an isolated tornado risk with this, but I do think if we do get a tornado, it'll probably be on the briefer side of things and more than likely on the weaker side of things. But still stay weather aware if you're in that warning. And then the other one up to the north, the rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. If anything changes, we'll let you know, but it's not super duper concerning right now. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Thank you, by the way, Keith, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. If you thank you very much for becoming a VIP Velocity member, and put some hearts in the chat for Keith. That is our highest tier membership, and I really do appreciate your support. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, again, Holly, Texas was hit hard by a tornado about an hour and a half ago. Significant damage. There was some injuries. Here's that injury report, by the way. In Hodges, Texas, 2 injuries were reported. A report of home damage with at least 2 injuries. I think that might have been where Freddie was, but that is the latest out of there. But if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. We do severe weather coverage all the time. And again, we'll still be live here for probably at least another 45 minutes to an hour if there's anything that does come up that is concerning. So we will definitely stay live for that. And also thank you to anybody that did become a member or super chatted. I'm probably not going to get to all of them, but I do appreciate to anybody that did super chat or become a member while there were tornadoes ongoing. Again, I'm not going to read off donations and stuff during tornado warnings. It's just not appropriate, but or tornadoes that are on the ground. But I do appreciate anybody that did super chat or donated. If you guys do see any reports, once again on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, nothing new in terms of reports on any of these storms. Again, we're still looking at some hail in the storm east of Abilene. We still got a tornado warning up here to the north, which that rotation's been pretty weak on radar. But once again, most of the storms right now are not tornadic. I'd honestly say that this one that's tornado warned isn't really tornadic, but I would still stay in your safe place just in case something does try to develop there. Thank you, Jupiter, for becoming a Velocity member. I do appreciate it. Overall, the storm coverage should hopefully decrease over the next few hours. That is the hope. But we're still going to have plenty of storms out there. Overall, a lot of these should be weaker. We might have more storms developing, but I think a lot of these will try to be at least weaker than what we've seen so far. I'd say, again, the main concern at this point is probably going to be large hail and damaging winds with a low tornado risk. For some reason on the SVC website, today's risk still has not been updated correctly, so I'm not sure what's going on there. That's yesterday's risk that's on the SVC website for anybody that's looking there. I'll be honest with you, I think every state aside from Texas is fine. All the warnings right now are in Texas. We have nothing up to the north and east. I mean, everything right now is in Texas. We actually do have some storms back up near Vernon, which I swear Vernon's been hit by a storm, it feels like every single day. I mean, they're getting hit by another one, it looks like, here soon. Got some wind with that one, no tornado with that, but there is definitely some damaging wind potential there. I still think the most concerning area will probably be around here near Abilene for the next couple of hours. But majority of these storms should stay away from Abilene after this storm moves out of the way. We're currently in Texas. Okay. No other reports as of right now. Thanks for the coverage last week. That was unreal. I've got to be honest with you, this is probably the craziest weather that we've ever covered on this channel. I mean, again, the last several days have been crazy. It's not just today. I mean, we've had some really crazy severe weather events over the last few days. And these are all, you know, low-end sort of, not low-end, but like low to medium tornado risks that we've had. And we had a bunch of tornadoes yesterday. We had, you know, 2 large ones that Connor Croft was right on. So once again, it's been pretty crazy. Thank you, Buzzy, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, let me quickly show you the next couple of days. So tomorrow's risk is primarily in West Texas. It's pretty much the same area. But here's your risk. It's another large area. We'll probably be live again tomorrow, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. This is we'll probably be live. I kind of want to just go on vacation for a day, but seemingly is not going to happen with the severe weather that we've had. Saturday should hopefully be a lower risk. It's a marginal threat in West Texas. I hope it doesn't get upgraded because I need one of these 2 days off. I mean, we've been live literally every day. Then once we go into Monday of next week, we got a large banana. That is a large slight risk from Nebraska back into Texas. We are likely going to see another outbreak of severe weather, whether that is damaging winds, whether that is hail, whether that is tornadoes. Probably everything is going to be possible. So that's the risk as we go into Monday of next week. So that could get interesting. That tornado warning, by the way, has just been canceled. So we no longer have any tornado warnings, at least for the time being. Thank goodness. What about west of Wichita Falls? Mainly hail and wind. I don't see any really tornado threat there right now. What about Wednesday of next week? I don't think there's any risk for Wednesday yet, but Wednesday definitely could have a risk later on. I think Monday, Tuesday, and really Wednesday will probably be the main 3 days to watch. But the SPC does mention from Tuesday through Thursday of next week, significant severe weather potential is likely, primarily from parts of Texas into Oklahoma and Arkansas, and eventually into Louisiana and Mississippi, as a strengthening zonal flow will be possible across those regions. So, we'll probably have some sort of outlined area in their next outlook tomorrow for those areas, but yeah. Take a day off. It's hard to take a day off with all this stuff happening. It's hard to take a day off. We do have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust that was reported on an ASOS in Abilene. So that's near the airport. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So very strong, damaging winds with this storm. Hey, wake up for the $5 super chat. We just talked to my aunt and uncle, and they are safe. That's good to hear. Glad they are safe. Lightning near DFW Airport. Got a couple of little storms developing there. Nothing super significant, but we could get some isolated damaging winds if anything really gets going there, or maybe some isolated large hail. We still are under a marginal threat, for the record. Why not? I mean, there's no reason to take time off when we got all this severe weather happening. We don't really take time off during these sorts of times. I try not to, at least. Thank you, Ray, for the $19.99. Appreciate your generosity. How'd I do on my exams? I've actually gotten my grades back for most of my exams. I don't know if I've gotten any from... I don't know if I've gotten anything between now and like 4 hours ago. Yeah, I haven't. But, I mean, I've finished with mostly... I'm all A's and B's right now. So, good stuff. We took... For those that are new to the channel, we had final exams... I had a final exam on Saturday, which we were able to do that and also cover the 15 hours of live coverage on Saturday for the tornado outbreak in Oklahoma. We had a final exam on Tuesday, and we had 2 on Wednesday. And we were live all of those days. So, you know, it's pretty crazy to do that and also get A's and B's in every class. Like, those final exams are worth like 20 to 30% of the grade. So, pretty crazy stuff. I barely had time to study for most of that stuff, so... I need a co-host? Maybe at some point in the future. We'll see. It's always a possibility. Yeah, on Saturday I streamed before and after that exam. That was also crazy. But guess what? We're on summer break. That means that I don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. What am I studying? I am 3 years through my bachelor's in meteorology. So we are 1 year away from officially being a meteorologist. How often do I stream? I mean, we've been streaming every day recently. The only day off we had was Monday over the last 8 days. My 6-year-old wants to be a meteorologist. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's good to hear. There's a lot of young people that are getting into meteorology, which is a good thing. I actually met somebody today that knows about my channel, and I bumped into them, and they were like, "I have a 14-year-old, that wants to get into meteorology." I was like, "That's awesome. That is awesome." I don't know if they're watching the stream tonight, but there's a lot of people getting into meteorology. Do meteorologists typically get master's degrees? I don't know. I don't think. I mean, the percentage-wise, I think more people get bachelor's than a master's, because master's takes an extra 2 years. But it depends on what space you're going into in meteorology. If you're going into broadcast, you don't really need the master's. Ryan Hall is hiring a meteorologist soon. Well, funny enough, Ryan Hall actually followed me yesterday. Or today, I think. It's pretty cool. I actually talked to him, and we might do something in the future, so we'll see. Just an FYI. I mean, I'm not gonna probably work for him. I'm still gonna do this, but, we might do something in the future. We'll see. I talked to him a little bit. Thank you, Jamie, for upgrading to a VIP Velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Please put some hearts in the chat for Jamie. That is our highest tiered membership. So make sure to put some hearts in the chat. I really do appreciate that. Is Waco seeing tornadoes tonight? I do not expect tornadoes in Waco. Y'all Velocity. No, we're not rebranding. No, that's not. I highly doubt that's what's going to happen. And we might just do some sort of collab in the future. How do you become a meteorologist? You need to study in... You study at college for becoming a meteorologist, like a true meteorologist. Y'all Velocities, no. That's not what's happening. And now I do have a little bit of time to mention this, but I do want to mention that we are doing some major upgrades to the studio. I talked about this earlier in the stream before all the tornadoes, but if you haven't already heard, we are doing some major upgrades to the studio. We have a very high-tech computer that we'll be building next week. If you are a member of the channel, you'll be able to watch the building of that computer whenever we do it. It'll probably be at the end of next week, because we have a bunch of days of severe weather ahead next week from Monday until Thursday. Nonetheless, we'll have a computer building stream, a brand new computer coming in. We have 3 more monitors that are going to be coming in. We have 3 right now. We'll be doubling that number. And we'll also have a new desk. So we're going to have a bunch of upgrades next week. We'll be able to fit in more storm chasers than just one, because this computer can barely handle one. So we'll have more than one. People that are asking about the bed, there is a chance that I will have to move the bed back to where it was before, because the desk is going to be quite large. So hold your horses if you want the bed back in the background. It might be coming back, and can't really control it if I have to put it there. Members stream, or members only stream when? It'll probably be at the end of next week. Again, it's gonna be custom built, so it's not like a specific computer. It's gonna be very custom built. But it was a huge investment, and I'm very excited about it. So, and again, all the members, I do appreciate you guys a lot. Again, it wouldn't be possible without you guys. Not seeing any rotation on that storm anymore. I don't think we have any TPs anymore. Not toilet paper, tornado possibles. So we'll put it back down to severe thunderstorm warning. Got wind going towards Vernon, damaging winds, but I'm not seeing any sort of significant tornado threat out of that. We don't have anything really developing there with rotation. So good news for now. Anthony, it highly depends. I mean, some meteorologists, if you just look it up on YouTube, or not YouTube, but if you look it up on Google, base pay for meteorologists, if they go on TV, is usually around like 20, 30,000. I know this because, you know, I've talked to people before, you know, that have been in the space, but the base pay, depending on where you go, it's very low. It can go, though, upwards of, you know, 6 figures, up to 250 or 500,000 in some cases. It just, again, depends on, you know, the overall, you know, station you're working at. The bigger markets, if you're a chief meteorologist, you know, that sort of thing, that's going to get you, you know, higher pay in the long run. But I know multiple people that work, you know, as a TV meteorologist, and I mean, that's kind of the general figure. Thank you, Jackson, for the $25 donation from earlier. Sorry, I missed that. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Nikki, for the $50 donation. Love your live streams. Thanks for covering weather so well. I do appreciate that, Nikki. And put some hearts in the chat for Nikki. That is very generous. Also, thank you, WX Doc, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate that. And welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Zeke, for the $5 super chat. Minored in meteorology at Emory Riddle. Thanks, my friend sent me your way. You helped her duck and cover. South of Albany. Abilene should be good now. Yeah, south of Abilene. I keep saying Albany. South of Abilene should be okay. You might still get a couple of storms, but I don't think the severe weather will be nearly as prominent there. Also, thank you, Jeff, for the $9.99. Thank you to Little for becoming a Moderate Velocity member. And also thank you, Laddard, for the $5 super chat. DoorDash Culver's. I think Culver's is going to be closing soon, so I don't think that's possible. I'll see if I can do it. Because honestly, if I can, I will. Because I am hungry. How fast is it going? This particular storm near Clyde and Baird, Texas, is moving southeast at 20 miles per hour right now. Guys, for privacy reasons, I'm not telling you what school I go to. It's not really relevant. But for the record, I'm wearing an OU shirt today. Fun fact. It does not mean I'm going to OU, but I'm wearing an OU shirt. Thank you, Slayan, for becoming a Velocity member, and also thank you, Gardner, for becoming a Velocity member. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Coffee. We have 62 new members today, by the way. That's almost a record from the other day that we're almost beating. I do appreciate everybody that's a member. Can you do past orders somehow on Culver's? Do you guys know, or on Uber Eats? I mean, I think you can. I'm trying to figure that out. Yes, you can. Okay, I got it. Boomer sooner. Boomer sooner. All right, let's see if they'll deliver it to me tonight. I don't know if they will. Last time I tried, they didn't. Let's see if it happens. Only $30. Uber Eats is crazy. We got it. All right. We got Culver's on the way. No cheese curds, though. It was like $6. And just get them for like $4 if I go there. Thank you, Coffee. Thank you, Ryan, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Ryan. You are crazy. I do appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, Penelope, as well. Thank you, Jared, for the $20 super chat. Put a couple of cheap sound tiles behind you. $20 worth should be enough. It'll make your voice sound more professional or personal. Sorry, 30 years studio owner here. I'll look into that. I will definitely look into that. Appreciate your generosity. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're trying to improve the setup here, and we're gonna have a large desk. We're gonna have another computer, so I'll see what we can fit in then. But yeah, I'll definitely try to do something like that for sure. No cheese curds, guys. I'm sorry, I didn't order the cheese curds. It was like $6 or $7 extra. If I was going there personally, I would definitely do it. And honestly, I just had cheese curds yesterday. I don't feel like having them again. What's the Culver's order? It's a Butterburger, double, a shake, a drink, fries. Loft your bed. Let me just put my bed, like, up here somewhere. Might as well. Put it above the desk. That would be perfect. You need a personal assistant? We'll see. These streams have gotten way more popular, though, than they used to be. I mean, we have 11,000 viewers right now, which, again, we were not ever hitting those numbers up until, like, literally this past month. Which I just think the reason why is because of how much weather we've been having, but it's still pretty crazy. Still pretty crazy. We peaked today at 23,000 viewers. That is insane. I didn't even realize that. Holy crap. 23,000 viewers at one point. That is insane. Holy crap. I didn't even know that. I wasn't really paying attention. I don't have my chat usually pulled up during tornado warnings. If I do, it's usually briefly. Once we get more monitors, it'll be up at all times, but we only have 3 monitors right now. We'll have 6 pretty soon. About selling merchandise? I mean, I have merchandise, but I don't usually mention it. What was my flavor? It's a black cherry. The buffalo tenders are smack. You should try them. I've had them before. I'm not a big fan of it, honestly. Merch or Riot? I have merch. Again, it's in the description. The only thing we have is like logo stuff and then some flying trampoline merch. Which, for the record, all of our merchandise is actually really comfortable. But again, you don't really have to buy it. I think we actually sold a couple of things during the live stream. JD bought a couple of t-shirts, the flying trampoline t-shirts. I appreciate that. The good old flying trampoline t-shirts. Good times. The bed is the desk. Yes, that is exactly what it is. Hey, Tracy, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Drunk NATO shirts when? We'll see. We'll see. We've had a lot of tornadoes like that, though, recently. I mean, we had like 3 or 4 of them that were going backwards and doing all sorts of weird things. We do have a live cam in Kewanna, Texas. I don't know if we have any view of this storm. Let's see. We have one on the right side of your screen, but it's looking in the wrong direction. I'm going to see if we have anything. Because there are 2 different live cams in Kewanna. See if we have anything there. Storm right now is producing some large hail and damaging winds. And again, this is moving northbound. It'll be approaching Vernon over the next few minutes. Other than lightning, I'm not really seeing much right now. So, if anything does appear there, I'll show you guys, but it's mostly lightning. More of a damaging wind and hail threat, though, that still exists on that storm. We need 8 merch. Just put a number 8 on it and call it a day. What is Wolf City, Texas expecting tonight? You're expecting maybe isolated damaging winds, and that's about it. That's a very low threat there. That's basically anywhere in North Texas, isolated hail and wind anywhere in this area. That includes Fort Worth, DFW, a few counties west of DFW, like Parker and Wise County. Got Montague County, a couple other counties I can't remember. Johnson County, I think, is somewhere in here. I don't know. Ennis County or Ellis County. I'm trying to remember all the counties. Wherever Granbury and Glenrose are, I can't remember the counties, but those are also places. Where can we purchase your merchandise? All the links to everything, including the donation links, the membership links, and the merchandise links, are all in the description below. I mean, I'll copy and paste it into chat, but chat's scrolling so fast, I don't think you're gonna be able to catch it. We have all of our links down there. We're on Twitter, we're on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX, we're on all those platforms. What radar do I use on screen? It is Radar Omega. The link to downloads at the bottom of the description. Luke, which video? Are you talking about a live stream or are you talking about a video? Video. Just at me again and let me know. I'll check. I'm guessing it's not hacked. I think it might just be like a bot account or something. Flash flood warning has been canceled for Abilene, by the way. Yeah, look, what is it? What is this on? A video? Oh, the latest video? That is just a, yeah. I'll hide the user from channel. That's not me. That's just a bot that tried to name themselves similar to my name. There's a reason why YouTube changed the handles. It makes it so that you cannot see, you know, you can basically you can at least see what the name is and make sure it's legit. Because my name's always at Max Velocity WX. We're not anything else. So that's just, again, that's just a bot that created an account and tried to, like, you know, impersonate me, which doesn't really work like that. It's all in weird letters. Yeah, it's not my account. Yeah, I was about to say, most of the time it's not person's account. But never click on links in the comments unless you know who it is. Thank you, Rick, for becoming a Velocity member. We appreciate it. Seeing anything? I'm not really seeing anything. Again, it's mostly hail and wind right now. We'll be live at least for a little bit longer in case anything does develop, though. My Culver's doesn't arrive for another, like, 25-30 minutes, so we'll at least be live for that much longer. And then from there, if nothing happens, we'll call it a day. If that all goes like that. It's time for bed. You can go to bed if you want, Dakota. It's fine. I can handle the chat. How's your night? It's been kind of crazy. It's been a crazy night. We had 2 large tornadoes. At least I think we had at least 4 tornadoes today, but 2 of them were large and caught by Connor Croft, and then yeah. Live tomorrow? I think we'll be live tomorrow. We'll see what ends up happening with the risk for tomorrow, but we'll probably be live again. We got another slight risk just west of Abilene. But we do have another elevated tornado risk. Thank you, Nikki, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And welcome to Velocities. That is 68 new members, by the way, today. We only need 4 more members to break our members in a stream record, which is pretty crazy. Thank you, Rodin. Appreciate that. No problem, Chris. Storm's starting to fire in DFW. And we got a couple of storms. I'm not sure if these are elevated or not, or if they're just, like, kind of breaking through the cap. They don't look super impressive. They look more elevated to me. But I would have to look at, like, the soundings and stuff. But main concern, if any of these do go severe, would be isolated hail and wind. We got a couple of storms firing up there in the DFW area. Thank you, Chris, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Also, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. And welcome to the Velocities. And also, thank you, Rick. We're now 1 away from our personal record in a stream ever. And this stream's only been 4 hours. I think the last one was like 8. And there we go. We have broken the record for the most members in a single day with John becoming a Velocity member. That is crazy. People must be really excited about your computer build. I have no clue. I'm actually curious to see how many people show up for that. I don't know what day it's going to be. I don't know. I mean, we'll have all the parts in by the middle of next week. So we'll build the computer basically then, but it's going to depend basically on the severe weather next week too. So again, we'll have a members only stream for that next week. I don't know what day again, but it'll probably be around like Thursday or Friday, whenever the severe weather isn't as significant. Thank you, Keaton, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. And thank you, Intercepted, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Smarts in the chat for Intercepted. I do appreciate that. It's our highest tiered membership. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we still have about 7 different severe storms. Sorry, 8 actually. We have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We have a couple that are near Vernon that are mostly just isolated hail and wind producers. Those are slowly drifting east and north, not really doing too much of anything. Producing a lot of lightning, by the way. And then further down to the south near Abilene, we do have a weakening supercell there. This is still producing maybe some isolated golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, but it has been on a weakening trend. Still enough, though, to be severe. And then back over in parts of south central Texas, we do still have 3 storms that are severe down here. We have one near Junction. Majority of these storms are half-dollar, quarter-sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are currently moving very slowly to the south and east. Not really doing much, but the tornado risk overall with these storms is still relatively low at this time. And I do think the tornado risk will probably remain low for the next few hours. And it should be near 0 at some point in the future. And hopefully that's soon, but still there. Holy cow. Thank you, Jana, Lisa, Troy, Jerk, and Grace for all becoming Velocity members. That is a train of Velocity members. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. And also, the severe thunderstorm watch does go for 45 more minutes. We'll see if they issue a new one. But for right now, it still goes for 45 more minutes. If we do get any more reports, I'll be retweeting them on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. As of right now, I'm not seeing any right now. But if we do get any, that'll be the place that I retweet most of that stuff. Then you, Glenn and Trance are also becoming Velocity members. We have a train right now of Velocity members. Anywhere to find your settings on Radar Omega? The color table that I'm using for reflectivity is on our Discord server. Otherwise, I mean, the settings themselves, I don't have anything on. But if I might do something like that for like members at some point down the road. It's not really too complicated. It would just be something I would have to record. Not seeing any rotation on these storms. I'm not really seeing any rotation on that Abilene storm either. Maybe a little bit of rotation near Brady. We have a little hook down here. Not hook for a while, but still there. A little bit of rotation. It's not much. I don't think it's enough to be tornado warned. But we'll keep a close eye on that. I think a lot of those storms at this point are probably outflow driven. They're not even severe, so. The other storm also, that warning just expired. So we are back down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, all of which are in Texas right now. There's that widespread view here of these storms on radar. Thank you, Music, Amy, for becoming Velocity members. What NFL team do I support? The Patriots, which stink right now. Thank you, Jeff, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Don't mention confetti. Thanks for being awesome. No problem. I guess I'm awesome. Devastating as a Patriots fan right now. It 100% is. It's actually relatively sad. It's very sad. And now I'm unsubscribing. Unfortunate. I don't know why you'd unsubscribe. I mean, the Patriots stink right now. There's no reason to unsubscribe. They're horrendous. Oklahoma severe warning in effect. Was Oklahoma under one? Oh, there actually is one. Okay, I didn't see that. There's one near Chandler. I bet I didn't see that. I wasn't really looking at Oklahoma. There's a low threat up here. Don't have any rotation on these, but little hook there. It's, again, an unconcerning hook that we have near Chandler, Oklahoma. The Tulsa storms are strong, but not severe. Mostly just wind and hail. That's small. And maybe some lightning. And that's about it. How do I join? The link's down in the description. And everything, like donation links, membership links, social media links, everything's in the description down below. You click the more thing down below and it'll pop all that stuff up. Emily, yeah, you're good. Just have ways to receive alerts just in case. Again, the main concern will be isolated damaging winds, and that goes for anywhere in North Texas tonight. We can do a quick future radar and give you an idea what's going to happen. So here's the idea of what we're looking at tonight. So this is right around 9, 10 o'clock. Yeah, not much really happening. I think a lot of these storms, again, will weaken between now and about 11. And then we'll have an isolated chance for damaging winds overnight from a complex back up in Oklahoma. That could clip parts of North Texas, but it's uncertain. And then once we go later into tomorrow, there will probably be a more elevated risk for severe weather, including tornadoes in West Texas. Same thing goes for Nebraska and Kansas. But the Nebraska and Kansas storm should be lower risk. So basically, if we go live tomorrow, we'll start around 4 or 5, and we'll probably go until about 8 or 9. But again, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to go live yet tomorrow. I kind of just want to go on vacation for a day. But we might save that for Saturday. It kind of depends on which day looks more significant. If Friday looks more significant, we'll save that for Saturday. But if Saturday looks more significant, we'll not stream tomorrow. So it just depends. Depends on what the outlook is. Thank you, Enrico and Nick, as well, for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it. We're up to 86 new members today. Holy cow. Up to 86 members. That is insane. That is literally, I mean, that's a personal record by a long stretch. Almost up to 100. You guys are crazy. $3 per month, that's the deal of the century. Yeah, we have a $3 tier, which a lot of people are. The $3 tier. I was thinking of getting rid of it and just having it the $5, $10, whatever tiers, but I'm gonna keep it. I don't think there's any reason to get rid of it. I think it's a good low-cost option, and it's not a crazy ask for, you know, supporting the page. This warning now near Clyde and Baird, Texas, has been downgraded to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving down to the south-southeast. And then the other storms down to the south, again, only one severe near Coleman. And then we have 2 near Vernon. The most significant one is producing ping-pong ball-sized hail in a rural part of Texas near Crowell. But these storms still have a little bit of severe weather juice left. Also, thank you, Jason, for becoming a Velocity member. I've never heard anybody say that. I sound like Sean Gunn. I don't know who that is. But I have had people say that I look like Dwight from The Office. So, might have to do a Dwight roles play at some point in the future. Just gotta get the style, you know? It'd be pretty crazy. What do I think about the potential outbreak on Monday? I will try to have a video on that either tomorrow or on Saturday. Once again, I'm trying to get a video out on that, but we just haven't had time with all the live coverage we've had. So I'll try to have a video out on one of those days on the overall synoptic overview. It'll probably be tomorrow, but it might not be until Saturday. Cosplay. Sorry, not roleplay. Cosplay. Sorry, Mrs. Velocity in the picture? No. I'm not married. No problem, daytime. Appreciate you tuning in. Alright, we'll look at Illinois. I've had so many people asking about Illinois. I'll quickly look. I don't think there's anything happening here. I mean, there's literally nothing happening in Illinois, other than rain and a couple of isolated thunderstorms. The only area that has anything that's interesting is Chicago, where there are some strong storms here that are mainly gusty wind producers, but that's really about it. We don't have anything else. All outflow driven, so not really any tornado risk here. Thank you, Charlotte, for becoming a Velocity member. My Battlehawks fan? I am. Yeah, we got all sorts of strong storms here. Oh, we got outflow boundaries everywhere up here in Illinois. It's pretty crazy. They are everywhere. Unfortunately, Holly, Texas, who got hit by the tornado, is now getting flash flooding. There are a bunch of storms going through Holly still. It's really unfortunate. Thank you, Nicole, for the $8.88 Venmo. I do appreciate it. Let's not go back to the 8s, please. How many tornadoes since last week? I think we've had over 100. I could be wrong, but I think we've had over 100 now. Cat, I try to, but it's hard how busy I am. I've been playing Beat Saber recently, which is pretty fun. What was the 8th thing from yesterday? You have to go back and watch yesterday's stream if you want to know about it. I think it started around hour 3. It started at 3 hours and like 45 minutes in, I think. It was horrendous. It was the worst 30 minutes of a live stream I've ever had. See you later, Micah. I think I could throw a curveball during a PDS tornado. You probably could. I mean, it's obviously never do that, but I mean, it wouldn't probably be hard to get a baseball thrown and have it curve right into a tornado. I don't think it would curve as much as you would think, though, depending on the direction you throw it from. If you, let's say you have a tornado here, and you're, that's not a tornado. Let's say you have a tornado here, and you throw the ball into it like this. It'll probably get curved in like one direction. Depending if it's an anticyclonic or cyclonic tornado, it would get pulled in one direction. But if you're like facing, I think any way you probably could get it to turn. Probably could get it to turn anyway. Never mind. Thank you, James, and also Swamp for becoming Velocity members. And welcome to the Velocities. We're up to 91 new members today. We've almost hit 100. That is literally insane. Yeah, tomorrow's Risk, again, we might go live for. This is tomorrow's Risk, and again, this is the area that I would mainly be going live for this, if we do go live. But if not, we are going to be watching this large area that's from Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri, all the way back through the Southern Plains. And large area, probably going to go live, but we'll see. And again, the main concern, damaging winds and hail. But there is going to be an elevated chance as well for even a few tornadoes in that yellow shaded area. So that'll be the main area to watch for. Thank you, Vanes, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Also thank you, Dames, for becoming a Velocity member. And we don't have really anything crazy in DFW. Most of these storms, again, are not severe. They should remain strong. Maybe an isolated storm that produces hail there. Or downburst winds. And then the other ones, again, across much of Central Texas overall are kind of on a weakening trend. So, and we'll stay live for a little bit longer just in case anything does try to get a little bit crazy. But right now, it's not looking too shabby right now. Not looking too shabby. Let's hope it stays that way. Thank you, Jesse and Harvest, also for becoming Velocity members. We're up to 95 Velocity new members today. That's insane. 95. 5 away from 100. Literally insane. My new favorite newsfeed. I appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of you guys have recently started watching. I mean, we've had an insane amount of viewership recently. I've never had anywhere close to even 8,000 viewers usually, so it's pretty crazy. But I do appreciate, again, everybody tuning in, and hopefully I'm helping you guys out, kind of keeping you weather aware, and not trying to be dramatic or overhyping anything. Again, we're just trying to give you the information and what's happening in real time, which right now there's nothing really that's crazy happening. This actually near Vernon is intensified a bit, though. We do have damaging wind potential here right over 287. More than likely, that is damaging winds that are currently upwards of 65 miles per hour, maybe 70 miles per hour. You have a live cam, I think, looking at this. Right side of your screen in Kewanna, Texas. We might get some good flashes of lightning. That is live on Virtual Railfan. Hey, Swamp for the 499. Microburst? I don't know about that. I don't know if this is strong enough to be a microburst. It's... Let's see. I mean, velocities are picking up on 50 miles per hour. It's probably stronger than that, but I don't think it's a microburst. Could be, though. You never know. Thank you, Tom, Captain, and Pamela for becoming Velocity members. We have 98 new members today. Holy cow. Yeah, today was an insane stream. Again, it was literally insane. 2 large tornadoes were just crazy. It's all right, Vernon. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you don't have to be. You don't have to become a member. You don't have to donate. You don't have to do any of that. It's don't have to do it, but it is always a big help. We just purchased a ton of parts for a new computer that's gonna be coming in next week. That's gonna be really exciting. So a lot of big upgrades coming to the studio. It's gonna be a crazy next few days with severe weather, but I'm hoping we can get that set up by the end of next week. We're over 100 new members today with Random, Kelly, Nicholas, and as well as Taylor for becoming Velocity members. We're at 102 now today. That is insane. And Kyle. Thank you guys all for becoming Velocity members. Call it a night. My Culver's doesn't arrive for a few more minutes, so yeah, we'll stay live just in case anything happens for at least a little bit longer. Clay, I don't actually know off the top of my head, but again, we'll do that members only stream later next week for the computer building, and I'll go over all the specs then. Upgrading my chair? No, my chair is good. We have a good chair. The chair I'm using here is good. I've had this chair for over a year. The problem is sometimes I don't have the chair if I go somewhere else. So, but the chair I have is good. Thank you, Bill. I think it's Jose. I could be wrong. Bree as well as Brian for becoming Velocity members. We're at 108 now today. Literally insane. It's a member train. And also CERN for becoming a Velocity member. You guys are crazy. Strongest damaging wind pocket right now is over Tolbert, Texas. It's going towards White City. This is really the most intense, severe storm that we currently have. So, probably stay on this for a second. Let's try 150. There's no way we're getting to 150 members. There's no way. We got 109. I think the most we'll get to is like 112 or something. Any plans to get meteorologist Andy Hill equivalent character on this channel? I have a lot of respect, by the way, for Andy. We've talked before, and he's really cool. But I mean, we're not going to be turning into a full-blown Ryan Hall here. We're not going to have a bunch of assistants in the background. I mean, you know, what Ryan does is pretty crazy. You know, I talked to him earlier today in direct messages and stuff, and got a lot of respect for what he does. But I mean, the capacity of what he does things at is, you know, probably 15, 20 times higher than what we do. So yeah, I'm a single man show still. I mean, we just got a social media manager, quote unquote, recently. And, but like, other than that, I mean, we're not really, no big plans there right now, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not ruling out that we get somebody in the background at some point to kind of help filter through reports and stuff and maybe something like that. But I honestly enjoy doing what I do by myself. I mean, I don't really want to have to rely on other people doing other stuff in the background. And but, you know, right now, I kind of just like doing it myself. But I am hoping to increase the amount of storm chasers that we have. I'm hoping to increase that number here in the next few weeks once we have a better computer in place. And it wouldn't be possible without all of our members. So, again, I do appreciate you guys a lot. Look at the store in Brady. It's becoming a hook. It's been like that for a while. The storm has had a hook for a while. The rotation isn't really there. I think most of this activity is outflow driven. I could be wrong. Very interested to see what PC you build. Yeah, again, I'll be going over everything on that members only stream, and I'll also go over the price of everything too, so you guys get an idea of what we basically got. But yeah, it's a big upgrade from what we have right now. That's all I'm saying. The laptop I have right now, I mean, the CPU's been falling apart, but it'll be a big upgrade. Still got a wind core here near Vernon. This has become outflow driven. You can actually see the outflow boundary here. So I'm not really expecting a tornado threat, but this is where the damaging wind core is near Vernon, Texas. Continue to stay away from windows if you're in this warning. And this is really the most significant storm that we have right now. And even then, it's not super significant, but that is where we're looking at very high damaging winds, at least around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Holy cow, you guys are insane. I mean, we just got 9 new members again in the last few minutes. Holly, Alice, Sherry, Brian, Velta, Kyle, Kelly, Tom. Thank you guys all for becoming Velocity members. Harvest. I mean, you guys are literally insane. We're up to 117 new members today. This is crazy. James for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, we work with Connor right now. We'll be working with Stormrunner Media most likely in the future as well, which you guys may have not heard of, but they are pretty high quality too when it comes to storm chasing. I don't have any other names off the top of my head that we're going to be working with here soon, but we'll probably at least have 2 chasers in the near future at the bare minimum for most days, and then maybe 3. We'll try to do that first and see how things go. Well, at least upgrade to 2 at some point. Again, I don't know when. It'll probably be near the end of the month, and then we'll go to 3 once we can. Yeah, Stormrunner Media is finishing up school. They, I think he just graduated. Hey, Heidi, as well as Nancy and Aaron for becoming Velocity members. We're up to 121 today. You guys are crazy. There's no way we're getting to 150, but you guys are really crazy. Circulation possible over Tulsa? I don't think so. I think most of this activity is, again, just strong storms. Yeah, we have nothing there. I mean, there's no rotation here at all. It's just some maybe gusty winds, if anything. And the storms that are northeast Oklahoma City also, I'm not seeing much here. It's mostly, again, just gusty winds and small hail. Thank you, Paul, as well. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, David. You guys are literally insane. This is literally a Velocity member train. Ash as well. This is insane. Hoping to start chasing around in Iowa on my days off. That's pretty cool. Yeah, just stay safe out there. Again, make sure that you at least have some idea of what you're doing, back roads, all that sort of stuff. Make sure you have all that stuff in place. All right, my Culver's arrived. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Be right back. All right. How many more members do we just get? I mean, I was gone for like 5 seconds. Now we're up to 132. Oh my god, you guys are literally insane. Guess what? Culver's is delivering smiles. Very nice. I'm glad they're delivering some smiles. I'm smiling. Very nice. You Amber. Oh my god, you guys are literally insane. I don't even know. I can't even keep up with all these names. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. There's just, you guys are literally insane. You guys are insane. I mean, I've said it like 99 times, but like, seriously. Thank you, James, Ash, Molly, Missy, Jordan, Amber, for all becoming members. Thank you, Zero, for the 10 gifted members. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Dog, for the $99.99. Put some hearts in the chat for both Zero and Dog. You guys are crazy. Thank you, Use, for the minimum velocity member. Thank you, Frank. I mean, seriously, guys. You guys are crazy. Any tornadoes this evening? I don't think we're going to see any more. And I think it's a very low chance if we do see another one. I think it'll be a very, very low chance. So overall, maybe one more, but it should be a low chance. This shake I got is literally ice cream. It's like melted entirely. The last one I got was not melted at all. They didn't even give me a straw for the shake. What's going on here? I have to get a straw. I'll be back in a second. All right. We've officially crossed 150 members. You guys are literally insane. You guys are crazy. It gave a smile. It gave a smile instead of a straw. That is true. Hear me out, 200. There's no way we're going to 200. No way. I'm not throwing it in the freezer. I want to drink it now. I'm drinking milk, basically, with Oreos. Gotta get the IHOP sponsor. Yeah, right. Thank you, Meredith, Always, SDI, Zaz, Andrea, for becoming Velocity members. Thank you. It's for the 5 gifted members, and also thank you, JT, for becoming a member. We're up to now to 162. I really can't even drink this. It's like ice cream. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, random user. Thank you, John. You guys are literally crazy. I mean, seriously. You guys are literally crazy. Culver sponsorship? We gotta get one. If we don't get a Culver sponsorship, you know, I might have to get Buffalo Wild Wings cheese curds instead. So just saying. Culver's, give me a call. Give me a call. Thank you, Landon. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Trippy, for the $4.99. Appreciate you guys a lot. You guys are literally insane. Thank you, Project. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Anthony. You know, we might be up close to 1,000 total members at this point. I don't know what our member count is, but like it's getting up there. I don't know how far we are, but by the way, we are down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's the one near Vernon. We have one near Abilene, and we have one in Oklahoma. Or we actually don't. Never mind. These are the 3. Sorry. We have one in west of Crowell. We have one near Vernon, Texas, and we still have one just south and east of Abilene that is weakening, which actually will probably not be warned anymore. So these will be our only warnings left, basically. Also, we are only 50 subscribers away from 190,000. Make sure to subscribe down below. We're at about 720 members, I believe, total. So never mind, we're not that close. I thought we were closer. Thank you, Anthony, Caitlin, and Joseph, for all becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Paul, for the very generous $50 super chat. I appreciate that, Paul. Put some hearts in the chat for Paul. And honestly, put hearts in the chat for everybody. I mean, you guys are literally crazy. We got an outflow boundary again moving north. Overall, I think the severe weather threat is kind of dying down. I kind of hope it goes that way. I think overall the tornado risk is very low, and I think overall the severe weather threat should be dropping here. Then you Twisted and Tato Barbecue for becoming a Velocity member. We're up to 176 members today. Crazy. The membership link's in the description. It's also pinned in the chat, I believe. Or whoever just asked. I can't even see it because the chat's going so fast. Thank you, Misty. Becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Glenn. 200 members and you get a Velocity tattoo? I don't think so. I'm not a fan of getting tattoos, and I'm probably not going to get one. Thank you, Fields, for becoming a Velocity member. We're at 180 now. Or 178. Yeah, the elephant in the room today was the thumbnail. After the stream, I'm changing the thumbnail to whatever the risk was just in Texas, because I mean, that was the risk overall, though. I mean, that was like the area. Here's an update, by the way, from Connor Croft. Got Freddie McKinney with me. Just got in a room. He's doing okay. We're just hoping everybody he brought to the hospital is doing okay, along with everybody else that was impacted by this tornado. He is a hero and proud to call him my friend. Appreciate everybody reaching out. I understand may not be getting back to you for a while. So, again, Connor's with him. And again, big props to Freddie today. Again, he's a hero. Connor even too. I mean, Connor was able to spot this tornado very early on. That happened earlier near Holly, Texas. Again, there were multiple injuries. But I gotta say, I mean, they had some great work today and they able to help a lot of people. What did Freddie do? He's basically rescued a dog and saved a family that were just absolutely leveled by that tornado that happened earlier. So there's a lot of stuff on Twitter about it. So if you want more information, you can go there. I mean, we were live also earlier, obviously, but you know, we didn't really have any. I mean, we had footage of the tornado like the entire time, but there's a lot of damage there near Holly, Texas. It could have been a lot worse. It could have very easily hit Abilene too, but luckily the storm became outflow dominant. If it didn't, we could have probably had we might have had a large tornado there if that didn't happen, or at least a strong tornado. So. Thank you, Christy, Dark, Josu, and Pause Houston for all becoming Velocity members, and Brittany. We're up to 184 now. Anything for DFW tonight? I'm not expecting much. Again, it's mainly going to be an isolated wind threat, but I don't really expect much there, honestly. I think the severe weather threat will stay low. Not zero, but it's very low. Thank you, CMC, also for the Velocity member. Also, thank you, Velta, for the 5 gifted. If you got a gifted membership from anybody, make sure to thank them. We're now up to 190. My God, guys, you guys are literally insane. I can't believe we're at 190. Thank you, Pat. So, I said no way to 150 for the record. Said no way to 150. And we're at now 191. Let's go for a beer. I actually don't think I have any beer on me anymore. I could be wrong, but I had a beer last night after all my finals. After the live stream was done, I had a beer. But I don't think I have any beer left. I'm going to keep it a buck. Thank you, Becky, becoming a Velocity member. We're 8 away from 200. If you get VIP Velocity, you should get a 10% discount at Culver's. I don't think that's how that works. We're not even associated with Culver's. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. What's your go-to beer? Shinerbach is good. Mike's Black Cherry or Hard Cherry, whatever that is. It's pretty good too. Those are my favorites. Overall. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning on the northeast side of Oklahoma City. Not really any rotation here. We do have a little hook, but not really rotation. That is producing ping pong ball sized hail though. So something to watch for here in Oklahoma. Are you lucky for becoming a Velocity member? Am I going to reveal my test scores? I don't know if there's really much to reveal. I mean, I can tell you. I don't know about the broadcast exam yet. Even though I'm guessing it's like a 90 or 100 or something. But one of my exams was a 95. The dynamic exam that I had yesterday was like a 71, but it was plenty to get me to where my grade needed to be anyways. I didn't really have to do that well on that exam, so I didn't take it super seriously. Like, I didn't study like a ton for it. I think I studied for like 2 hours, so it was actually pretty good for what it was. Which a 70 in that class, by the way, is like a 85 pretty much, because that class is really hard. It's probably dynamic meteorology in general. I mean, you're talking about derivations and equations, and it gets pretty crazy. So, do I like wine? I do not, at least from what I know. But I think those are the only 2 that I've had. I had another one, but once again, I had plenty to get the grade I wanted. I still have an exam from one of my classes from the beginning of April that has still not been graded. But the final exam has been graded. I got like a 95 on it, but like I have no clue what that grade was. It's fantastic. So the member count, we have 195 members now today. With Steve in Michigan, thank you for becoming Velocity members. Joseph, I'll try. I got your email. I'll look into it and then I'll try to get you back. It might have just been by accident. Sorry about that. If you're watching the stream. If I don't get you unblocked, then just email me back. I might forget, but hopefully I don't. Thank you, Breck, for the $19.99. I appreciate your generosity. Also, thank you, CH. I only get initials for merchandise orders, but thank you to the other two people that just bought a Velocity flying trampoline t-shirt and also another logo t-shirt on our shopmaxvelocity.net website. You guys are way too generous. I'm going to stay live for just a little bit longer in case we get something here. I don't see really much rotation, but I'm still going to watch the storm closely. Again, it's near Sparks, east of Oklahoma City. There's a little bit of something to watch here. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Thank you, Mary and Virginia, for becoming Velocity members. We are now 3 members, sorry, away from... No, we're three away from 200. We need a max velocity just chatting stream. We actually should do that at some point. I can talk for days about nothing. It's not hard for me to talk. I mean, that's why I love doing this. I love talking. That's why I like the end of streams usually, because I mean, if there's not a whole lot of significant stuff happening, it's nice to talk. We've officially just hit 200 new members today. That is literally insane. You should sell hats and t-shirts. We do. It's the links in the description, once again, to our merchandise and our other donation links. But I'll put the link in the chat if you do want to pick something up. Hopefully you see it in time, because the chat is running so fast. I posted it like 6 times. Thank you, Ronan, for the 5 gifted members. This storm, by the way, just got upgraded to golf ball size tail near Rossville. So if you're in Rossville or Sparks, Oklahoma, and you need to stay away from windows, that is a significant hailstorm moving east. 200 members limited edition hat? No. I'm doing a limited edition members hat. Thank you, DJ, for becoming a Velocity member. We're up to 206 now today. Now, there's no way we're going to 250. There's just no way. I don't know what that is, Chuck. Never heard of it. Stanley mugs. Yes, we need to get a Stanley mug. Let's get the biggest fat out there. It's fantastic. What PC do I use now? It's a laptop. It's a Lenovo laptop. It's not great. It's kind of dated. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation here. It's more of a hail threat. That's golf ball sized hail right now. That's going towards Sparks, Oklahoma, and Midlothian. Moving eastbound. Thank you, random user, for upgrading. Also, thank you, Rats, for becoming a Velocity member. We're now 207 today. Tiltura, I don't even know if that's legal, but okay. I have no clue if that's legal. Couldn't tell you. I'm surprised it can even run 3 monitors and stream. That's what I'm saying. I'm surprised too. So we need to raise funds for a new computer. No, we already ordered the new computer. Again, we didn't have to we didn't really raise funds to begin with. I mean, again, it's just basically from the membership money. We're putting that into upgrades. So, again, we got a new computer coming. We'll do a building stream of that next week at some point, probably. And then again, we have 3 monitors that are coming, so we'll be up to 6. We have a monitor stand to hold all those monitors, and then we have a new desk that's coming. So that'll be able to handle 2 different computers. We'll have the laptop still, That'll mostly be for travel forecasts and stuff whenever I have to travel, but we'll also have that for a streaming laptop, and then we'll have the main desktop for the, the upgrade and whatnot. So, exciting stuff coming. Thank you, Joseph, also, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Rats. Check Chicago. I'll check Chicago real quick. There is, again, those storms are outflow driven. It's mostly just gusty winds. Okay, here you go. These are the only storms. Again, these are not severe. There you go. Most of those are just, again, gusty winds. And thank you, Tommy, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. We're up to 209 members today. Just insane. Yeah, again, most of these storms near Chicago are just, again, mostly just gusty winds. But, I can feel this computer dying. Like, it's so very minimally able to handle all this. I've had a lot of lag spikes even on, Radar Omega, which I never used to have that before. It's just, this computer's dying like so fast. So, I'm glad we're getting it now and not later. This warning is now up to 2-inch hail in Oklahoma. So we're now up to hen egg sized hail, which for the record is in the size of an Easter egg that's 2 inches in diameter near Rossville, Oklahoma, moving towards Sparks, south of Chandler and south of Interstate 44. This is still a relatively significant hailstorm right now. Again, if you're in this warning, stay away from windows. Apparently, Reed Timmer's about to blast east on this storm. Saw that on Twitter. So I guess he's going to try chasing the storm. Hey, Sky Lark, sorry for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Tommy, for all becoming Velocity members. And also thank you, Joseph. I think I might have said that already, but thank you. Up to 210 members today. What does Culver's have? Culver's has like sandwiches, like roast beef and stuff. They have, I think they have roast beef at least. They have burgers, chicken, all that sort of stuff. We've also just officially hit 190,000 subscribers. You guys are literally crazy. I think we did. Yeah, we just hit 190,000. Sheesh. This black area that you're seeing on the reflectivity, that's just very deep, or very high DBZ values, which basically means either heavy rain or hail. In this case, that would be your 2-inch hail that's falling. So that right there is 2-inch hail. And in Oklahoma near Chandler. I eat a lot of fast food. There isn't a whole lot of options when you stream as much as I do. It's kind of hard to fit in anything else. Thank you, Weather, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, let's get to 200,000 subscribers tonight. Let's do it. For anybody that's not subscribed, you can subscribe, and we might get there. We're not getting to 200K tonight. That takes forever. Getting 10K subscribers would take a massive jump. Just not possible in a stream like this. Thank you, Space Cat. Appreciate that. Thank you for your generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate that. That's the point of this channel. It's always been about saving lives. And I mean, we started this really back, nationwide weather. We started this back in 2022, in the spring. It's always been about saving lives. It's, again, never been it really never was meant to be like a business or anything like that, even though it's kind of gone that direction because, now we're starting to have, more, at least I have somebody that's working for me now, sort of, but it's still not really about that. It's still about the, the drive to save people's lives and stuff. It always has been like that, and it always will. I mean, that's what weather is about. News stations have weather and stuff, and it's pretty similar like that. It's about saving lives. And hopefully we've been able to do that here for the last couple of weeks with all the tornadoes we've had. We've had a lot of large tornadoes, and it's been crazy. It's been crazy to say the least. New severe thunderstorm warning for Prague, Sparks, in Meeker, Oklahoma. That is again for 2-inch hail. This is still a relatively significant hailstorm right now. High risk for members tonight. Yeah, we're up to 212. Thank you, Sonia, for becoming a Velocity member. Dakota, you can't even spell the name right. Didn't they go out of business? We're not getting to 250 members. We would need 38 more, and I don't even think there's enough people here to do that. I used to sell tacos in a trailer park, made $500 a night. That's pretty good. For a food truck, that's pretty good. Food trucks have become pretty big. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Thank you, Glenn. And also thank you, John, for becoming Velocity members. Look at that CC, by the way, on this storm. That CC that you're seeing here, that's the hail that's falling. So we definitely have some significant hail here near Rossville. Let's look at that vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, that's a pretty large hail core there. That's near Midlothian, 2-inch hail. Yeah, not really seeing any rotation here. I think this is outflow dominant too, but we definitely have some isolated wind with this storm near Rossville, going towards Panson and Clifton, and eventually going towards Prague, Oklahoma. So still a threat for large hail. That's, again, a considerable threat in Oklahoma. We are back up to 5 warnings, which I think this is the only new one, so. I'm 15 minutes south of Prague. Thanks for keeping an eye on us. No problem. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the storm kind of stays to your north. It's kind of trending in the direction where it might try to go down this direction. And the main concern, if it does, would be large hail. Maybe some isolated damaging winds, too. The severe thunderstorm watch has now been extended for another 2 hours. So this goes for 2 more hours here. Severe weather or lower threat in central Texas, but a couple of storms still going. The one near Vernon, it actually did produce golf ball sized hail. Once again, looks mostly just like a wind threat on that storm. Maybe a little bit hail left. And that'll be moving north. That'll be actually going towards Frederick. Again, tornado threat should remain pretty low there. And then this is the one northeast Oklahoma City. Thank you, Nate, from the 999 as well. Thank you, Kelsey, for the becoming a Velocity member. Time to start a TikTok or Reel train to get Max a cover sponsorship. We do have TikTok. We have like 45,000 followers over there, but I don't really post anything on there other than just the videos that I post on here. Yes, Robert, 100%. Have a good night. The Prague storm right now is moving to east-southeast. It's the direction it's going. But there is hail. There is 2-inch hail here. So, yeah, definitely do that. Definitely protect your calves. There's 2-inch hail with this storm right now. And it's going to be going right towards Prague. No problem. Yes, the elephant in the room today has been the thumbnail, guys. Again, the risk outlined today was exactly like that. So I can't tell you anything else there. That's all I'm going to say. Like, not much I can tell you. We had a whole, like, I mean, everybody was talking about it before the live stream even started, but. Thank you, Victor, for becoming a Velocity member. Tulsa's not going to get a tornado tonight. Yeah, it's mostly just strong storms up there. There are chances of severe weather in Dallas, Fort Worth. The threat overall is pretty low against mainly damaging winds. That's the main concern. Again, I'm not really expecting much there. Wow. That hail core is still pretty intense. Again, that right there is your CC. Still showing relatively large hail here. It's approaching Sparks and Prague, Oklahoma. Again, you want to stay away from windows if you are in this warning. Main concern again is large hail. What is the most severe weather you've ever witnessed, personally witnessed? Are you talking about like a live stream on the channel? I mean, the one that we had recently, I mean, the Ohio outbreak that we had back in March was probably the most, but I think the one that we had literally, what was it? 2 days ago. Tuesday. Tuesday was also a big day. We had upwards of like 40 warnings at one point. All right, the member train has officially died. We are at 2:15. So it has died, officially. No longer a train. Culver's have good fries? They are good. They're crinkle cut. Like this. They're pretty good. Which I'll eat that after the stream. I'm just drinking my shake. Just revived it? I don't think so. What are cheese curds? Have you not heard cheese curds? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, I didn't hear of cheese curds until I went to Culver's. It's basically like a fried little ball of cheese. It's basically what it is. Cookie, don't worry about it. Please don't worry about it. Like, trust me, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, that was Bucky. Let me see if I can unblock Bucky. Bucky, I don't know if you're still watching the stream, but I don't think you're blocked. You might have just gotten timed out temporarily. Or something like that. I could be wrong, but I don't see you on the list of people blocked. Hey, you can't fool Mother Nature. That's an interesting name. For the Moderate Velocity member. Thank you, Carol. And also thank you, Bomo, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Bomo. That is our highest tier membership. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Brahms is so good. I've had Brahms before, and I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's overrated. We are back up to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. There must be one over in, like... Oh, look at that. Chicago. Chicago actually has a severe thunderstorm warning now. Look at that storm. Holy cow. Damaging winds coming right into Chicago right now. Not seeing a tornado risk here, but that's a pretty intense cluster of storms. Might have a hail core, though, near Oaklawn. Yeah, we got a little bit of hail falling. South side of Oak Park approaching Chicago. So there's actually some severe weather up here in Illinois. Just strong enough. That's fine, Tucker. That's fine. Hey, Connor, becoming a moderate velocity member. Mystic, you're fine. Trust me, you're fine. It's isolated gusty winds and lightning, basically. Other than the Chicago storm, which is actually severe. No reason to be scared if you're in Chicago. Again, it's just isolated damaging winds, and that's really about it. That's my assessment of the brownie last night. Simply put, too small. The brownie itself, actually, I had it. It wasn't really... I thought it was kind of mid. Yeah, I didn't think it was that good. I didn't actually think their pizza was anything special either. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Papa John's, apparently. Have I had Sonic? Sonic is good. Sonic has some great breakfast food, I gotta say. Their burgers and stuff are pretty mid, but their breakfast burritos slap. The hail core on this storm heading towards Prague has been weakening over the last couple of scans. Still have some significant hail, upwards of probably golf ball size, but I do think it's a little bit of a lower sized. I would still take the proper precautions though if you're out in front of the storm in Oklahoma. Still significant enough for a severe weather threat. The storms back over in southwest Oklahoma are still producing damaging winds and hail. Again, the threat here is mainly going to be that. It's all outflow driven, so the tornado risk should remain very low, if not zero. And then the Oklahoma storm, or the not Oklahoma storm, the Illinois storm near Chicago. This is still producing damaging winds. It's about to go right into Chicago over the next few minutes. Got some hail falling too near Cicero, south of Oak Park. So there's some large hail falling there right now, probably quarter size. Sonic used to be good until it went corporate. I don't know. I don't know if I ever went there before it wasn't corporate. It might have been better before, but it's still not bad. You know, I like it. Not too shabby. Thank you, Fibers, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Sonic used to be good, now it's just like, I don't know. They have gotten smaller, I think. I don't think the burritos are as big as they used to be. I wish I had an In-N-Out. I haven't been in In-N-Out in like years. Last time I went was when I was in Texas. I'm actually going to be probably traveling to Texas early next year for like a few days, but when I'm there, I'm going to have to get In-N-Out. How many members? We're at 220 today. We're not hitting 250. 250. We got a free gift card for Papa John's, but still complains about Papa John's. I'm just being honest. I'm giving you a review. You know, I'm not just giving you a little food review here. I didn't think it was anything special. That was pretty mid. I will have to try Domino's though at some point. I've heard good things about Domino's. KG, I haven't heard of that. No, I mean, I don't live in the Midwest, so. Have I tried McDonald's? Oh, man. Have I tried McDonald's? We ran only off McDonald's exclusively on Saturday when we were covering the tornado outbreak of Oklahoma. Fun fact. I had both meals that day were McDonald's. I currently have 10,000 reward points on McDonald's. I bet Queso has like 100,000 or something. At least, maybe 1 million. You need to splurge and get yourself a steak from Outback. I usually don't splurge on food, but even then, I wouldn't get it from Outback. I don't like Outback. Longhorn I would get it from. Longhorn's ribs are actually pretty good. I think overall Longhorn is better bang for your buck. It's also better quality. But even then, I usually don't splurge on that stuff. I'm kind of a cheap person when it comes to food. I've never had Domino's, at least from what I know. No way you mentioned Queso? Queso's pretty popular. I think most people know who Queso is, unless you're... I think most of the younger people know about him, at least. He's on Twitch, I think. He got pretty popular pretty fast. He's a $1.50 Costco dog kind of guy. You're not wrong. I mean, I haven't had a Costco hot dog, though, in like a year. I don't know if that 200 member check, you deserve a bit of a splurge. The membership funds, for the most part, are just going to be going towards upgrades for the studio. So, I mean, a lot of it's not really going to be going toward directly me, at least. A lot of it won't, at least. I mean, some of it will, but, you know, A lot of it will just be going towards the upgrades that we're currently doing and any other upgrades we do in the future. So it's mostly what that stuff's doing. I spent $50 with tip on Taco Bell for my twins and their friend from DoorDash. That's expensive. I would never pay any more than like $7 for a taco at Taco Bell. Or like a meal in general. I need to try Cane's. I have had Raising Cane's. It is amazing. You know, Walmart actually has a chicken finger sauce that's like replicative of, or replicates, I should say, of Raising Cane sauce. It's like almost the exact same thing. Sounds good, Tucker. Have I tried Chick-fil-A? Yes. Again, I've most of these places I've been to. Texas toast at Cane's is so good. It varies on the day. There's tornado damage in Carlson Junction, Missouri, or Carl Junction, Missouri. There was a tornado north side of Joplin earlier. It did cause damage, but it wasn't super... It didn't look that large. It was pretty small. That was around 1 p.m. or so today, which sounds about right. The storm near Sparks, again, that hail core is a bit smaller than before, but we definitely do have a little bit of hail left, heading towards Sparks and Prague in central Oklahoma. And then the storms back over in southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas are still producing mostly damaging winds and hail. The hail threat is down to $0.50 or less, and then the one south of Brownwood is still marginally severe. Aside from that, again, really the main storm right now is near Chicago, which is actually still producing some hail right over Cicero, Illinois. How many left until we reach 250 members? We're 30 away right now. You say Whataburger is marginally better than Sonic? Sonic is definitely better. I don't know about their burgers. We compare burger to burger, Whataburger's probably better. But we're talking about like breakfast to breakfast, Sonic any day. Friendlies? I didn't even know those are still around. I thought they went out of business. Friendlies isn't... I don't even think Friendlies is that good. But one time I went, I got the wrong ice cream. It's like after a baseball game or something. And I was young. After a baseball game that I was in. And we all got ice cream, and they ended up giving my ice cream to somebody else. And I was sad after that. It was a very sad time in my childhood. That was the only time I went. Squall, yes. I passed all of them. Anything for Terre Haute? Just gusty winds, maybe. That's about it. What have I missed today? We had 2 large tornadoes earlier in Texas. If you want to go back in the stream and watch them, I mean, we had live footage with Connor Croft the entire time. Which, by the way, make sure to go subscribe to Connor Croft. I mean, you know, he's a good storm chaser. His link's down below, too. Callister's Deli? I've not. I think I've heard of it, but I've never been. Hey, you lady. Appreciate you subscribing. Have I had Hardee's? Yes, Hardee's blows. Same thing with Jack in the Box. They really both stink. I had both of them. I hated my meal at both of those places. I felt like I was getting something that was even worse than McDonald's. And McDonald's is pretty bad, for the record. The worst of this damaging wind threat's about to go right through downtown Chicago, by the way. And damaging winds up to 60 is the main concern. Maybe a little bit of hail over the Oak Park area. I don't know if we have any reports of hail here. I'm curious. Yeah, we got some reports of some quarter-sized hail near Oak Lawn. So there is some hail falling here. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. We're not hitting 250 members. There's just no way. We're done with the member train. 200 was plenty. 200 is like the most we've ever had. And that was by a long shot. Sonic gave me food poisoning. That's not good. Philip, I think there was 2 buildings that were damaged, or 2 things that were damaged, but overall, the southwest Oklahoma tornado that was huge the other night and very strong on radar didn't really produce much damage. Again, it was so rural, and I think it was rated like a high-end EF1. When did the storm stop today? It depends on where you are. I mean, the Midwest is going to be kind of winding down here soon with maybe just some gusty winds for the most part. The Texas storms will probably continue for a few more hours. But, even Oklahoma. But I think overall the threat is just pretty low. I mean, I wouldn't be live still, but I'm just kind of talking to you guys. So, it's fine. I'll eat my meal at some point. I'll have to put it back in the air fryer or something. I got the Culver's chicken tenders, which aren't hard to reheat. At least it's not a burger. Put it in the air fryer. I'm offended by people calling Carl's Jr. trash. I'm sorry, but I do not like Carl's Jr. I won't say it's trash, I just don't like it. I do apologize if you don't like my opinion. My opinion on food is very... It's pretty up there when it comes to all these places. Pretty good pizza in Tulsa? Really? Didn't know there was good pizza there. Thank you, Penny, for becoming a Velocity member. By the way, I do appreciate everybody that's become a Velocity member today. You guys are crazy. Also, thank you, Zenlicious, for becoming a member. You guys are literally crazy. Our membership record in a stream at 222 members today, which is just crazy. Also, thank you, Luna. Appreciate it. Mike's Hard Lemonade time? Nah, I don't think I have any. Even then, I'm not really that big into drinking. I mean, I'll have like a beer here and there, but I'm not like, you know, that kind of guy that likes to drink. Max having IHOP for the 4th straight night. I have not gotten IHOP, I don't think, since... Did I get out on Tuesday? I can't remember, but we haven't had IHOP in a while. Zoa? No. No, thank you. I'm gonna be honest with you, we might actually be very close to 888 members total. I could be wrong. Let me double check. So we have approximately... So after today's stream, we are technically over 1,000 members, but a lot of those are gifted. So for the record, our reoccurring memberships, I think, after today are at like 770 maybe? 780? So they're again just so high. It's crazy. What is that 8-inch emoji? What? Is that ours? Who put the 8-inch emoji on here? I swear. One of my mods did that or something. I mean, I didn't even notice that. Oh my goodness. We gotta get rid of that. Oh my god. I don't know who did that. Oh my god. There's no shot. I don't know who did that. I was not paying attention. I didn't even see that until now. Had to be a mod? I mean, it had to be. Not you? Well, that's good. Why are you still up? I thought you went to bed. It's... God. Oh, it's over. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that's on there. I don't know who did it. It couldn't have been any of the people that I know, because, I mean, like... Still here getting hungry. What? Any chance for severe weather this week in Middle Tennessee? Yeah, I mean, again, the threat of severe weather is going to increase as we go into next week. And I'll talk about this in my video forecast probably tomorrow. But we do have a large slight risk across a large chunk of the central and southern plains for Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I don't know who's going to be included in the risk, but we're probably going to see this entire area under, maybe not the entire area, but like some area in here under the extension of this risk as we go into Tuesday through Thursday. And I don't know where those areas will exactly be, but that's where we're going to be talking about the upcoming threat of severe weather next week. It's going to be a pretty large area. I do think we're going to have another severe weather outbreak on Monday. If not, we will probably at least have one next week between Monday and Thursday. But yeah, next week's going to be active. This is the future radar from the European model. So this is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Here's that severe weather outbreak potential. We might actually see that slight risk on Monday go more north, depending on trends. And then this would be Tuesday night, another, possibly an outbreak of storms in the Midwest on Tuesday. This would be Wednesday, some more storms, and then Thursday, more storms. And then hopefully we're done for a little while. I am planning on going on vacation for about a week, not fully on vacation, but like away from probably doing a lot of live streams. So more than likely through Thursday or so, we'll be doing live streams. And then next Friday or Saturday, we'll probably go ahead and on Friday. Okay, so this is the plan. So Monday through Thursday, we'll probably have live streams next week. All right, so we'll have probably about 4 days in a row of live streaming. And then Friday will probably be the members only stream for the computer building, as long as there's no severe weather that's significant. And then Saturday I will be going away, and then I'll probably be gone for almost a week. And from there we'll see what happens. Now I will still have videos during that time frame, and we'll go live when needed, but it'll be a little bit more limited than usual because I want to go golfing and I need a vacation. It's not like a vacation. I mean, it's just visiting family basically, but yeah, that'll be probably next weekend. What shake do I have? It's Oreo, caramel, and vanilla. Also, thank you, Toodles, for becoming a Velocity member, and Ninja for the 2 months. Cane's is the best chicken in Texas. I agree. Also, thank you, Phoenix, for becoming a Velocity member. You won't stay away? I would have ended the live stream, but we're still here. It's not really that big of a deal. I'm not really doing anything tonight. I'm just here, talking to y'all. Like the late night hangouts. My God, I can't speak. I do too. I mean, we've been doing this for years now. We've been doing this since we first really started. I mean, I usually do this, but we have still over 5,000 people here, so pretty funny. We would usually have like about 1,000 or a few hundred. It wouldn't be that many. Can it be summer yet? I'm tired of tornadoes. It needs to be winter. Honestly, I'm sick of the heat already. Let's go to winter. Let's just skip ahead a few months. Yeah, Abilene is fine. Abilene's pretty much done with severe weather. Oh, you want to stay away on vacation? No, I can't. I know in June, I have a vacation in June that's been pre-planned for like a year now. I will probably not have anything during that time frame. Maybe a couple videos, but probably not live at all. I would like to take that full week off. It's gonna be with a bunch of extended family, so we'll probably have an entire week off in June, which I never do that, but it's probably gonna be an entire week off. Maybe a couple videos, but it's still, you know, a month out, but just something to kind of think about. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Clamps, the $5 super chat. You should ask Cane's for butter on both sides of the toast and everything crispy. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Happy early birthday, Izzy. Member count 226 for today. Blattle, I mean, I would recommend Radar Omega. That's what I like. Radar Scope isn't bad. I just think Radar Omega is way better. Even the base version of the app. Again, you can download it with the link at the very bottom of the description if you want to get it. But personally, for me, like, that's the one I would recommend. I think Radar Scope is good. I just don't think it's as good as Radar Omega by any means. I think Radar Omega is a slam dunk when it comes to what the features are. And at any time, you can always get a subscription and get more of their features. And again, this isn't an ad. I'm just saying, like, that's generally what it is. I mean, it's just better. Has way more customizability and stuff, too. And they have live storm chasers in the app and all that sort of stuff. Thank you, Joy, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Deborah, for the 199. Yeah, next week I'll probably, I'll probably be live, and then we'll go on vacation and probably still be live over that vacation. Specs on the new computer. I'll have all of that in our members only stream at the end of next week. Again, I'm not going to go over all the specs right now. I'll do that next week. We'll kind of go over everything. We'll go over the price of the entire computer too. I mean, it's pretty expensive, but we'll kind of go over everything. My friend's going to build it, and I'll be live there, talking to you guys and just kind of going through everything. Now, I'll probably set up the new desk this weekend. So, if there's no severe weather on, like, I don't know, Sunday or something, I might just set up that new desk, because that's another thing that we're adding, but I'm not going to do a stream for a desk. That's boring. So we'll have a stream for the new desk. Or we won't have a stream for the new desk, I'm sorry. That'd just be relatively boring. The warning near Prague, by the way, that storm's now downgraded to ping pong ball sized hail. I'm not seeing any hail on the CC, but there probably is at least some hail left in there. It's just probably pretty minimal. You also do a normal video on it. If I have time, I'll try to condense it into a video on, like, I don't know. I'll try, but it's kind of tough because it's gonna be like an hour-long live stream. By the way, this is southeast of Tulsa. We got a very strong area of winds right now moving towards Wagner. If you're in Wagner, I would recommend staying away from windows. Those damaging winds could actually be quite high here. We have velocities upwards of 70 miles per hour on this, so if you're in Wagner, Oklahoma, stay away from windows. It's a actually pretty significant storm right now that's moving down to the southeast. And once again, I'm not doing the members only stream just to, like, as a paywall. That's not what it is. It's just, I'm not going to make a public stream for me building a computer on this channel. It just wouldn't make any sense, because this is all weather related content, and that's not at all. So that's the only reason why I'm making it members only. But for the record, the members, are kind of making it possible. So Karsten, you could go to bed. I mean, there's nothing too significant left here tonight. It's pretty isolated, severe weather. So, Luna, let me check. It should be working. I'll put the link in the chat. In case it's not working. Thank you, Silly and Sally, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And also thank you, Joy. I think I already said that. Thank you. The peak of severe weather definitely ended for tonight. I mean, that ended hours ago when we had the 2 large tornadoes. I'm still live mainly just to talk to you guys. And this storm actually looks a little bit concerning. So we're going to stay live for a little bit. Trying to see what the next velocity scan is on this. This is southeast of Tulsa. Thank you, Jacob, for becoming a velocity member. This is the latest scan. Still got some very strong damaging winds right now heading towards Wagner. That's around 70 miles per hour or so. You got 65-ish, 70, you got a couple little 70 specs there. So about 70 miles per hour right now heading towards Wagner, Oklahoma. So relatively significant storm, not really rotating, but definitely some significant damaging winds that direction. Where were the large tornadoes? We had one in Holly, Oklahoma. Or sorry, not Holly, Oklahoma. Holly, Texas. And then we also had one 9 miles to the west of Anson, Texas, which was very rural. It was in a field, barely moved. If you want to see those tornadoes, you can go back earlier into the stream, and we have 2 different videos of the tornadoes. And those were both from Connor Croft. It's kind of hard to drink the shake when your straw is like breaking. No problem, Luna. No problem at all. I enjoy doing it. Got a new warning south of Vernon. That is mostly hail and wind. It's a very slow-moving storm. Do have a warning near Killeen, Texas. That is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat moving eastbound. That's about it right now. Really, the most significant storm right now is the one near Wagner, producing a significant damaging wind threat moving down to the southeast. Have a good night, Donnie. Is there still a train? There's no train. We got to 229 members today, which is pretty impressive. Again, that's over triple. That's about triple the highest we've ever had in a day. So you're good, Mike. No problem. Yeah, again, you can go back in the stream a little bit, and you'll see the video and stuff. Probably not, Eric. There won't be much, in my opinion. Well, the warning they have here is actually still 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had a little pocket there of 65 to 70-mile-per-hour winds on the northwest side of Wagner, Oklahoma. Thank you, Denise, for becoming a minimum velocity member. What's with the wind in Killeen? We do have a severe storm west of Killeen. It's mainly going to be a hail and wind threat. Relatively low risk, though, overall. Eric, for the record, the threats there in DFW were all marginal threats, so it was a pretty low risk overall of you even seeing severe weather. He wants to finish his flavored milk. That's basically what it is. Thank you, Prairie. The storm that's south of Wichita Falls won't hit you. Probably, hopefully. Well, actually, it's kind of going your direction. It's very slow. If it does hit you, it's going to be still 2 hours out, probably, or an hour out. Main concern will be isolated hail and wind. Joe, they do, and I got a stuffed pizza from Papa John's, and it was horrendous. It wasn't even stuffed. It had no cheese in the crust. It wasn't even a stuffed pizza. Thank you, Alexander, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Wow. Velocities are picking up a little bit off the ground. They're picking up upwards of 75-mile-per-hour winds now near Wagner, Oklahoma. So still a relatively significant storm here. The warning is for 60, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was near 65 to 70 miles per hour now. Now, granted, the velocities are looking, up into the clouds, so it's going to be a little bit off the ground, but it's still relatively significant for what we're seeing here. Also, thank you, Daniel, for becoming a Velocity member. Getting hammered in northwest Indiana. Mostly gusty winds and heavy rain and lightning. Jack, actually, you probably will. This cluster of storms that's developing in Oklahoma, this will probably push down to the south, and it will probably at least give you some isolated severe weather, but it's mostly going to be just strong storms with gusty winds. That'll be overnight tonight, though. That's still hours out from now. So it's not really anytime soon. Thank you, Tom, for becoming a Velocity member. Up to 233. Thank you for your service, Eric. Thank you for your service. About the storm at the bottom of Texas? I haven't even been paying attention to the bottom of Texas. Oh yeah, look at that thing. Wow. That looks like a hook echo, but it's not rotating. Got a pretty significant supercell though there in Mexico. Not really gonna. I don't think it'll really do anything in the United States, but it's there. It's moving east, so the storm near Wagner has very strong damaging winds. There's not really any rotation here, even though it has like a hook shape, but still very strong damaging winds here near Wagner. It's an impressive storm in Oklahoma. Thank you, R-Link and Tom. I think I already said Tom, but thank you for becoming Velocity members. All right, we're done in like 7 minutes, by the way, because I want to eat my food. I'm hungry. Been a good stream, but has to end at some point. It's nothing too crazy happening right now. This is probably the craziest thing that's happening, which is actually, it's quite significant. I mean, this is a storm that's probably producing 70-mile-per-hour winds near the surface, near Wagner. Boomer sooner. Any cards? I did not get cheese curds. No, I had cheese curds literally yesterday. I don't want to eat them. I don't want to eat them again today. We're not gonna hit 250 members. We're still 16 off. There's no way. Straight line winds. That's all this storm is right now near Wagner. It's basically just straight line winds, and that's it. Not really much else here. I don't expect a tornado with this, even though there are strong winds. Yes, Liz. Yep. Did the bed make it back into the background? Once again, we are probably going to add the bed back. I think we're going to have to because of the component of the desk that I'm getting. The desk that I'm getting is going to be quite large, and the bed might have to go back there to have enough room for the entire setup. So it's possible it will return. But as of now, again, it's not known yet, but right now it's not there. But I honestly don't want to put the bed back, but I might have to. Still some strong damaging winds on the storm. Still pretty impressive near Wagner. Thank you, Savannah, for becoming a Velocity member. How's the new PC coming? We just ordered all the parts today. A lot of the parts are coming this weekend, but the problem is I don't have all of the parts until about late next week. The case, I believe the graphics card too, they're not going to be in until like mid-week or so next week, by the sounds of it. They come sooner. We even could have a members only stream for the computer on Sunday, but I don't know if it's going to be in by then. I don't think it will be. All the parts. I mean, there's like a bunch of different parts coming from like 3 different places, so I'm not building it, but I will have a friend that's building it, and we will be doing a members only stream building the computer at some point in the next like 10 days. I don't know what day it's going to be. It'll probably be Friday of next week. If not, it will probably be like, I don't know, it will probably be Friday. The graphics card we got, I think, is $600, but I could be wrong. I can tell you this. I know this one off the top of my head. It was a 4070 GeForce, so it's one of the better ones. If you went to like the 4080, I think it was like $1,500, so it was a massive jump. So we end up going with the less expensive one because it's just not a major difference. Now it's just the graphics card. Obviously, there's like tons of other parts. Oh yeah, Mike. Yeah, they are. $47 is going to be nice. It will be. Again, we're going all in on this computer. I mean, I want it to last for at least a few years, and hopefully it'll last for severe weather coverage and stuff. 4080 might not be $1,500. It was a big jump though. It's like almost double the 4070. Yeah, again, if you want to become a Velocity member and watch it, I mean, you don't even have to be a Velocity member for that long. I mean, it's only, again, it's like $3. So if you really want to watch the building stream, then again, become a Velocity member. But again, there's no pressure to do that. It's not meant to be a paywall sort of thing. It's just, again, I don't want to make it public on this channel because it's just not weather related. I might try to upload something on Twitter after, but again, no guarantee. It's just a lot of editing for that. Or Facebook. Savannah, 15. 15 from 250. What about that hook out in front? I think this is outflow driven. I can't tell 100%, but I think this is an outflow boundary. So It doesn't really matter if there's a hook here. There's just really not any sort of, you know, rotation here. Might be like a little bit, but it's just not much to get a tornado. It'd be a very low tornado chance. It's mostly just damaging winds here. I would say that hook is not anything to be concerned about. How do we gift memberships? I don't think you can do it on phone. You have to be on your computer. But it's just the money symbol and it would tell you the gift button thing. We'll see, Texas Storm Center. We'll see. We will see. I don't know yet. It's still a year away. Auto, you have to be on your computer to get the normal rates, but it would be the cheapest membership tier that we have is $3. If you're on your iOS or Android device, I think it's $5. It's the join button down below, or the top link in the description. So if you do want to see it, again, I'll try to upload something to Twitter, but I'm not guaranteeing anything because it would just be a lot of editing for something that's not really that big of a deal. I mean, it's a big deal, but like it's not like that big of a deal to upload it somewhere else. Android was $2.99. Oh, really? I think iPhone is like $5. I could be wrong. iPhone is up there. iPhone has all the fees. And that's why I say all the time, you know, if you ever super chat or anything like that, you know, I'd much rather you just use the donation link or Venmo because YouTube and as well as iOS take a major cut out of those donations on super chats. Talked about it yesterday a little bit, but you know, I think it's like 50 or 60%. It's pretty crazy if you donate through iOS. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This warning actually just got upgraded. It's up to 70 mile per hour damaging winds and 2-inch hail. So the hail threat is also increased on this storm. It's a pretty big upgrade from before. iOS is $2.99. Oh, is it? Thought it was $5, but I guess not. Storm will be approaching Holbert, Fort Gibson, and OK, which OK is not going to be okay because you got damaging winds coming towards you here in northeastern Oklahoma, southeast of Tulsa. Oh, you can actually gift memberships on Android too. Huh, that's interesting. Thank you, Savannah, by the way, for gifting a member. I don't know if I already said that, but appreciate that. Some of the town names baffle me. Got OK. Hope you're okay. Does anybody know, by the way, what stream, or when we streamed the Toad Suck storm in Arkansas? Does anybody remember that? Somebody mentioned it earlier today. I don't remember what day that was or what year that was. But I want to go back to that stream. That was a funny moment. I just can't remember when that was. I don't know what day that was. That's an actual town name, by the way, for those that are wondering. Yes, Toad Suck, Arkansas. That's an actual... No, Toad Suck. Not toe. Oh my god. With a T-O-A-D. It's an actual name. Believe it or not. Anyway, I don't know how to say your name. Dea? Or the one gifted member? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I don't know. Does anybody know what day that was? I think it was last year. Thank you, Hayden, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate it. I have a bumper sticker from there. That's interesting. Excuse me? This Miss K with the $200 donation. You are crazy. Put some hearts in the chat for Miss K. You are literally crazy. Happy to support this channel. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate that, Miss K, and thank you for your very generous $200 donation. Put some hearts in the chat for Miss K. That is insane. You guys are really crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. No, we're not gonna have Toad Suck merchandise. No way. The straw's broken. Can't even drink my shake anymore. I have to get another straw. They didn't even give me a straw with this food, which is really annoying. Yeah, I hope Saturday and Sunday are quiet. We'll have to be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. We've been live 7 of the last 8 days, and we're gonna probably have to be live again tomorrow, and then Saturday I hopefully will be able to go away for a day. Just kind of, you know, decompress, relax for a day, that sort of thing. And then Sunday, hopefully that's another day off. Hopefully. We'll probably have videos those days, but you know what I mean. Just a day off. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, more than likely gonna be live. And then Friday, hopefully we can do that members only building stream. That $200 donation, by the way, was through the donation link. There's very minimal transaction fees on that. Just on YouTube with the super chats and stuff, there is. On my end, not your end. Blattle, the plan I have is, I believe, $10.99 a month. So it's the most expensive option that they have. When does the Midwest get a break? There will probably be severe weather there on Tuesday of next week. Again, I'll have a video on that probably tomorrow. So. I should have a video on that tomorrow. This storm that we're looking at, by the way, it doesn't really have a hook. It's just damaging winds. I'll quickly check the other storms, though. The one near Prague is outflow driven with marginal hail and wind. The one in Vernon, Texas is pretty marginal. The one down here has been pretty marginal. Yeah, overall, the severe weather, again, pretty low threat right now. Most of these storms aren't too significant. I live in Wagner, and the winds are nuts right now. That's crazy. I mean, the winds right now on radar are estimated, they're a little bit lower than before, but they're still estimated near 60. So still some damaging winds going through Wagner. Oh, this is now a destructive storm in Oklahoma. So we're now up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds going through Wagner. In addition to 2-inch hail. This is now a destructive supercell here in Wagner, O'Kay, Holbert, and Fort Gibson. So 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are surging now at this storm, moving down to the south. If you're in this warning, you need to treat this like a tornado warning and get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Trees, flying trampolines, all those sort of things will be possible here over the next few minutes. So once again, you got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. There's a significant threat right now in Wagner and Holbert, Oklahoma. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds is essentially like a strong EFC or tornado that is more widespread in nature. This is a dangerous storm right now that's moving down to the southeast. An extremely dangerous situation if you're in Wagner, O'Kay, Fort Gibson, or Holbert, Oklahoma. With 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds being possible. We're at 238 right now, not for members. We're 12 off. Thank you, Rhea. Appreciate that. Glad I can help. Yes, Mike, I am. Any rotation? No. Again, this is mostly just damaging winds. It's an outflow driven area. There's your wind core right there. It's right over Toppers on the east side of Wagner. Damaging winds being estimated by radar at 65, but we've had points on this storm where it's been higher than that, like up to 80. So this is definitely a pretty significant damaging windstorm. Again, destructive storm here near Holbert, Fort Gibson, Wagner. There's your 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. Wow. Train spotter, 80 miles per hour on that storm. And this is a destructive storm here in northeast Oklahoma. That went right through Wagner. Whoever super chatted and said that the winds are insane, I mean, you weren't wrong. They were 80 miles per hour. I'm surprised you even had power when you sent that. I don't know if you still do. It's pretty crazy. Do they have a radar reading class in college? They sort of do. I mean, I kind of learned that before I even went to college. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we got a massive hail core developing on this 2-inch sized hail. Surge of damaging winds heading towards Holbert and OK in Oklahoma. This is an 80-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm right now that is going down to the southeast. So once again, this is a destructive supercell that's going to cause some damage to trees, power lines, trampolines could go flying, all that sort of stuff is all going to be possible. Guys, seriously, there's just no way we're doing that, right? There's just no way we're doing that. Oh my god. Virginia Lee, if you're still here, that's awesome, by the way. Sorry, I haven't really checked Twitter here in a while. Sorry, I'm just trying to check a couple more things here on Twitter. If you're just tuning in again, this is a damaging windstorm with 80-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Holbert, Fort Gibson, and OK over the next several minutes. Once again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Adia, for another one gifted member. Thank you, Brack, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Is that hook doing anything? No. If it was, I would tell you. I mean, it looks like a hook, but that's actually where the surge of damaging winds is right now. It's actually kind of in that area. But again, that's 80-mile-per-hour winds all up and down near Wagner, going back near Holbert. But this right here is where the highest wind speeds are. Which has a destructive area of 80-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Medi, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Heather, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Who's the internet provider in Wagner? I don't know. Whoever's the internet provider, they're doing pretty good if the power hasn't gone out. Or the internet in general hasn't gone out. Izzy, it's from yesterday. It's yesterday's stream, last night. It's an inside joke at this point. There's a kiddo somewhere in Wagner whose trampoline's not going to be there tomorrow morning. I mean, guys, it's an actual thing. I mean, flying trampolines, like, you know, a lot. It's sort of a joke, but you know, it's actually a thing. Like, people actually do lose their trampolines very easily with severe weather. And, you know, any wind speed could do it above like 40 miles per hour, especially if it's not hatched down. I've seen so many flying trampoline photos. It's crazy. It's a very common thing, actually. Thank you, Kyle, also for becoming a Velocity member. The timestamp was like 3:45, so hour 3, and then 45 minutes or so in. It was approximately that. I can try to pin it if I go back. I just don't remember the exact time when it started. It was like a 30-minute long thing, though. It wasn't like just a couple minutes. We had ours fly away years ago. Wow, this is unbelievable. Damaging wind is still going. 70 miles per hour, approximately, being estimated by radar. Over Taylor Ferry, it's around 65 to 70 miles per hour. So still a very significant wind core here going through the Wagner and Holbert area of Oklahoma. Hey, if you have a photo, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I love how Culver's gets brought up every stream. It pretty much does. Pretty much does. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a Velocity member. By the way, we are now 7 members away from 250. Just an FYI. Now 6. Thank you, Mike, for the gifted member. I'm gonna go look up flying trampoline videos. There's actually a lot of them. I've gotten sent videos of their people's trampolines going flying, too. It's actually, again, it's quite common. People think it's not common, but like, if the trampoline isn't hatched down, it's gonna go flying. That's for sure. 250 new members today. That is insane. Official. We barely hit it. I was gonna end the live stream like 45 minutes ago, but just stayed live to kind of chat, not really to get to that goal or whatever. But latest scan showing those velocities a bit lower though, so it's not nearly as significant. Today's stream was supposed to be 3 hours long, for the record. It's almost been 6. Do I have a storm shelter? I do not. I honestly do not even need one. I mean, again, most people don't need storm shelters unless you're in, like, again, a mobile home, or you're, you know, in just a place where you don't have a good shelter spot, or if you're just in a commonly hit area for severe weather. Thank you, Lucian, for the 5 gifted. Yes, that actually got us to 250. Or actually, sorry, no, we're on 249. Never mind. I thought we were at 250. We're actually at 249. So we're 1 member technically away from 250, but either way, we're at 250 basically. I'm in Tulsa. I need a shelter. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a recommendation for storm shelters. Again, I don't even have a sponsor for it, and I don't really have a recommendation in general because it's not something I have personally looked into that much, and I couldn't really give you any sort of direction on who to get it from. But you know, at least do your research on it if you're looking into one. It's just kind of one of those situations where I don't have any information on it. Thank you, Josh, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Josh. That is our highest tier on the channel. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a minimum Velocity member. Thank you, Viv, for the $5 super chat. You appreciate it. Am I from St. Louis? I am not from St. Louis. I have a Battlehawk shirt, but that has nothing to do with living in St. Louis. Thank you, Joe, for becoming a minimum Velocity member. And thank you, Kyle, for the 1 gifted. We're definitely over 250 now. That is for sure. All right, this area of wind is not nearly as intense as before. It's still there, but I think the damaging wind threat might be a little bit under 80. But obviously, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, whatever it is, because these damaging winds are really significant. Got 2-inch hail as well near Wagner, which again is currently moving southeast. So definitely pretty significant right now. Going to be going towards Holbert over the next several minutes. Thank you, Goose, for becoming a Velocity member. Can we get more custom emojis? I can. I have not worked on it, but I will put more emojis in there for members. I just haven't had time. Thank you, Lucian, for the 1 gifted as well. Appreciate it. Yeah, Ryan might have a sponsor, but again, I would definitely do your research on it. You know, on anything, even if it's sponsored. I mean, do your research. Don't just buy something because one person promotes it. Because you know, it might not be what you need, or might not fit what, you know, it might not even be good. You never know. Like, it goes for anything. If you ever have a, you know, whenever you look into cars, do you see like all those ads on TV? Are you just going to buy the first one you see? Or are you going to actually do some research? I mean, that's kind of what you're doing with storm shelters too. You got to do research on everything. It doesn't matter who sponsors, like whatever it's sponsored by or whoever is promoting it or whatever. Like, you have to at least do some level of research, because you don't want to just jump in and buy something without even looking into it. That's just a bad decision overall. I mean, it's just, you might not get what you were thinking you were getting, is what I mean. I'm not saying they're bad. I don't know anything really about like the storm shelter space and who has the best storm shelters or whatever. So I couldn't give you recommendations at this point. And again, they might be good, but I couldn't tell you. I don't know what the CC thing is here. I don't think it's a tornado. I'm just wondering what it is. Oh, it has to be like some sort of contamination there. I don't know what it is, but I was about to say that's not a tornado. There's no like tightening there, but something there, maybe like a windmill or something. I don't know. Yeah, the Discord's linked in the description. Our Twitter's linked in the description. Our Facebook page is in the description. Make sure to follow us on all those platforms. That hail core is growing, by the way, east of Wagner, so that's still going. Again, the threat overall is primarily northwest of Holbert, east of Wagner. Colleen has that broad rotation for 15 minutes. Let me check it out. Thank you, Adia, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the velocities. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's a windstorm, all right. 65-mile-per-hour winds that's being warned for. I don't see any rotation, but there's definitely winds. It's going to be going right into Killeen, Texas. There's a lot of lightning, by the way, with those storms. It's actually quite impressive. The damaging wind threat is a little bit lower on this storm now, but it's definitely still producing significant hail. That hail might be higher than 2 inches now. Jared, I haven't really done that. I mean, I don't have any connections really. I mean, you know, again, Ryan Hall has everything set up. Like, he has all that nonprofit stuff set up. I don't have that sort of thing, and I don't know if I can actually do that yet, because I don't really have a whole lot of time to set donation stuff up like that. I wish I could. It's hard to do that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm one person. This is not like a really big team thing that I have built. So again, I don't really have that sort of donation thing set up. Now, I'm definitely open to donating to certain causes, but I'm in college still, so still have to pay college expenses and all that. But you know, after that, hopefully I can do more of that. It's still difficult, because I mean, I'm full-time college and I'm kind of full-time doing this now, so it's a lot of stuff. Now, for the record, speaking of Ryan Hall, he actually followed me on Twitter, and we also talked, if you haven't already heard. So we talked a little bit earlier today, and we might do something in the future. We'll see. I don't know what that'll be, but we might do something in the future. But Ryan Hall's cool. I mean, I've never really talked to him, but I've kind of watched some of his content, and I've also kind of looked into a few other little things. But I mean, like, I respect the hell out of him. Like, honestly, I respect anybody in the space, but like him too. He's basically built the entire weather space on YouTube, so he was really the one that popularized it, at least. I mean, he's built this thing up massively, so seems like a really cool person. I do think he's a cool person. Like, I genuinely do. I've not really talked to him, but like Andy Hill, Andy Hill's not leaving. Jenkins, I'm going into my final year, so I'll be going into my senior year. I need a helper. I mean, we don't really have a helper behind the scenes, but we kind of have, I mean, a chat mod and stuff. We have a few of them. We'll see, though. Ryan built an empire, pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. I mean, again, he does great with what he does. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't really care who you watch. I really could care less. If you watch me or watch him, I don't care. Like, it's completely up to you. I mean, if you enjoy these streams more than his, great. If you don't, great. Again, whatever weather coverage you think is the best, go for it. You know, whatever you think is most informative and what's going to get you the information that you need, that's what you should be watching, because it's kind of how it goes. It's like looking at different news stations on, you know, your TV. Are you watching Fox weather? Are you watching CBS weather? Are you watching NBC weather? Like, what are you watching? Like, I mean, again, it's the same sort of thing. I don't really care. You can watch whoever you want. I do not care. It's not gonna make or break my life. Again, it's whoever you think is the best at what they do, and whoever is gonna help you the most. Big fish trying to buy out the competition. That goes in a lot of spaces. Kimberly, oh my god. Thank you, SJ, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Again, my entire goal, I mean, I started this 2 years ago, and people think it was because of, you know, other people, but not, it really wasn't. I mean, I've been doing live streams for over 4 years, but I started doing nationwide stuff about 2 years ago. And I mean, I started this for a couple reasons. One, to help people and, you know, hopefully save people's lives, and then two, to kind of build a resume up for TV down the road. And I mean, you know, I've definitely already done that. I mean, we've been live so many times, it's kind of crazy, but now it's turned into more than that, which I was not expecting. So we have a report of 4-inch red maple trees that are snapped off near the ground in Wagner. So that storm in Wagner did some pretty serious damage there. It was producing damaging winds as high as 80. I don't know if it is anymore, but it probably isn't anymore, but it was definitely pretty strong there for a little while. You can control Dub for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Tasha. Channel 9 Oklahoma, please. I don't think I'm them, but okay. Am I committing to YouTube full-time after college? I don't know. Again, that's still a year away. I'm already technically doing this full-time, but college is technically still full-time. Technically. Thank you, Medic, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Jeff, for the $9.99. Velocity color palette, I have no clue, honestly. I'll try to link it on our Discord server whenever I get the chance. I do think Ryan gets a lot more hate than he should, though. There's a lot of things that he gets hate for, which I just don't agree with. They have issued a new warning. It's going to be for ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, overall, it is kind of a little bit more of a weakening storm. Still some hail, still some wind, but the 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat's going down here. Why am I still live? We're going to end here in a few minutes. I was live mainly just to talk to you guys for a little bit. I mean, we've been talking for like an hour and a half now. Who's hating Ryan? I see hate about everybody. I mean, like, I've seen hate about me. I mean, it's for everybody. I'm just saying, like, I think some of the things that people criticize about him, I just don't think are that big of a deal. Same thing with me. I mean, like, again, there's hate everywhere. There's gonna be hate anywhere you go. It doesn't matter how big or small you are on YouTube or whatever platform. You're probably gonna get hate to some degree for whatever you're doing. It's natural. It's like if you go to McDonald's, for example, are you gonna, you know, leave a good review or are you gonna leave a bad review? Like, people, it's the same sort of thing. It's like YouTube, but YouTube doesn't have a review system, so. There are always haters in like anything that you do. It doesn't matter what it is. But yeah, overall, the severe weather, again, is kind of dying down. We're down to 3 warnings. There's 2 here in eastern Oklahoma. There's, again, 1 over in Texas. It's pretty minimal stuff at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I'm tired, and I want to go to bed, and I want to eat my Culvers before it's already cold, but I have to reheat it. So I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. Once again, thank you guys for if you become a member, I do appreciate it. We had 258 members today, which is crazy. I do appreciate all of the new members. If you did something as simple as liking the stream, subscribing, I do appreciate you guys as well. We'll probably be live again tomorrow. If not, we'll be live on Saturday. I will probably go live tomorrow. Saturday, probably not. So more than likely going to be live tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live. And again, if you are new to the channel, subscribe. And thank you again if you did anything like becoming a member, super chatting, donating. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. Again, big upgrades coming in the near future. We'll have more updates on that here pretty soon once all that stuff is starting to be built and all that. So look forward to that. All right, I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Have a good night.